I can't understand why a countdown clock is constantly ticking down on this guy's right arm. Kantron has no idea what will happen when the time runs out. Normally, people would deal with something strange like this alongside their family. But Kantron can't do that. His parents are divorced, and his dad is a total loser obsessed with gambling and women. Before the time on his arm runs out, the first thing Kantron does is speed off to Long En neighborhood. Looking up, he sees the familiar room still lit up and filled with noise. He knows his dad is probably gambling with a bunch of lowlifes here, so he decisively pulls out his phone to call the police. Hello, officer. I want to report that people are gathering to gamble in room 201. Building 17. Long En neighborhood. The person on the other end says they will send someone right away. Then, it starts to rain, and Kantron rides his bike home in the downpour. But in that soaking rain, he feels surprisingly good for having done something useful. After he changes clothes, the countdown clock shows just 52 minutes and 30 seconds left. Kantron finishes packing up his things and leaves behind a farewell note. The rain pours down relentlessly that night. His dad gets arrested. His mom is happily with her new family, and he grips a dagger tightly, quietly waiting for death to come for him. Finally, the countdown hits 0, and something truly bizarre happens to Kantron. He feels like he, along with countless fragments, starts free-falling into an endless void. After what feels like ages, he jolts awake in a completely unfamiliar room. The belongings he had prepared are gone, and another countdown clock has appeared on his right arm, this time showing 48 hours. 2 days. Kantron checks his body and finds no injuries. This is definitely his body because, after all, fingerprints and birthmarks can't be faked, but the clothes he is wearing are totally strange. His first thought is that he might have time traveled. If that is the case, then the destination of the countdown on his arm is not death, but rather a different timeline. After time traveling, the countdown clock now indicates the time to return to Earth. With that thought, Kantron unconsciously lets out a sigh of relief. Even though no one in the real world may be missing him, he still wants to go back. Then, Kantron begins to take in everything around him in this room. It is just a small room, but it is designed with incredibly expensive materials. Kantron is still wondering where on earth this place is that they would build it with such lavish materials, when suddenly, the large door swings open, followed by an announcement. At exactly 7 a.m. breakfast time, all prisoners are required to line up to go to the cafeteria for their meal. Kantron is left speechless, realizing that the numbers 010100 and 1 on his shirt are actually his prisoner ID. Time traveling for the first time and ending up in prison like this, what a twist of fate. He steps out of his small room and discovers that the scene outside is truly bizarre, like something out of a sci-fi movie set in the future. Next, Kantron bumped into another prisoner. When this guy looked up, Kantron saw eyes that were terrifying, almost like they were made of metal. This made Kantron instinctively follow the man with his gaze until a voice rang out beside him. "Hey, new guy, do not eat too much in the morning, or you will end up hurling, and trust me, that is not a pretty sight." As the voice threatened him, its owner slammed Kantron against the wall with his metal arm. It was not surprising for old-timers to bully newcomers in prison. But what caught Kantron's attention the most was the metal arm of the guy. Could this be the age of machines, where every human has some parts replaced by metal? I heard 12 new guys came in last night. Today could get interesting. This guy does not have any mechanical parts on him, so he probably does not have any connections outside. The other prisoners walked away, chatting and looking quite pleased with themselves. Kantron was still clueless about the situation here, so he could only stay silent. At first, when he heard the term new guy, he thought they somehow knew he was out of place. But thinking it over, it did not seem like that at all. They probably just meant he was a newbie in prison, completely unaware of his true identity as a time traveler. However, the fun they were talking about might just mean trouble for him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Kantron heard shouting from the lower hallway. "Where the hell am I? I want to go home. I do not want to be in this place anymore. I am Hong Tai. My dad is the chairman of the Vin Loy group in Lacthan. You all better stay away from me." The owner of that scream was running wildly down the hallway, panicking so much he tripped and fell. But the others just laughed and did not bother to help. Kantron recognized him. He was a junior from his language school in Lacthan. It seemed he was not the only one who had time traveled here. Kantron speculated that if they were close before traveling, they might end up close again after. But speculation was just that, speculation, as there was no solid evidence. At that moment, due to Huang Taixian's noise, numerous flying robots descended from the ceiling, repeating their announcements. "Please stop. Warning again. Please stop. All prisoners remain in place and await orders. Then they approached Huang Taixian to subdue him. Contran watched the whole scene unfold, remaining silent. Running into someone familiar in a foreign place can feel reassuring. But the safety of that connection really depends on the individual. Just because someone is from the same hometown does not mean they can help. They might even become a burden. This new guy is pretty interesting. He seems like a total fool. The old-timer prisoners nearby began to mock Huang Taixian. I heard he got sentenced to 7 years for tax evasion. He did not cry when he got thrown in last night. But now he is finally sobbing. In this day and age, who is not an idiot if they mess with the tax authorities? With that, they huddled together, draping an arm over Contran's shoulder and laughing heartily. Hey, newbie, are you ready for what is coming? Just then, they turned to Contran, threatening him with some serious intimidation. Contran stayed silent. But he knew things were not going to be easy from here on out. Surrounded by the old prisoners, he focused on observing the scene unfolding on the first floor. In front of them, the prisoners on the lower floor were already down for breakfast. However, Contran noticed a table that everyone seemed to be avoiding like the plague. At that table sat a middle-aged man, deep in thought over a game of Chinese chess. Next to him was a stunning white cat with blue eyes, and flanking him were 2 tall young men. In the chaotic prison, the noise was relentless. But no one dared to approach. That man's area felt like a forbidden zone. At first, Contran thought he was a guard. But on closer inspection, even though the guy was dressed differently, he still wore a standard prisoner's number on his back, 000001. So among the prisoners, he must be the most unique one. Contran found himself unconsciously observing him when he suddenly caught the gaze of a young man with white hair beside him, who shot him a wicked smile. Just then, an announcement echoed through the halls, urging all prisoners to line up for breakfast. Contran merged into the crowded flow, making his way down to the first floor. As he moved, he took a mental snapshot of the prison's layout. There were 7 floors, with a total of 18 drones at the base, including 10 surveillance cameras and 3 armed robots. Counting himself, there were a total of 3,012 prisoners. The reason he could quickly gather this information was due to his exceptional memory. Just a glance was all it took to remember, and just then, a tragic scream pierced through, cutting into Contran's thoughts. You let me, please. Someone, help me. Looking down, he saw a few old prisoners bullying a young guy who looked like a newbie too. Drag him into the cell. Do not hurt him out in the courtyard. Watch out for the guard robots. Don't he worry. I am not as stupid as that idiot Igong Ki. The old prisoners were whispering their bullying plans. Contran, who was intently observing them, was interrupted by a man with strange red eyes walking ahead. Stop staring, or you will be next. That blunt threat surprisingly did not scare Contran at all. Seeing his calm face, the man could not hide his irritation. But Contran did not even bother with him. He just grabbed his food and looked for a place to sit, even though he pretended not to notice. The scheming glances from the prisoners were too obvious. Contran felt that if he did not act, he might get jumped on his very first day. As they prepared to attack, Contran bolted. His agility was impressive. And even while escaping from a few of them, he managed to keep his food from spilling. Hurry up, while the guard has not noticed. Grab it. They started yelling. But when they saw the direction Contran was running towards, not a single one dared to make a move, because he was heading straight for the man with prisoner at 00000001. At first, those guys were gritting their teeth. Then they started mocking him. This guy thinks he is clever. Relying on that person, he is probably overestimating himself. Let us just sit back and enjoy the show. No need to stress. Contran raced toward the table with his food tray, the one no one dared approach. But just as he was about to reach the man, he was intercepted by the white-haired guy beside him. I know what you are thinking, but we are not going to help you. The path ahead is blocked, and behind you is a bunch of old inmates, just waiting to tear you apart. They kept laughing at Contran, calling him someone who did not know his limits. But he was completely calm, took a deep breath, and said, with one move, I can break this deadlock. Contran was referring to the chessboard in front of him. The prisoners gasped in fear because normally, no one dared to look him in the eye, let alone talk to him. Yet the nobleman sitting there actually moved a piece on the board. Following Contran's words, he moved another piece and responded. It was a classic defense. Keep going. The fact that the nobleman responded to Contran was even more shocking. And he knew he was on the right track. The game the middle-aged man was playing was called Western checkers. The red and black pieces looked evenly matched, but in reality, Just one more move would lead to a black victory. Meanwhile, the red side was feeling the pressure, as one wrong move could flip the game. According to the strategy guide he would read earlier, being red meant he just had to maintain a draw to get through this situation. But maintaining a draw is not in Contron's vocabulary. Bishop 2 advances to a, he continued. Rook advances 4, that piece responded. Knight 4 advances. Contron pressed on. Knight 1 retreats to 9. They kept exchanging moves like this. And each time the nobleman spoke, the soldiers broke into a sweat. They clenched their teeth again. And finally, Contron successfully cornered the man, claiming victory in a heartbeat. His face was a shen. Then he looked up, silently assessing Contron and thought, young but not hesitating to change the game. Interesting. There are not many these days who know how to play chess anymore. Let us continue tomorrow, he said. And the whole place was stunned. The soldiers could not believe that the nobleman had actually lost. Nor could they fathom that Contron knew how to play chess. They certainly did not think he would challenge him to continue tomorrow, which was the most solid guarantee in this prison. In this, if people were not using chips to get a thrill, they were logging into fantasy websites with their consciousness. Who even remembers old school games like chess? That white-haired guy who just blocked Contron's path now slaps him on the back like they are best buds, unable to hide his admiration. Impressive? Newbie here. I am Lam Tutuyu. And that big guy over there is DP Fan. Let us catch up tomorrow. Contron watches as the three of them walk away, his mind racing. During all this, a surveillance camera locked onto him from behind. As Contron started to sense someone was watching and turned around, he got grabbed by another inmate who clutched his leg tightly. The guy looked a total mess, hair all over the place, and tears streaming down his face. Help me. We are both new here. Please. I will do whatever you say from now on. In response, Contron shot him a cold, icy glare, clearly not interested in playing hero. Just then, two veteran inmates pounced, grabbing the guy by the hair and yanking him back to continue their bullying. Contron did not want to help, but with the current situation, it was safer to stay out of it. Out of the 12 new inmates, 9 had already been dragged away by the old-timers. Among these 12, only Contron and the downcast teen Hone Teen were from Earth. There are not many time travelers around here. Even if there were thousands, that is still a tiny fraction of the total. Contron did not know how he ended up as a prisoner here, but he did not feel down at all. In fact, he felt a flicker of hope. Back on Earth, he felt like a total outcast. His dad always criticized him for being a hassle. His mom started a new family, and relatives rarely visited. Contron had already spent 2 New Years alone. If it were not for the countdown timer on his wrist, he would probably have to rely on his exceptional memory to get into a good college. But it would mean leaving everything behind for good. But Contron had no idea what life like that even meant. However, this world was different. It was a new life for Contron. Even as a prisoner, for him, it felt like a release, a complete break from the past. It made him start to hope for a totally different life in this world. While Contron was lost in thought, a young man suddenly approached him from behind. Finally, he was here. Just as stunning as the rumors said, the guy leaned in close to Contron's face, studying him intently, then sighed in awe. Contron, startled by the close contact with another man, instinctively took 8 steps back. The young man flashed an innocent smile and then reached out, wanting to grab his hand. You can call me Lof Kungana. I was brought in here 3 months ago by Kain Ungun. Feel free to just call me Tiwu. Contron stared at Lu Kuang's hand waving in the air, having no intention of shaking it, just asking a polite question. He did not even know who Kyangon was, but from Lo Kuang's tone, it was clear he knew about Contron's status in this world. Plus, he was using honorifics, indicating that Contron held a higher position. An hour. Lu Kuangya had already glanced at him 21 times, and that is just what Contron noticed. The people around him were probably his subordinates since he arrived here. According to him, Contron being thrown into this cell seemed like it was all part of a master plan. Although he felt his suspicions were pretty valid, in the end, they were just guesses. Contron was afraid that talking too much would give him away, so for now, he needed to keep his distance from Lai Kuangina. For now, I do not need your help. I can handle it myself, he responded coldly. But his words seemed to confuse Lai Kuangan. I must serve you well. Everyone's the same. No one's better than the other. You do not need to use such heavy words like serve. Please give me any orders. Treat me like your dog, and I will do anything. Even stuff like licking your feet or whatever. What if I have stinky feet? Contron asked, Then I will lick them until they are fresh again. Lu Kuangyun's answer made Kind Tron feel utterly defeated. He had no idea where this ridiculously loyal guy came from. But the way he acted made him realize he should not expect anything from this strange character. Kind Tron was too lazy to continue talking to him. But Lu Kuangyun kept blabbering without a pause. This morning, I was wondering why you did not come to find me right away. Only to find out you approached Eltho Thi Kiwang under the guise of a newcomer. Pretty clever. If we can get Lo Thi Stasing S support in this else lucid A18 prison, our plans will go a lot smoother. Akantron silently started sweating again. The Lotho Sizong Lu Fai Kuangyun mentioned was definitely that older guy playing chess earlier. But what exactly was this plan he kept rambling about? He was really curious, but did not dare to ask for fear of revealing that he was an outsider who time-traveled from another world. However, you also have to be careful around Lao Tho Siwang. Being around this kind of person is like inviting a tiger into your home. If things go south, we will be on the defensive. Levi Kuangyun continued rambling. Akantron's face grew even more annoyed. Why was he talking about such heavy stuff? He just wanted to keep his life intact. But then he heard Lu Kuang continue. Sorry. I may have spoken too harshly. What orders do you bring this time? Akantron was a bit surprised by this question. His mind was racing, trying to come up with an answer that would not raise any suspicions. After thinking for a few seconds, Akantron replied, The teacher is here. The spirits from the south have come. Upon hearing this, Levi Kuangyun's head seemed to be filled with a bunch of question marks. He completely did not understand what Akantron had just said. Meanwhile, in another part of the prison, Lolotha Vung was casually sitting next to Lam Tayutigu and Didape Fan. The three of them, just like any other day, sat in silence for a while until Lam Tayutigu brought up a topic to start a conversation. Boss, that young man is not helping out the other spirits. Lutho Thexon glanced at him, seemingly unfazed by this information. When that person plays chess, they are decisive. Not only that, but they are willing to sacrifice anything to find a way to survive. They treat others the same way. Chess is just chess. If you ask me to sacrifice a piece to win, Lam Tu seemed to miss the deeper meaning in Lai Thuk Dong's words. And then followed up with, Is the boss planning to play chess with him again tomorrow? Of course. He is. If he is not playing with him, would he play with two dimwits like you guys? After saying that, he turned to DP Fan, bringing up something completely unrelated. By the way, the Tran Corporation caught that guy, Quachuthian. The verification process is complete. Soon, they will hand him over to be locked up in prison No. 18. When that happens, you should go talk to him a bit. DP Fan looked at the photo of Quachuthian on the tablet screen and nodded. He mentioned that he had crossed paths with him before. While he was not the easiest person to get along with, at least they could communicate. DP Fan has always been very cautious in his actions, so when he delegates tasks to him, Lai Thuk Dong has nothing to worry about. He then turned back to Lam Tu, asking if he had any thoughts about the teenager who was breaking down and shouting in the cafeteria this morning. I have been watching him for a while, but something feels off. They are talking about Hon to Tien. Looking back over the past month, it seems everyone noticed he was down, which is why he spoke out of turn. But Lam Tu paid attention. When he mentioned Lac Than and the Vin Loi Corporation, Hon Tien sounded extremely confident, as if those things really existed. Meanwhile, he had investigated Hon Tien's identity. On the outside, he was just a laid-back employee who dropped out of high school long ago and got arrested for dealing fake mechanical limbs with the CACHO organization in city number 18. He was also involved in illegal limb theft, but there was no solid evidence, so he ended up in jail for tax evasion. Lam Tu managed to uncover Hon Tien's entire past, but the only two things he could not get a bead on were Lac Than and the Vin Loi Corporation. Besides Hon Tien, Lam Tu also knew that Lai Thuk Dong had his eye on Kind Tron. It was just that their chess game had just concluded, so he had not had a chance to investigate Kind Tron's identity yet. Coincidentally, just as he mentioned it, Kind No Tron walked by them and headed straight for the bookshelf. But in this day and age, the shelves were not filled with ordinary books. They were stocked with tablets. Kind Tron took one down, and seeing this, Lam Tu approached him to strike up a conversation. First time in the slammer. If you want to use a reader, you first need to register an account using your inmate number. Once you log in, it will show your recent reading history, bookmarks, reading habits, and even the font size you are used to. Its hardware includes Smart A language. Just call its name, and it will help you find the content you want to read. Seeing the other person so eager to help, Akantron took the chance to ask more. Where can I catch up on the latest news? Alright, no more rain. Lam Tu shot back immediately. Your reader account does not even have internet access. Not even mine does. But our boss does. Acontran quietly threw a glance at Lê Thuc Dong's cup, clearly indicating that his status in this prison was way above the rest. Thanks. Acontran replied coolly to Lam Tu, then grabbed his tablet to log into his account, choosing a seat. Take your time watching, Lam Tu lazily added. However, as he walked by and saw Acontran reading, he abruptly froze. The speed at which he was scrolling was honestly faster than a sprint in the fields. After observing him for a few seconds, Lam Tu spun back to Lê Thuc Dong. He then started whispering to him that Acontran was not reading seriously at all, just aimlessly scrolling the screen, like he was searching for a reason to hang out with Lê Thuc Dong. On the contrary, the latter showed no reaction whatsoever, even telling Lam Tu not to meddle and not to underestimate others will to survive. If it were you, you would probably be even more anxious than him. You need to learn to put yourself in someone else's shoes and think. 3 hours later, the group with Lê Thuc Dong finally stood up. As they passed by, they still saw Acontran scrolling through his tablet at lightning speed. Lê Thuc Dong had intended to walk straight past, but seeing his fingers flying across the screen, he ultimately stopped and casually asked, "What is the content in the third row on the previous page?" Unexpectedly, Acontran answered immediately, "When chaos reigns, you have no choice but to use chaos to maintain order and uphold the law." Even while responding to Lê Thuc Dong, Acontran's fingers kept scrolling, and his eyes continued reading. After that, Lam Tu thought that Acontran must be just answering randomly. Who could possibly have such extraordinary abilities? Yip Van, who followed Lê Thuc Dong, was used to knowing what to do next, so he went to borrow Acontran's tablet to verify. And after a thorough check, he had to report to his boss that everything Acontran just said was spot on. As his gaze left the tablet, Acontran unconsciously noticed Lê Thuc Dong's white cat. At that moment, he could not help but crack a huge smile. "This kid is getting more and more interesting," he said. "It is time to eat." The three of them left, while Lam Tu kept glancing back at Acontran a few times, seemingly still in disbelief at his terrifying memory skills. In fact, what just happened was all thanks to Acontran's intention. Although showing off his talent was risky, it was the best route to take, because if you want to survive in this ironclad prison, the best way is to prove that you are useful to the strongest person here. And judging by what just happened, it seemed he had successfully caught Lê Thuc Dong's genuine attention. During that meal, as Lê Thuc Dong had just finished half of his rice, Lam Tu returned. He took off his shoes, sitting cross-legged on the chair across from him, looking incredibly smug. Looking at the expression on his opponent's face, Lê Thuc Dong immediately guessed that he had made some progress with Acontran. And it was quite a haul, too. This guy, who knows how to play the game, looks squeaky clean on the outside. There is not a single unusual clue to be found, but that just piques my curiosity even more. Lam Tu burst out laughing, and then started rambling on about everything he had just discovered. According to his findings, Acontran in this world is a high school student from City 18, and both his parents died in a traffic accident. He inherited a pretty hefty fortune, has no criminal record, and no relatives left. The records show that he got a heavy sentence for stealing a liquid crystal phone and ended up here. But Lê Thuc Dong and anyone else knows that Prison 18 is filled with serious offenders. Usually, inmates here have extensive criminal histories or were caught by tax officers. A phone thief like Acontran simply should not be here. Moreover, he has only been in prison for 6 months. That might be the shortest sentence in the history of Prison 18. Finding this suspicious, Lam Tu sought out someone on the outside for more information. Acontran's case is still a hot topic of debate out there. They say he claimed he bought the liquid crystal phone normally, paid for it, but somehow, the money never reached the seller's account. The security camera also mysteriously malfunctioned, leaving no way to prove Acontran's innocence. If the phone seller comes forward to testify for him, or if the video showing he made the payment surfaces, Acontran could walk free in a heartbeat. Look at that. With so many familiar tricks, most people intentionally thrown into prison use these tactics to settle scores. What is more, he has the last name Gan. At this point, Lam Tu's tone took on a serious edge. That said, in this, the Khan surname is quite unique. There are 5 major companies that seem to monopolize all economic veins, and one of them bears the Khan name. Moreover, it is a very rare surname. If you encounter someone with the last name Khan, you would instinctively wonder if they are part of the Khan Corporation. Additionally, the crew knew that this corporation had previously arranged for another guy named Lo Kwang Yugia to be sent to prison. And this kind of thing is not hard to investigate. At that time, Lam Tu still did not understand why they would send a tough guy like him to jail. What was their game? But then, Lo Kwang Yugia started pulling in people from inside. leveraging his refined skills to defeat the long-established powers in prison. In just a month, he gathered a large group of followers, creating a three-way standoff with two other factions in jail. At that moment, Lam Tutu was utterly perplexed. Was Khan Corporation really just sending Lo Kuang Yigia to unify Prison 18? Clearly, Khan knows that the boss is right here. If they truly intend to make Ulfai Kuangman the warden of this prison, they are overthinking it seriously. That is why I keep wondering if they have lost their minds. Sending a rookie to work in cell block 18. It was not until today that I realized Lo Kuangnan is just a scout for that kid. I can't trunk him. No matter what the kid wants to do, he is the ace in the hole, while Lu Kuangyan is just a pawn. Lum Tu Tigu concluded. However, turning it over in his mind, he still could not figure out the real reason Chine Tron Kim showed up in cell block 18, nor whether he is actually a direct descendant of the Kyan the clan. Lotho Thexung had been quietly listening this whole time. At this point, he finally set down the bowl of soup in his hands, then calmly said, "Looks like Kyan the might have to choose a successor soon." His words were so calm, yet they made both Daivan and Lem Tutu's faces change dramatically. A successor.
Yeah.
A massive financial empire like that needs both a flashy exterior and a solid foundation. Lotho Zhang explained. The head of Kyan Thao is the face of the organization, while the shadow he just mentioned is the backbone. The shadow handles all the dirty work, holding massive power, reigning over Kaidoth in the underworld, while the head can't control them. However, the process of selecting each successor for Kainan the is brutal, no different from raising a monster. It seems like Kainan the wants to stir things up again, leaving no one in peace. Loho Thuksong was long-winded, but Lundrum Tu still found something hard to grasp. Boss, even if that Kaintron is indeed a candidate for the shadow role, does he really need such a clean backstory? He seems completely unrelated to Kayantha, unless there is an even bigger secret in this Kaintron's world. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel like he resembles someone. I am even more curious about this kid now. You should go test his personality. The boss is putting importance on him, but he is one of Kayantha's own. Lum Tu Godu interjected. I just suggested you go check him out. Not that I would make you do anything. Plus, would not it be way more interesting to snatch someone from right under Khan Thay's nose? But I feel like he and we are on different paths. Lum Tu still mused. In any organization, you need all kinds of people. Lotho Thesung stated casually, whether it is the fierce tiger, the wise strategist, the daring warrior, the keen-eyed reporter, or the loyal dog. Each has their own role to play. Just as Lotho Fizong finished saying this, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the far end of the cafeteria. A prisoner. Apparently a newbie who just got zapped by a guard for not standing in the right spot. According to the tier of the cell, I only stood there once this morning. How could I possibly remember? The guy screamed. But the guard was just a robot. How could it argue with him? Beside him were the old-timer inmates, already too accustomed to this. Of course, they had no intention of stepping in. In fact, they felt a thrill whenever they saw a newbie getting zapped for not remembering their spot. Then, they glanced over at Kyan Tron and could not help but marvel. After the chaos this morning, he still managed to hold his ground. Could he really be human? Akan Tron knew those whispers were probably about him, but he did not let it bother him and just focused on waiting in line. However, before it was his turn to grab food, Lum Tu suddenly showed up, locking his arm around Contron's shoulders and pulling him away. You won't need to wait in line with them anymore. You are the one playing chess with the boss. Do you really have to stand in line? He acted like that, yet the mechanical guard did not even flinch. Contron looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was secretly amazed. Lumumpiu dragged Kyan Tron right to the front of the line, then tapped the shoulder of the guy waiting to get his food. This guy turned around with a fierce expression, but when he saw it was Lum Tayu, he quickly backed off and obediently let him through. The old and new prisoners who tried to bully Kanan Tron this morning were left gaping in shock at the scene. Not only was he playing chess with Ahotho Siwang, but now he was also sitting down to eat with him. Don't be surprised. Someone who can play chess with the boss is bound to get special treatment. Lum Tu Tigu explained, then urged Kyan Tron to eat up. Even though the food in prison 18 was not exactly gourmet, Lotho Thuving sat across from him, silent the whole time. Kakantron quietly finished his meal at 8:40 p.m. He returned to his cell to start at 8. Honestly, he was a bit confused. This morning, Lo Thuxi Zhang had just casually played a game of chess with him, so why did his attitude shift so drastically just now? Even the privilege of eating together felt a bit excessive. Tron suspected that this might have something to do with his identity in this world. But what that identity was, he had no clue. After taking a shower, Tron lay down on his bed. The steady dripping of water from the sink quickly lulling him to sleep. Everything around him felt eerie. The flickering light from the lamp illuminating part of the room. The floor was a complete mess, tattered books, torn clothes, shattered picture frames, all in disarray scattered across the filthy floor. Not far away, a stuffed bear was pinned down by a blood-stained knife. Just a glance made Tron's skin crawl. There was even a message written in blood on the wall. He knew his body should be in the cell right now. So what was this room? A nightmare. Tron got up and slowly inspected the room. Then suddenly heard a knock at the door. Who is there? He questioned suspiciously. The voice outside claimed to be Officer 27149. You called the police. Did not you? Please open the door. Tron recognized this voice. But he could not remember who it belonged to. This was really strange. Considering his remarkable memory, he had never forgotten anything. After a moment of hesitation, Tron decided to open the door. The face of the man was partially hidden under his wide-brimmed police hat, making it hard for Tron to see him clearly. But that silhouette felt strikingly familiar. The early evening light streaming through only deepened the room's ominous gloom. The officer patted him on the shoulder a few times and said, "Caller, stay put in your original position and lock the door." Then, he stepped up the blood-soaked stairs. Moving upstairs, Tron obediently locked the door as instructed. But outside, the knocking continued once more. Who could it be? He asked again, his voice now sounding more tense. Police here. Badge number 27149. You did call the cops. Right, please open the door. Tron was shocked. Beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. The officer with badge number 27149 was not the one who just went upstairs. Who was outside the door? Who was the real cop? It was as if they understood Tron's thoughts. The voice outside rang out again, this time sounding eerily seductive and more urgent, making him even more anxious. Go ahead. Guess which one is real, the inside or the outside, or maybe none of it is real at all. Which one will you choose? Tron fell silent, his mind taut like a bowstring. Then, he made a bold decision. He lunged for the stuffed bear, wanting to pull out the knife lodged in its back for self-defense. But just as his hand was about to touch the knife, it felt like something was pulling him back. There was a force that did not want Tron to touch the knife. It aimed to trap him here forever. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the eerie voice outside continued to pound against his ears. What do you need a knife for? Aren't you going to open the door for the police? Tron looked at his arm. The countdown timer still ticking away, his heart and blood still racing. A person who had been alone all his life had no way out anymore. Tron shouted loudly to go away, trying to ward off the relentless voice that was bothering him. Then he reached out, straining against all the resistance, and finally pulled out the knife. Open the door. Wait until I handle this first. Then I will open it. Once he got the knife out, all the obstacles disappeared. And that is when he suddenly recalled everything. The owner of that voice was Lam Tao Taigu. And he, right now, must be trapped in the nightmare created by that very person. Lam Tiu was also quite surprised. He had followed Hui Fafi Kao's orders to probe Tron. So he intentionally created a nightmarish scenario to test his ability to resist and his courage. Little did he know that Tron was far calmer than Lam Taiyu could have imagined. Not only was he unafraid, but he could also strike ruthlessly while facing danger. This left Lam Taiyu in disbelief that the other person was merely a 17-year-old kid. He was even more confused as to how Tron managed to pull the knife out of the bear, while he had clearly tried to stop him. This was a nightmare he created. The rules should have belonged to him. Yet, Tron still managed to break free from this constraint. Lamu Tuo, come down here. Tron said coldly. At that moment, Lamu Tuo walked down the stairs, scratching his head and sighing. That is really strange. You are trapped in a dream, yet you can stay so sharp. Your boss has a keen eye. You really are something special. Why did you do that? I do not think I have ever offended you. Tron asked coldly. Lam Tuo took a deep breath, explaining that he was just following the orders of the wise sage, trying to figure out what kind of person he really was, which showed how much importance he placed on Tron. But now, the dream trap had no effect on him anymore. Is this your special ability? Tron continued to ask. Exactly. It is like your ability to remember everything after just one glance. I have my own abilities too. There is nothing to hide here. Tron frowned, realizing that in this world, Both mechanics and mysticism existed side by side. Those guys from the Wise Sage organization must have a special status here because of their unique abilities. Akantron pondered, and Lum Tu Tigu directly asked, "So what if you are from the Cayenne Corporation? Is this special treatment because you doubt my identity?" Kantron did not rush to respond. Instead, he threw another question back at him, because he did not actually know Lam Mtu's answer either. "So why are not the prison robots keeping an eye on you guys?" "Of course. It is because our boss is really special. You do not need to change the subject. Just clarify your identity." Lum Tigu also mentioned that he found footage from the cameras showing Kantron and Lukuk Huning Yina talking. It was clear as day who La Fu Kwana was. Yet he was so eager to befriend Kantron. So Lum Tigu was very certain that he was from the Cayenne Corporation. After hearing this, Kantron felt that what he said made a lot of sense. It must be the truth. He sat down on a rickety chair, and then turned the question back to him. "If you are so sure I am with Cayenne Corporation, then why do you still want to help me at this point?" Kantron had basically figured him out. If Lulho Theksong already knew his identity but still wanted to associate, it meant he needed something from him, so there was no need to be too tense. Sure enough, after his question, Lum Tu Tigu revealed part of the truth. "Our organization does not care about backgrounds. As long as we share the same goals, anyone can join. Of course, you need to meet certain qualifications to join," he said. "Are you trying to recruit me? Then what role do you play in your organization?" "I never said you were qualified right now. Honestly, I think you and we are on different paths, but the boss has said, an organization needs all kinds of people, and everyone has their own strengths." Lum Tu Tigu stood up, moving closer to Kantron, his tone dangerously intense. Then, he suddenly leaned in, trying to use his overwhelming presence to force Kantron to spill the secret. "Khan Corporation arranged for Levi Kwong Nun to come in so grandly, then let you in. What exactly do you guys want to do? Or should I say, what are you trying to find?" "This is something I definitely need to ask Lo Kwang Yingya about," Kantron replied calmly, but deep down, he had no clue what was going on. Today, seeing Lum Tu's reaction, Kantron seriously wondered if he should go find Lo Kwang Yingya to clarify the cause and effect. The way he was acting so nonchalantly, like he could not care less, was driving Lum Tigu absolutely crazy. Realizing he could not dig up more information today, he reached out to tap the back of Kantron's neck. It was just a light touch, but it was enough to make him slump down. Before losing consciousness, he only heard the other guy say, "It is fine if you do not want to talk. Sooner or later, I will find out. Time to hit the hay early. Tomorrow morning, we still have to play chess with the boss." Kantron woke up again, the sound of water splashing reminding him that he was back in the cell. The countdown clock read 20 hours, 59 minutes, and 20 seconds, with less than a day left before time ran out. Early the next morning, before breakfast, Lum Tigu reported yesterday's events to the supervisor with a very animated expression. "Boss, last night I tried to use the twin demons in a tight spot to probe him. Guess what? He went straight for someone with a knife. His killing intent was pretty intense. I told you not to overdo it. A normal person in a tight spot with the twin demons would easily be taken down." Dippifan sighed. "Don't worry. I did not go overboard. Besides, you would not believe it. That kid managed to break free from the grip of the silent dream." As Lum Tu said this, the supervisor's expression grew more contemplative. He knew very well that a normal person could not escape the control of the silent dream. Those who could were truly exceptional, likely with a strong will. Meanwhile, Lum Tu, who had lost to Kantron the night before, was feeling quite anxious. He kept urging his boss to reconsider because Kantron's aura was too heavy. He was not suitable to join them. After hearing this, the supervisor lowered the chess piece in his hand, his face darkening. "For this mission, we have lost so many compatriots, and even 3 of us are locked up here. Tu, you need to understand that we can't be lenient with the darkness. We have to use fire." A little while later, it was Kantron's turn to wake up from an uneasy sleep, but surprisingly, this morning he heard a very familiar tune echoing through the prison called Farewell Song. Kantron was stunned. How on earth is this song playing here? Is this place the future of Earth or what? After changing his clothes, Kantron headed downstairs for breakfast. This morning was different from yesterday. All the old inmates were actively avoiding him out of fear. Of course, no crazy person was looking to bully Kantron anymore. As he got closer to Lam Tu, he noticed the dark circles under Kantron's eyes, but he still tried to act casual. "Good morning. Couldn't sleep last night." Kantron was fuming, thinking, was not he the one who knew best whether I could sleep or not? That silent dream had trapped him for a full 2 hours. And when he woke up, he definitely did not sleep well at all. Seeing Kantron so upset, Lam Tiu could not help but chuckle, laughing non-stop. Normally, after escaping a nightmare, people would feel drained and down. But he was something else. Not only did he break free from Tu's nightmare, but he was also standing here today pretty impressive. Right, the moment Le Thuc Dong spoke, Lam Tiu automatically made way for Con Tran. He sat down across from him and straightforwardly asked how he could become as capable as Lam Tiu. Le Thuc Dong chuckled. And it was the first time Con Tran saw him laugh like that. He was quite blunt. But he could not walk the same path as him. However, he was perfectly suited to follow mine. As soon as those words were spoken, Lam Tiu and Dip Fan's faces changed. And even Con Tran looked astonished. He knew Le Thuc Dong was no ordinary person. But he had no idea how much influence he wielded over this world. If he had directly asked, it would have revealed his identity as someone from another world. Con Tran decided to opt for a safer question. How can I walk your path? Don't get me wrong. Le Thuc Dong replied immediately. Dip Fan and Lam Tiu could not pursue my path because they met me too late. Even though I admire you now, it is still not enough. Con Tran nodded, signaling that he understood. Then looked down at the chessboard and asked if Le Thuc Dong wanted to play today. The result? He shook his head because for Le Thuc Dong, the most important thing about playing chess was facing a worthy opponent. If he won while his opponent was not in good spirits, it would not be fun at all. Meanwhile, Con Tran's dark circles under his eyes proved that his mental state was far from stable. I think you should go rest for a day, Le Thuc Dong said. The prisoners around them thought Con Tran had been let down and immediately perked up, eager to eavesdrop on the juicy gossip. But Con Tran had no intention of going back to his room and being useless all day. He wanted to solve this endgame. So he immediately made some bold moves on the board. The final move he made left Le Thuc Dong deep in thought for a while. He realized that Con Tran had used a red piece to lure his black piece into the game, corresponding to that aggressive advance, creating a deadly formation. This was a clever strategy that ordinary people could hardly think of. I thought your mental state was off, and even if I won, it would just be a lucky shot. But it turns out I was overthinking it. Le Thuc Dong burst into laughter, then accepted that he would lost this round. The prisoners surrounding them, who were enjoying the show, were in for another shock when they saw Con Tran win against Le Thuc Dong for 2 consecutive days. Lu Guangye was even more dramatically excited. It did not matter what he won, but just beating Le Thuc Dong once made his life feel worthwhile. So suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. He also wanted to learn how to play chess. And of course, Lu Guangye's followers just thought he was rambling nonsense. Con Tran was initially about to leave, but then he remembered something from the morning and stopped. Can I ask you something? So you are just treating this like a practice round from the last win? Alright then. Was that you playing the flute just now? Con Tran immediately asked. Your question caught both Fan and Lam Tiu off guard. They thought Con Tran would ask something really profound. But it turned out to just be about that tune. Yeah, I played it. What is it? Is it your first time hearing it? That is a song written by the founder of our organization. And he wrote the lyrics too. After hearing that, Con Tran could only laugh. He guessed that the founder of Lelo Tho Si Jiwis organization was someone from Earth. And a shameless one at that, since they stole someone else's song and claimed it as their own. Plus, Loho Thuk Si Nong's organization must have been around for a long time. But who knows when that senior crossed over. That is nice. Can you give me a complete version? Con Tran continued his request. Sure. But the lyrics of this song are not fully intact. After all, it has been so long that some things have faded away. Then, Lo Tho Hyung played a farewell tune for Con Tran, but the last line of the farewell tune did not match the original from Earth. Lo Tho Thexung mentioned that it was a line added by later generations, and he heard it was not like that before. So overall it feels like something is missing. Con Tran pointed out. How about we change that line to Chi Jiao Bun Len Lux? This is the original lyric from Earth. Con Tran just recited it. Maybe when that senior brought it to this world, it got lost over the years, but as soon as he finished listening, Lo Tho Thexung wore an expression like he just had an epiphany. Then, he chuckled. Thank you. That line is really nice. It feels like the original should have been like that. I heard the founder of that organization is really skilled in poetry. Every piece is a classic passed down through generations. It is just that it got lost in the age of functions. And now only 2 songs remain. So what is the name of the other song? Con Tran asked again. As for that, Lo Tho Veng replied. It is just that this song remains only a name. The seniors have turned the relic inside out, but still can't find the lyrics. Con Tran was left speechless once more. It seems it is not a coincidence anymore. That founder is definitely someone who crossed over. So the song Lo Thu Song just mentioned must be the canon in D by Johann Pachelbel. If you gave the lyrics to La Thuk Zang, with his admiration for that senior. Could you exchange it for a path of transcendence? Akan pondered for a moment, then decided to think this over a bit more. After the meal, he headed to the reading area. Luffy Kwang was there too, but he sat quite far away, acting all unfamiliar. Kan Trunen could not take it anymore and said, "No need to be so careful. Lo Thotho Zung already knows about our relationship, and he does not mind. Right now I need to rest. So you go to your own thing and do not bother me." As soon as Kan Trunen finished speaking, Luffy Kwang was approaching, and Nana began to kick it into high gear. "Come on. I am just chatting a bit. I want to take up your time, boss. I have been resting for so long that I do not even know what to call you. So I will just stick with boss for convenience. I guess by now Congo has mentioned me. I have been through a lot since I was a kid. My dad sold one of my kidneys for cash, and then replaced it with another organ. After that, Luffy Kwang started his sob story, going on for about 2,000 words. He talked so long without taking a breath, claiming he would only say a few words. Akantron felt dizzy listening to him. "Alright. What exactly do you want to say?" Kantron interrupted Luffy Kwang. Then he saw him putting on this extremely urgent face, begging him to teach him about strategy. Kantron was curious and asked why he wanted to learn about strategy. Surprisingly, this shallow guy responded right away, "Because it is so cool, boss. Even someone like Lo Thasi Zhang has been defeated by you. Is not that cool enough?" Kanantron sighed and took this chance to probe deeper. "Winning just a couple of rounds is a big deal. Of course. I can't even beat him. So winning at chess against him would be quite the achievement. I can't believe you managed to make friends with Allah Thusiang after coming here, and that you get along so well. With his status in prison no. 18. He probably knows where we can find what we need. Plus, if you inherit his skills, then you are definitely going to win the competition for the shadow position." Luffy Kwang is so easy to read. Just asking him one question got him to spill all this info. Akantron immediately realized a few things. First, Lo Thuvung's combat power is off the charts. Can he beat him? Second, he is here to find something. Third, he is competing for some position called the Shadow in his clan, to gather more intel in the future. Kain Trunken decided he would teach Lo Kuang Nung how to play chess. But just when Kayan Tron started to understand this world, the countdown clock was getting ready to hit 0. That night, he used the sharp end of his toothbrush to carve some characters into the cell floor, and then pinched his left arm with his right hand to make a large mark. Then he firmly gripped the toothbrush and sat on the bed, silently waiting for that moment. The past 2 days felt like a dream. He got to know a few people and learned a bit about this strange world. Kain Tron did not know if he could come back here again, so he decided to take it as it comes. When the countdown hit 0, just like last time, the space felt like it froze, then shattered once more. Kain Tron returned to his cramped room, still in the same position he was when he left, still holding that knife. Now there was a new countdown timer on his wrist, 48 hours, and on his left arm. The wound he made earlier was still there. All of this proved that what happened over the last 2 days was not just a dream. The first thing Kain Tron did was grab his phone. And surprisingly, it still showed the date he traveled to another world. He was in that strange place for 2 whole days, but only a second passed on Earth. Maybe by the time he gets back again, only another second will have passed over there. This must be the rule for time travelers. Right. Kain Tron thought to himself that it was for the best. No need to explain to everyone why he often vanished. Just then, he received a call from the Wong City police station, informing him that his dad had been detained for illegal gambling, and they wanted him to come down there. According to the administrative punishment law, he had to be detained and fined. And Kain Tron, as his guardian, needed to be there to complete the paperwork. "Sorry, but I am not coming. You guys can just take care of him." Based on the administrative punishment law, if found guilty, he could be detained for 10 to 15 days. And the fine could be anywhere from 500 to 3,000 yuan. "Feel free to hit him with the maximum fine." "Thanks," Kakantron replied coldly, adding, "I am not his son. I am just the one reporting the crime. I am just a good citizen." With that, he hung up without a second thought. Kain Tron set the phone down and flopped onto his bed, letting out a sigh. There were no messages from his mom. This made Kain Tron feel empty and yearn to return to that other world. The next morning, the first thing he did was write down the lyrics to a song. But if he showed this to the teacher, he would need to explain their significance, which felt a bit too risky. Amantron decided that before handing it over to him, he needed to determine whether it was worth anything. Then, Kaintron went to class as usual. And right when he got there, he ran into Nam Kanthan and immediately asked, "Did the teacher say anything about me skipping class yesterday?" It was just a simple question. But for some reason, Nam Kanthan suddenly froze, looking very startled. What? He replied in a daze. Nothing. Why do I feel like you are so tense? Tense? No way. Namcamp then responded. But his expression betrayed him. Seeing that the other did not want to talk, Contron did not push further. Just sat down and focused on flipping through his book. Namcamp then sat down next to him, and they sat in silence for a while. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore and turned to ask. Contron, if you encountered something really strange, what would you do? Strange? Like what exactly? Contron asked calmly, though his heart was slightly unsettled. I wonder if Namcamp is experiencing a time travel situation too. I am not sure. All I know is it is really weird. He replied vaguely, then just report it to the police. Right. Report to the police. Why did not I think of that? Contron. Does your family have someone working at the police station? Yeah. My dad just got arrested last night for organizing illegal gambling. He replied nonchalantly, leaving Namcamp then speechless. He did not say anything more, and Contron fell into deep thought. He kept wondering if the strange thing Namcamp then mentioned was about time travel. While lost in thought, Contron heard some classmates gossiping that American basketball superstar Taylor had just held a press conference, claiming he had traveled to a world where everything was robotic. Upon hearing this, Contron could no longer maintain his indifferent facade. Who would have thought that even foreigners experienced time travel and possessed a countdown timer? The Guardian immediately pulled out his phone to watch the live press conference. In the video, Taylor showcased a robotic arm that allowed him to sink 10 basketball shots from way downtown with pinpoint accuracy. In the video, Taylor mentioned that last night he was shocked to discover a countdown clock appearing on his wrist. When the timer hit 0, he found himself transported to a bizarre robot civilization. This place was also Earth, with a sun and moon. But it seemed to be a parallel universe, because the level of civilization there was completely different from our current Earth. When Taylor arrived, he already had that robotic arm, as if he had taken over the identity of someone else in that world, becoming a brand new person. He had no idea why this happened, but the power of that robotic arm was beyond his wildest dreams. Not to mention it was incredibly flexible and precise, capable of making basket after basket, even hitting 100 in a row. And when he returned to reality, he brought that arm along with him. He even said he held the press conference not to brag. The other side was not a paradise. It was extremely dangerous. Taylor's real purpose for holding the press conference was to warn everyone that he might be secretly taken for experiments. I mean, he wanted to make it clear that he refused to be a test subject. If I ever go missing one day, just know I have been taken. Konchan felt his hands go numb. Taylor was a public figure, so it was impossible to hide the fact that he suddenly had a robotic part. Even if he retired, he knew very well that the technology in that other world far surpassed current Earth, which is why he was afraid of being taken for some little experiment. He came up with this urgent solution, but Konchan did not think it was a good plan. He guessed that Taylor was just too scared, which led to this rash decision. He did not even know where Taylor had been transported, just that he definitely brought the robotic arm back to Earth from that world. Meanwhile, on his way there, he had tightly clutched a fork in his hand, and on his way back, he had held onto a toothbrush, but he could not bring those items back. It seemed that the only way to bring stuff from there was to enhance your body or hide them inside yourself. That day, not only was Taylor's press conference trending, but there were also tons of articles about people claiming they had crossed over to other worlds. Not only was there a robot civilization, but there were also superhumans surpassing ordinary people, some even awakening supernatural abilities. The Guardian was so engrossed he nearly lost his mind, his hands scrolling through the news, muttering to himself, "Superhumans. Robot civilizations could crossing over mean having a chance to become a superhuman." Meanwhile, some classmates were buzzing with excitement, discussing the surge in crossover claims, wondering if anyone in their school had crossed over too. Konchan took this opportunity to ask the Guardian, "The strange thing you mentioned earlier was about this." The Guardian shook his head and replied, "I can't tell you just yet, but do not worry. If I ever get the chance, I won't forget my you for sure. Yeah. Once we have gotten this far, let us not forget each other." Kontran almost has an answer now. This idiot. Just a moment ago he was scared out of his mind, and now he is acting like he is the king of the world. But hey, as long as he is happy, that is what matters. Sometimes, being a little clueless can bring more happiness. You know, after the god of luck said that, he dove right back into reading a trending article. After a bit, he turned to Kontran and started questioning, "I mean, if I could time travel, could I bring back some high-tech gadgets to sell here? Not sure though. It might not even be possible. I saw some people bringing back entire robotic arms." "Don't you worry. Once I strike it rich, I am definitely treating you to a meal. Seeing the god of luck so clueless, Kind Tran, who considers him his desk buddy, decided to give a warning. There are already quite a few people time traveling online, and they are all in danger. So Kind Tran advised the god of luck to be a bit more careful instead of just fixating on getting rich. He pondered for a few seconds, and Kind Tran thought maybe the god of luck was finally getting some sense. Little did he know that pondering was just him figuring out where to take Kind Tran out to eat once he had money. Talk about a real head in the clouds moment. Seeing that his words were not having any effect, he did not bother saying more. In class, a few classmates were buzzing with curiosity about the rules of time travel. Since they have never tried it, they obviously have no idea how terrifying that world can be, so they all want to give time travel a shot. As for Kind Tran, after scrolling through a bunch of posts and videos from time travelers, he managed to summarize 2 key points. First, the last countdown was 6 hours, and the countdown to return to Earth is 48 hours. This means that the time people travel to the robot world and the time to return to Earth is the same. That is the first group of time travelers. After that, someone who learned about this spoke up, claiming they had never traveled in time. But at the exact hour today, a countdown appeared. This must be the second group of time travelers. The next thing is, all the time travelers are young, specifically between the ages of 10 and 35. Not long after this news broke, someone online started impersonating a time traveler to cash in on some views. The god of luck stumbled upon a video featuring a chubby guy with a ridiculously fake robotic arm. Kind Tran suspected that the god of luck was not among the first time travelers, but was part of the group that saw the countdown clock appear at the exact hour. Otherwise, he would not have been so shocked watching Taylor's press conference. So the strange thing that the god of luck mentioned earlier is the appearance of that countdown clock. After serious consideration, Kind Tran came up with 2 possibilities. One is that the number of time travelers has not changed. If someone dies in that world, a new time traveler will take their place. The other possibility is that the number of time travelers is continuously increasing and will keep rising in the future. It would be awesome if someone in our school could time travel. That way, we could ask them about that world. After watching a bunch of videos, the god of luck began to express his thoughts. This made Kind Tran remember something. That is the son of the chairman of Viorlai Group, Hong Tian. He is a 10th grader at this school and guess what? He has been transported to another world. With that thought, Kind Tran immediately stood up to look for Hong Tian in the hallway. All the students were buzzing about the same topic. He felt like life was truly surreal. Not long ago, Kind Tran was just like them, a regular student, hustling hard to ace his studies and get into a top university. But after such a crazy event, his path was anything but ordinary now. Kind Tran headed to class 7 in the 10th grade, asking a classmate if Hong Tian was coming today. He even made up a reason for being there to return something. But the other guy just shook his head. This was completely within Kind Tran's expectations. Anyway, on the very first day of being transported, Hong Tian took a hit and suffered a major mental blow. So he might just be losing it. Later, Kind Tran asked for his address, but his classmate only knew he lived near Ho Vian Trung Ju Bank. The exact address was a mystery. Kind Tran thanked him and returned to his class. Throughout that lesson, he could not focus at all, and neither could his classmates. Math teacher Lian Hai Long knew perfectly well that his students were preoccupied with something else. So he just gave up, and the math class ended earlier than usual. As Dean Hai Long stepped out of the classroom, Namcam then shoved his phone in front of Kind Tran and said, "TU just dropped a new strategy guide. Who is ATU?" A Kind Tran shot back. Namcam then gave him a look like he was clueless and explained that HQTU is a big name in the gaming world. Just a few hours ago, he uploaded a video guide for a new game, but nobody had ever heard of it. Still, TU was dead serious about the strategy. Then, news about the world swap blew up. And now Jiang Si Men realized that the game guide TU uploaded seemed to connect to that other world. Hearing that, Kind Tran picked up the phone to take a look. At the beginning of the tutorial video was a note from TU. Since this game is quite special, I can show you the gameplay. Then, TU explained that the world they lived in was the outside world, and the world within the game was the inside world. He had just entered the inside world, so his information was still a bit limited, but Kind Tran guessed that he was also a fellow traveler, and his game strategy was just a metaphor for the robotic world after the swap. Yet, he still seriously continued watching the video. In it, TU provided information about 3 career paths. The first was to use advanced technology to enhance oneself by going to armored hospitals to buy expensive robotic parts. He had not tried this method yet since he had not found a way to make money, and in that world, the quickest way to make money was to sell organs. But he did not recommend anyone try that route. The second path was to join a forbidden referee guild, which could transform you into a new kind of humanity. But ETUTU still has not found the NPC link to the organization because it is pretty mysterious. The last resort is the career path in prison No. 18. Where a guy named Luthasizong holds the key to the highest potential career path. Akantron is completely at a loss for words. Is ETUTU really turning time travel into a real-life virtual game? Luthofivang has also been transformed into an NPC in this game by him. The next time you time travel there, will there be any fools who follow this power guide and rush to prison No. 18 to find him? But from Hitiu Taiyu's video, Khan Trunkun confirms that Lao Thaoziwang is very famous in the other world, to the point that He Taiyu already knows about him just 48 hours after entering. It is pretty much like saying nothing. Buying armor parts requires money. The Arbitration Guild's taboo has no information. And even finding prison No. 18 is not guaranteed. So how on earth would they get in? Namcamthan beside him is sighing heavily. The time travel buzz has been making waves at school for quite a while, until new news broke in the afternoon. It felt like dark clouds were overshadowing everyone's excitement. It is about a young male student confirmed to be a time traveler who was murdered at home. The killer even recorded a video of the crime, showing him cutting off the armored legs of that student. Immediately, many people who revealed their identities as time travelers fell into fear, especially those who brought mechanical parts from that world back, fearing they would become the killer's next target. After the media received the news, someone made a prediction. That is, by killing a time traveler, you could replace them and time travel again next time. This news made the students realize that time travel is not a piece of cake falling from the sky, but a tragedy. The more Namcanthan watched, the darker his expression became. So Kaintron reminded him once again. He has watched the news too. I am just saying. If you also time travel there, remember to keep it a secret. Do not go blabbing. Okay, after all this trouble to change your fate, why did it suddenly turn into such a terrifying game? Namcanthan blocked the way and asked, why do you think we are so broke? Because while other people's dads are working their butts off to make money, your dad is just casually trying to earn some cash. Rakantron replied with his usual bland humor. What about your dad? Namcanthan asked again. My dad is busy gambling like crazy. Akantron's deadpan response made Namcanthan crack a smile. He even told him he was the one who reported his dad, sending him to jail so he could reflect on himself. After hearing that, Namcanthan was initially sweating, then suddenly burst out laughing. Hey, why did not you report my dad too? This time, it was Kaintron who was left speechless. They were sitting in class, but no one cared about what the teacher was saying. Flipping to the second page of the chart. Meanwhile, Kaintron's mind was drowning in a sea of knowledge. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, his expression twisted. He had to analyze too many things. It was becoming unbearable. From above, golden leaves continued to fall with silent knowledge as Kaintron held them in his hands. He could not help but ponder. Today, the time travelers seemed to be clustered in over 10 cities, almost as if it was preordained. After a moment, he clenched the pile of leaves with a determined expression, realizing that those time travelers were all gathered in one place. Just as the clock ticked to the jungle, Akantron burst out of class like a storm. It was 5:50 p.m. break time. This made Kanthan shake his head. Judging that this kid was skipping again, Kaintron seemed unwilling to waste a single second, jumping off the wall with an indifferent look. The moment he got home, he changed into a fresh outfit. As Kaintron walked, he was glued to his phone, eager to absorb every bit of information. Looking at the piece on the screen, he felt a surge of curiosity, wanting to check out what had happened since Hong Tian returned. In that world, he had encountered something, even though he did not know the specific location in which building or on which floor. Before long, he arrived at the bridge, feeling exhausted. No pain, no gain. You definitely need a strong body and mind to face this dangerously unpredictable world. While Kaintron was running, his thoughts drifted. Perhaps due to the different state of mind, fragmented memories began to unlock in his mind, weaving together the chains that his family and living conditions had imposed on him, slowly being released. Soon, the night enveloped the city. Kaintron looked at the door in front of him, marveling at its grandeur. No wonder it was an upscale neighborhood everyone had to scan to enter. He wondered if the door needed a scan too. Inside a house, a group was partying with music. Seeing that scene, he could not help but exclaim, House of death. Machines. But then, right before his eyes, Akantron saw the image of Hong Tian being dragged away by two men while his voice echoed, Monster. Monster. Akantron thought of a name instinctively. It was Hong Tian. Even though he felt a bit scared, he could only watch their silhouettes. However, Kaintron had no idea that a shadow inside the car was watching him. It did not rush to act, just remained silent. Then they just left without saying a word. Meanwhile, Tron was in a frenzy, wondering who they were and why they wanted to take Hong Tutn. Could it be because of his identity as a time traveler? This was definitely no coincidence. Unable to get what he needed, he hurriedly left the place. But just a few steps in, Tron sensed a pair of piercing eyes watching him. Someone was tailing him. He recalled the earlier moment, slowly realizing that ever since he turned to leave, that guy had been following him for 5 blocks. Turns out, that person had been on high alert the entire time. Still, Tron kept his cool and continued walking, while dialing home. I will be a little late tonight. Just then, he paused, almost as if to confirm something, as the man behind him passed by. It was not until that figure melted into the crowd that his heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally began to calm. With only 20 seconds left on the red light, Tron stood there, dazed. But he soon felt the tense vibe coming from the person next to him. He glanced sideways, realizing he would seen this guy outside his dorm. This was not a coincidence. He was being stalked. Feeling powerless, Tron stared into the void ahead. What kind of mysterious organization was this, trained to such an extent, keeping tabs on time travelers? As he hesitantly crossed the street, he thought maybe he was not the first time traveler. Perhaps he was the second or even the third. Otherwise, if someone knew about time travelers today, there would not be such an immediate reaction. These guys must have been prepared for this. Yet, that guy was still glued to his tail, shouting about selling candied haws. He could not afford to mess this up. Crisp. Crisp. He muttered. Hello. Is this the police? A bit later? Finally the green light appeared. Taking his chance, Tron immediately stopped. This was the moment. After all that, he chose to head back to where he had just been. The man saw this and hurriedly reported through his earpiece. The target has not crossed the street. He has turned back. How much longer until you get here? But unfortunately, the earpiece crackled with a voice. No good. I won't reach the surveillance spot for another 2 minutes. Just then, he seemed to sense something was off. Wait a second. He looked around the quiet night, only to shout. Lost him. The voice from the earpiece crackled again. I bet he knows we are onto him. He is skilled. On the other end, Lo Vin was sprinting while speaking. That kid is only 17 or 18. He might still be in high school. If he realizes we are following him, he is definitely something else. As their words echoed in his ears, Tron was casually walking away. And did you notice? He handled everything so naturally. When he stopped to make that call, even I could not tell he would figured us out. He relayed this through the earpiece to his partner. Otherwise, I would have subdued him right then. But the other guy seemed a bit confused. I am really curious. Why do you suddenly want to follow him? We have got a ton of missions today. No need to waste time on some random guy. Even though Lo Vin is on the hunt, he still keeps reporting in. It is not like he has suddenly changed his mind. It is just that when the captain was escorting target 009, I noticed he was avoiding the captain's gaze. Meanwhile, Tron was in another place, sitting down after a tiring escape, just trying to see if he had completely shaken off his pursuers before heading home. As he picked up his phone to check the situation, he could not help but wonder, could the streamer be in trouble too? How many mysterious organizations are running around the country? Anyway, at that moment, a police car zoomed past him. While on the other side, a man shouted, What is going on? Is there a problem? The woman next to him quickly replied, Isn't he that the building where a guy beats his wife? That poor woman had to go to the hospital before. So what happened? That husband still has not changed his ways. The wife wanted a divorce, but he just kept hitting her. He even threatened to kill her entire family if she tried to leave. The man asked, So what is up today? Did he hit her again? But it sounded like there was something else going on with him. The woman replied, You are right about that. Right in front of Tron was an ambulance taking someone away. While the chatter continued, I was going to stop that guy earlier. But turns out it was the wife who was hitting him this time. He came home late from drinking and wanted to beat her again. And as everyone can see, you have probably heard the news about people time traveling. Right. It seems like his wife might be one of them too. But when they saw the guy lying on the stretcher, the whispers got even louder. At first, he just took the hits. He did not dare fight back, crying out in pain. But maybe he was pushed to the breaking point and snapped, breaking that husband's arm. Looking into the house, Tron saw a little girl huddled in a corner amid the commotion. It was just sad for that poor kid. She is only a few years old and already suffering like this. As he approached, the little girl looked up, her face stained with tears as she called, "Big brother." Kenantron thought back. It has been 2 years now, and he could not count how many times he would seen that mother and daughter crying together downstairs. He remembered how this little girl, Lovivan, would always run to his house whenever her parents fought. Kantron continued with his story. Recalling the first time he made fried rice for her to eat, Kanantron realized that every time that man saw his wife talking to another guy, he would hit her. Now that his arm is broken, well, he kind of had it coming. Luang Ven was crying as she explained, "Big brother, my mom told me to come to your house and wait for a bit. But I knocked for so long. You were not home." Kantron bent down to pat the little girl's head, comforting her. "It is. Have you eaten yet? If not, I will make you some fried rice." "I have not eaten either." Suddenly, he felt something off. Kantron quickly locked the door. Luang Van saw him acting like that and asked, "Big brother, what is wrong?" He turned to the girl and said, "It is. First things first. Just do not say anything. The police car is outside." Kantron gently pulled aside the curtain, carefully observing the outside, and he heard footsteps. 2 men appeared, and Kanan Trudanunan quickly recognized them as the same group he had encountered in the SUV at Central Park. They sure got here fast. Loku Vin suddenly sensed something and looked toward the window where Kan Trudanen and Lalong Vian were. Trempern Vinvling asked, "What is it?" La Vin replied, "Nothing. Just looking around. I feel like someone is watching me. But maybe I am just overthinking it. Let us go upstairs and get to the main business." Kan Tran was still watching the two of them, thinking, if Luang Ven's mom gets caught, that would be a disaster. Her dad is hospitalized after being beaten up, and now her mom's been taken by some mysterious organization. What will happen to her? This is not good. I can only react to whatever comes next. Luho Vang Vinan had been observing him but still did not understand what was happening. She remained silent, watching Kan Tran from behind. He was worried, thinking, there is no movement at all. If they are really taking someone, at least there should be some struggle or resistance. Kan Trian saw the 2 men getting back into their car and wondered, what the heck is going on? Are they just leaving without anything happening? Do they not want to kidnap someone? He heard a noise from the door. Kan Trunen and Lalzing Vine stood at the door as Jiang Tai shyly said, "Sorry to bother you again." Her robotic fingers nervously fiddled with her hair. Kan Tru replied, "It is no problem. I was just about to make some food for Lalo Vang Vian. I really like her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tai said, "Thank you." She turned to Lavosung Van and said, "Come on, Taiyu Van. Let us go home with mom. Listen to me. Do not bother anyone anymore." The girl resisted, saying, "But I am still hungry. Everything in the house got knocked over by those 2, and there is nothing to eat at home." Her mom frowned at that, with a sad look. She said, "Taiyu Van," Kontruan politely suggested. "I heard Taiyu Van say you both have not eaten anything. Why do not you join me for a meal?" Jiang Tai was taken aback by the invitation. She thought, although this kid helped me before, he has never been this proactive about inviting anyone. "Why today?" Akan Trinan explained. "I really want to know more about time travel. So I would like to ask you a few things." "How should I address you?" Luing Van's mom introduced herself, saying, "My name is Jiang Tai." Akan Tru replied, "I just wanted to ask you, Jiang Tai, a few questions about that world. Can you share?" Luong Ven took her mom's hand and pulled her in. Jiang Tai smiled and said, "Well, I guess I am bothering you then. There is nothing I can talk about, so feel free to ask any time." Kan Trunen looked at her, wondering how someone so gentle could survive in such a harsh world. The dining table was laid out with delicious dishes, and Luo Vang Van's eyes lit up. She picked up a piece and put it in her mom's bowl, saying, "Hurry up and eat." Kan Trunen watched the mother and daughter care for each other with love. He asked, "I saw the police come to handle the case. What did they say?" Jiang Tai explained. "The neighbors also spoke on my behalf. They were going to take me to the station, but they saw I was still tired. Plus, it was self-defense. So they did not take me away. If anything happens, just call me." "You asked next." "I saw 2 more people after that." "What were they here for?" Jiang Tai replied honestly. She was not sure what they were up to. They just had her fill out a form, took a picture of her head, and left. Kind Tran asked, "That is it?" She continued, "They also said they might come looking for her again later, telling her not to rush to leave Lakthan, but they did not say what they wanted with her." "Right." She also saw them hand some documents to the police. And then the police explained the situation to the 2 of them. Kind Tran While eating, analyzed. It seems like they do not just arrest anyone who time travels. Plus they had proper paperwork. Not just some crazy folks like we imagined. You asked again. Okay. Jiang Tayat. What is your status in that world? What about these two arms of yours? Jiang Tayat explained clearly. She runs a machinery repair shop on 18th Street in the city, actually helping people fit mechanical limbs onto others. But after she time traveled there, she did not understand anything. When someone came to fit mechanical limbs, all she could say was that she had no stock, that mechanical arm. She already had it when she got there. And it came back with her. Contran continued to dig into the story. I once saw Prison No. 18 mentioned in an introduction about a time traveler. Where is that place? She answered, it is adjacent to 18th Street in the city. That prison is quite famous. It seems to be where they hold serious offenders. A maximum security prison in the Federation. Contran was surprised and asked, a Federation system? How does Jiang Tayat know about this? She said, well, when she first time traveled, it was only 2 days in, and she was totally confused. Lai Don, curious, asked, what is the name of your repair shop? She replied, it is called Jiang Tayat Mechanical Limb Repair Shop. Why do you ask? The girl, popping a piece of rice into her mouth, replied, just wondering. Jiang Tayat questioned, Tran, why are you so curious about that world? He replied, I also want to time travel there to see what it is like. I really admire those time travelers. Jiang Tayat's expression hardened. She said seriously, that world is very dangerous. Besides the people from Lai Company, Tran Company, Khan Company, Shenai, and Lukti Lo Group, everyone else lives in a sea of fire and water. It is not even worth living compared to this world outside. Contran said nothing and continued eating. After finishing her meal, Jiang Tayat suggested she clean up. The two of them cleaned together, and Contran asked, do you have any plans for the future? Jiang Tayat was wiping the table with her robotic hand. She answered Contran's question. She wants to take Xiao Van to her great-grandmother's house in Zheng City for a few days. And they will leave tomorrow, Jiang Tayat continued. And then come back to divorce the girl's father. Contran heard this and said, then buy the tickets early. A lot of people go to Zheng City every day. It won't be easy to get tickets. She agreed. That is true. Jiang Tayat was on her phone, worriedly asking, why can't we buy tickets? Contran noticed and realized. Indeed. A verbal warning is just a warning. They have actually restricted actions already. Contran glanced over at Jiang Tayat, who was silently deep in thought. After failing to buy the train ticket, Jiang Tayat tried a few more times. But the result was still the same. Still unable to buy a ticket. Your eyes seem a bit sad. Lost in thought. That mysterious organization has eyes and ears everywhere. I do not want to be trapped in this city. So no matter what their intentions are, I can let my identity slip. The TV blares in the living room. And the brave little pup is not afraid of challenges. Lu Hong turns to look at him and says casually, Kaka. I have never really looked straight at your mom before. The girl blinks and whispers. Don't tell me you invited my mom into your room, because you think she is beautiful today. Contran feels a bit helpless. What are you talking about? Don't think too much. The girl quickly retorts. Your mom is beautiful. You know. She is even the art teacher at Buckeye Primary School. Just then, Jiang Tayat walks out with a bright smile. Contran. I noticed you have some dirty laundry lying around. How about I take it home and wash it for you? She pauses for a moment and adds sympathetically. It must be tough living here all by yourself after your parents divorced. Next time you have dirty clothes, just bring them to my place, and I will wash them for you. But he quickly protests. Wait, I can wash them myself. However, she does not seem to care and casually takes Sung Van Ent's hand. Come on. Taiyu Van, let us go home. Your Contran still has to study. He stands there. Stunned for a moment, the scene quickly shifts to nighttime. With the phone lying still in his hand. Lying on his bed. Thoughts race through Contran's mind as his classmates continue discussing time travel. Even tonight that situation with Jiang Tayat has become a hot topic in the city. Over on the other side. Tu has not revealed her newfound powers related to the inner world yet. Glancing at his phone screen, he thinks. Still no news about my mom. On the screen, a call from his mom is coming through. Contran sits up on his bed and quietly answers. Hello. His mom's voice comes through the phone. To Truna. I have sent some money for your dad. He gently chats with his mom. Emma. I have got to tackle my homework this week. However, she keeps talking. Suddenly mentioning that Hao has a fever. I want to be able to visit you this weekend. Alright then. Make sure you get to bed early and do not slack off on your studies. A brief silence fills the air before he softly replies. Okay. Contran ends the call. His face briefly clouded with sadness as he thinks to himself, finally, she called me. But it seems she forgot that I skipped class. He flops his phone down onto the bed with a thud. He lies back on the bed, hand over his forehead, lost in thought. It is nothing now. The scene shifts to show the time displaying 8:40 p.m. 7:20 am. Counting down, Contron is running mindlessly, tilting his head back to look up, realizing he has already washed all his dirty clothes. Giant Tite is really dedicated. Giant Tite leans out the window, smiling as she calls out, Contron, I have made porridge. Come up and eat. He raises a hand to wave it off lightly. No need, miss. Yet inside, he thinks it has been ages since anyone's treated him this nicely. He can get used to it right away. Then Kyan-tron takes a bite of the snack in his hand, his clothes freshening up. He steps into school amidst the noisy chatter of students. Suddenly, Ving Jieda grabs his hand. The guy raises an eyebrow, looking at him curiously as he asks, are you gearing up to snag those nanotech socks from that scam group? Or are you looking to test the waters with that rich lady who is throwing money around for a son? You have not checked the announcements in our class group. Have you? Someone from the neighboring class is time traveling. And they are in the classroom right now. Kyan-tron is baffled by what is happening. Wait, how do you know that person is a time traveler? Yesterday, there was not anyone in that class sporting any high-tech gear. The clear voice of the guy rings out. He is just boosting. After chatting with friends in class yesterday, he could not back it up, so he just dropped it. Left Thun Language School has a bunch of time travelers. In a school with over 2,000 students. There are already 4 discovered here. Then how many are there nationwide? Even if there are only a dozen cities with time travelers, that still means the numbers are pretty significant. A little map is sketched out in Contran's mind. The fear is that the rules of time travel, being limited to just a few cities, will be discovered by others soon enough. What if, by that time, the entire nation funnels into these 10+ cities, all claiming to be part of the 3rd, 4th, or 5th group of time travelers? For now, it seems unlikely. But if a 3rd group does appear to prove this theory, then it will become a reality. He pretends to stroll down the hallway amidst the chatter of the surrounding girls, fearing that soon enough, these 10+ cities, including Lost City, will become a bustling hub. Dachu shyly follows the teacher along with another boy. Contran gently pats his shoulder and whispers, the one being escorted by the teachers must be a time traveler. We are late? Let us head to class. He sits in class, chin resting on his hand, deep in thought. The people from that secret organization will be here soon. Tonight is the time for time travel. And we can't afford any more troubles. They might restrict movement, but they may also uncover Sivas. Right. Even though it has been a while since I have been here, there are very few cameras now. But nothing is absolute. Contran closes his eyes and finally makes his choice for tonight. Aside from going to the restroom, I can leave here. Just then, someone shouts for him. Contran. Contran. Look over there. Can then next to him yells. Little Tio's new power is out. He casually picks up his phone to check it out. Hello everyone. I am Little Tio. Due to some special reasons, I could not update my new power yesterday. The frame on the phone transforms into a golden chair, and today I will reveal my new power, which is describing the documentary version of the game world. The struggle of the shadows from the Khan Group. A tall building with a special insignia appears. The Khan Group is one of the 5 major companies in the inner world, and the shadows are those who hold power over the underworld within the Khan Group. Hands reach out towards the insignia of the group as if trying to grasp it. It is said to be a tradition that has lasted over 1,000 years. Every so often, a new shadow is chosen, and this selection process is like a dramatic play. The entire world revolves around the group's emblem, and the moment the new shadow is chosen, the inner world is thrown into turmoil. 8 mysterious figures have appeared in the form of glass panels, and there are now 8 nominees for the shadow position, each one of them uniquely gifted. These 8 candidates are named Kine Hoi, Kine Van, Kine Tha, and one incredibly mysterious person whose identity I still can't uncover. He lowers his head, carefully pondering. Perhaps this is why I ended up in prison number 18. A documentary. Haha. It is like a revenge film starring the stars. The clock reappears. Counting down. 6 hours. 19 minutes. 29 seconds. Contran stands up and glances at Can then. The tension written all over his face. Your silence and the expression on your face seem a bit unclear. If this guy really did time travel to prison, no. 18. Then I guess I will take the risk of exposing my identity to help him out. And then you calmly said, if I am saying if you time travel tonight, You absolutely have to be careful. You have heard it online. Right. The world inside is not safe. He jolted a bit and stammered. I am not a time traveler. Contran casually pushed the classroom door open, turning to leave with a parting remark. Deep down, he knew everything was fine. He silently thought to himself, if he could hold on to his secret until now, it shows this kid knows a thing or two. Night fell quickly, and a hand lightly grasped the doorknob. Jang Tyet walked in, her familiar smile lighting up the room. Kind Tran stood at the door and gently asked, Jang Tyet, is there something you need? She spoke softly. It is like this. You know I am a time traveler. Right. The countdown is almost up. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, her tone noticeably anxious. The world inside is very dangerous. And she was not sure if she could make it back. Jang Tyet's next words made Contrant's eyes widen slightly. If she can return tomorrow, could you help look after little Van for a day? He boldly insisted, completely contradicting her. Why would you say that? You definitely can make it back. You have no idea how dangerous that world is. Which is why you are comforting me like that. But I know exactly how it is. Jang Tyet's youthful face turned pale. In that world, without the backing of the 5 major corporations, a life is not worth much. Her voice was steady, and she was not asking him to take care of little Van for too long. Tomorrow, the girl's great-grandmother would be coming from Zheng City. The corners of his mouth curled up in a refreshing smile. Sure, I will help you out, but I still hope nothing happens to you. Jang Tyet let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. She pulled out a key and held it out. Here's my house key. I am leaving it with you, so if anything happens, you can easily get in. Contran took the key and observed it silently for a while. Thoughts gradually forming in his mind. This can be seen as trusting me. Right. He opened his mouth and stuffed something resembling a wispy into it. The countdown. 9 minutes. 59 seconds. The countdown clock chimed while he was pinching himself. Finally, Contran sat still on his bed, not bothering to move. The surroundings quickly transformed into a coated area. The space ruptured and ultimately landed on a fluffy white pillow. Contran lay on the bed, silently propping his forehead up with his hand. Yet the smile on his face showed no signs of hiding. Thank goodness he time traveled to this place. If he had not tried hard before, it would have been wasted. It was tough to win favor from Lai Thuk Dong, and he almost lost it all. So Contran slowly began to think carefully again. Regardless of what Lai Thuk Dong's identity was, but the strength of Xiao Xiao has confirmed one thing. This character has a significant influence in this world. Now I can be sure that every time I time travel, it always stops at the moment I returned last time. The images of the time traveler are now flashing through Kind Tran's mind. That catchy Kanung tune I have memorized still works. Most time travelers would feel lost, unsure of how to get what they want, but I have already jumped to where the time traveler is. And maybe other time travelers have witnessed the dazzling sights of this strange world outside. But that is not what matters. Looking at the USP still damp in Kind Tran's hand, he reassures himself that as long as he has this within him, he can pass through the wall. He rubbed his chin, glancing at the wound he just inflicted on himself to travel from the outside world into here. The wound will follow him, which shows that this time-traveling body is still tied to the body from the outside world. A vast prison scene filled with mechanical equipment unfolds. I lean into my own method, slowly piecing together knowledge about this world, knowledge about the time-traveling mechanism. He steps up to a large door, quietly observing, for some reason, compared to the outside world, that lifeless atmosphere, I find the lively sounds I have not heard in the past 2 days strangely comforting. On Kind Tran's arm, the remaining time in this world is displayed. Just 2 short days left. Will the countdown change later? Will it be longer or shorter? As he steps outside, he runs into 2 prisoners, who seem to sense the presence of someone else. Tiu raises his hand in a charismatic greeting, no matter how calm he is. The other prisoners look utterly shocked. He immediately turns his head, and the crowd falls silent. Akan Tron strides away, leaving them to whisper among themselves. Hey. He just greeted us. Did you see that? He is smiling at us. Akan Tron's brown pupils glance down. It must have been midnight last night when a new group of people arrived here. Looking at the crowded group below makes Kind Tron even more anxious. And the second batch of time travelers from the outside world has probably already entered this realm. What do I need to do to find the time travelers? If there really are others like me, how do I hide my identity? Suddenly, he spots an unexpected sight. Wait. Is that Lu Hijar from the class next door? I can go down now. He will definitely recognize me. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from above, causing Ijh's face to turn pale. There is someone new. We need to entertain ourselves a bit. Kwangina reveals a smug grin and says, Welcome to prison number 18. This quickly catches Kind Tran's attention. I was already annoyed with that kid. Kuni. But this time I find him a bit more relatable. He's eyes can't hide his fear. Prison number 18. Finally, he leans forward and asks, "Excuse me, who is the time traveler?" The prisoner being asked grumbles, "Is this guy trying to use connections?" He points to a spot. "There. That person down there." His golden brown pupils reveal his true intentions. Indeed, Tatiutu is not lying. Seeing the serious demeanor of that man makes Chiji feel a bit of joy. Clearly, this middle-aged man is a hidden boss. The group of people was enjoying their time, while the little guy, with a lazy lift of his brows, watched as Chichaza screamed and ran from the crowd behind him. "This is bad. I need to find Lothu Sazang right away." Suddenly, a hand shot out and flicked his forehead. The little guy looked down at him from above, a bit curious. It was strange. A newcomer daring to seek out our boss. Panicking, the Kieju stuttered, "I am here to take on a mission. I am one of us?" His expression slowly shifted to skepticism and disbelief. "What is this all about? I have never seen these people in the organization before. Moreover, what the hell? Why play the snake game if you are going to get caught?" This made him even more frantic. "I am really here for a mission. It is a job transfer." However, he stubbornly shoved Ichaishu aside, telling him to get lost. What was he doing just standing there? "Get him out of here," he snapped, while the guys behind him broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh man. We are just doing our job out here." Still, he stubbornly knelt down and cried out, "Lothofug, I am here for the job transfer." The Xiong remained silent for a long time, not saying a word. This silence piqued the curiosity of the crowd of prisoners. Soon their expressions twisted into wicked smiles. "What is that kid saying? He's gone crazy." "Right. This is just too funny." The little guy waved his hand, feeling utterly frustrated. "Another crazy one." Chija struggled against the pull of the prisoners. Where did he go wrong? He had crossed over to prison no. 18. After all, didn't they say this place was the starting point for the selection process? According to what Tiu Taigu mentioned, there are 3 career paths. The other 2 were just casual mentions. But this prison no. 18 path seemed the most promising. He reached out toward the fading shadow of the boy. But it seemed this was not the right place for a job transfer. Did he misunderstand? His cries of pain made Taiyu To turn back. "Wait, you let me." One of them immediately shouted, "Damn it. This punk even dared to bite me." Chase after him. Weak HH's small hand formed a fist at the exit door number 4. He crazily pounded on the door and shouted, "Let me up. They want to torture me. Let me up." Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. A robot appeared out of nowhere, making his whole body tremble. Its massive and terrifying form was enough to intimidate Akichar. His screams echoed throughout the prison. And Kan-tron, walking down the hallway, could not help but think to himself, is this kid out of his mind? Just arrived in a new world, and he does not know he should assess the situation first. Then, Taiyudo sat down beside the table, speaking softly. "Have you noticed anything strange lately? Just the other day, a kid came in and went totally nuts, saying something about getting lost, acting like he was the heir of some major financial group. Today another idiot shows up, and right away he wants you to assign him a mission. What kind of mission could that be?" The Fiwang calmly closed his eyes and replied, "There is indeed something odd going on." A cat on the table opened its emerald green eyes wide. It nervously pulled its paw back, scratching its head. "Wait. Where's that kid Kind-tron? He was so eager to go out for a meal yesterday. Why is he nowhere to be found today? But these guys from the righteous side are just enjoying the show. Haha. What a bunch of idiots. Look at him being dragged away by the guards." Contran walked by him, quietly instructing, "After we finish eating, have your people control everyone who just arrived. Let us greet them and see what their status is in the outside world. I know greeting is their usual protocol, but do not go too hard on them. Life is not easy for anyone," he quickly replied. "Got it." Kind-tran's brows furrowed tightly, wondering if there are still any time travelers hiding their identities. If they really exist, then they definitely can create identities out there. If they can clearly state their background, they must be locals. If not, they are time travelers. Some prisoners following the righteous side glanced at Con-tran and whispered, "Wait. Do you see over there? How did he already make it to the 6th floor? Yet." He still calmly gave orders. "Stop looking." A thought flashed in his mind. It is just that the male guardian did not time travel to this prison number 18. Kind-tran was slowly carrying his meal tray when he saw the righteous guy glance at him, immediately saying, "You go ahead. I got." He thought silently. Probably no more time travelers just arrived. Thukdong sat calmly in his chair as if waiting for someone. Kind-tran approached and casually asked, "Still playing chess today?" He gently replied, Not anymore. I have not played in a few days. I have things to think about. Plus there is a guest arriving soon. A flicker of light sparkled in his eyes. An uninvited guest. Contran asked Le Thukdong, who sat across from him. Just now I saw something happening downstairs. What is going on? You were eating while discreetly sizing him up. Anyone who could make Le Thukdong call them an uninvited guest had to be someone formidable. Right now. He did not want to get involved in anything uncontrollable, so there was no need to ask too much. His eyes closed, revealing no emotions. I do not know either. Contran did not press the issue further, thinking to himself, even Le Thukdong does not know. It must be his first time facing something like this. That stupid Lu Dizu thinks this is all just a game. On his, a countdown displayed 37 hours. When suddenly a commotion from behind caught their attention. A tall figure stood at the main gate. It seemed to be a new prisoner. Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned upon seeing him. Quachuthian, the muscular one, stepped in, flanked by a squad of guards. Surveillance equipment circling around him, finally forming a circle above Quachuthian. Contran glanced at him, quietly assessing. This is the first time I have seen someone escorted like this in broad daylight. And it is also the first time the prison guards at number 18 are this numerous. Just by looking, it was clear that Hothian was someone powerful. Before, I thought the previous judge was strong. But compared to this prisoner, he was still a level below. He stepped inside, and the guards gradually left. Quachuthian aggressively grabbed the mouth of a nearby prisoner, his hand squeezing the other's head. He hissed each word through gritted teeth. Where is Le Thukdong? The unfortunate prisoner, pale and weak, pointed behind him, pinpointing the exact spot of the Kion Tron group. Quachuthian tossed that guy like a sack of sand. Striding forward, Lotho Vung stood up, shocked at how straightforward this guest was. His name is Quachuthian. You have heard of him. Right. He stepped away from his seat to block their path, saying, wait a second. You and Depfon step back. Do not get hurt. Diavin not could help but glance at Kion Tron. If the boss is personally warning about this little matter, then it is clear we underestimated just how much the boss cares about him. Lu Kuang-Yena watched the hurried steps of Quachuthian. He has arrived. No wonder the boss said a monk from the south was coming here. He could not hide his excitement. Since the boss got here, he had not searched for clues. Just played chess with Lotha Fang and read books every day. It felt like he was just chilling, as if waiting for Quachuthian to stir the waters. And then we could just sit back and enjoy the spoils. How great is that? Quachuthian boldly reached out to Lothichu Zing. No more beating around the bush. My goal this time is the forbidden item S005. Tell me where it is hidden. I will grab it and leave right away. He calmly patted the back of the little cat twice, signaling he wanted to set it down. The Qiang smiled, assessing his tone. You gotta be polite to your seniors. That is how you avoid getting the short end of the stick. Athan did not want to waste words. Just hand over the forbidden item S005. And I will be polite with you. He wondered why Hexdio wanted the forbidden item. Why is the Hexdio organization suddenly interested in forbidden items? From your tone, I thought you were already in the forbidden court. He had always been straightforward from the start. Our FTO organization opposes supernatural items, so we won't pass up any help. Although your knight organization is on a different path, we share the same goal. You must understand that. Right. The Thizong wanted to know how they found him. So why come to prison? No. 18 first. He worked for the Hexdio organization, so he certainly knew. There are rumors outside that the Tron Financial Group has signed a pact with you, and as long as you can control it, you will have absolute freedom in this prison. No. 18. And the forbidden item you personally control must have immense power. He immediately denied it like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. You misunderstood. I am not doing any business with Trontartham. Do not go believing in rumors and jumping to conclusions. Akain Tron understood the situation after hearing their conversation. Even in the little ones, there were mentions of the Forbidden Court. Probably because of that forbidden item. The forbidden item Quachuthian mentioned must be what I am searching for. Perhaps this is also a trial mission in my struggle for the Throne of Shadow. Quachuthian boisterously demanded to know where S005 is. Lothothosung lowered his head as if ignoring him. I know where it is, but I won't tell you. He stomped angrily, shaking the whole room. The high-level control alert immediately blared. Warning. Warning. He shot a questioning look at Alotha Kurlong. Wow. The alarm keeps blaring. Warning. Warning. And he seriously responds to Huthian. No reason at all. Just because I really like S005. The laser projectors are buzzing around him, leaving everyone confused. Why is the metal storm being activated now? There is always going to be chaos for at least half an hour. Only when the machinery can control the situation does the metal storm get triggered. Kaintran looks around the room, realizing he miscounted 36 out of 71 metal storm machines are already online. Quachuthian is not too bothered. He spreads his legs and charges straight at Lai Thuk Dong, ready to throw down. His fist is just inches away from the guy. While the metal storm is still powering up, it fires continuously, sending the prisoners into a frenzy. At this moment, the 36 metal storm machines are like they are shooting bullets. The foot pressure is immense. And the other 36 machines are the real deadly machines. But amidst this storm of bullets, there is an exception. Quachuthian strikes at Thuk Dong. While nearby, Deep Van silently activates the protection mode. He lands another hit on Thuk Dong. The man uses just 2 fingers to block him. Lai Thuk Dong looks at him with a sharp gaze. They are both enclosed in a protective cage. Lai Thuk Dong gently turns his head back and turns off the protection mode. He suddenly sees something that leaves him speechless. Kaintran is peacefully seated at the dining table. In the midst of this storm of bullets, he has managed to find an angle of safety. His spot is the only blind spot in prison number 18. Lai Thuk Dong can't help but smile in admiration. Kaintran's skills and character are something no one his age could possess. Is this the successor that Khan Corporation is about to choose? With a flick of his hand, he sends Hothian flying away. One thought runs through his mind. When will I find a successor like this? He slides a long distance, his strength so immense it is almost smoking. Quachuthian struggles to hold himself up on the ground. He calmly contemplates Lai Thuk Dong, realizing that in the end, he has only managed to make a small dent in his practice uniform. There is a rumor that Lai Thuk Dong deserves the title of demigod in this world. Before him, Lai Thuk Dong seems to radiate a glow. It appears he and this man share a profound connection. Looks like Thuk Dong is in a good mood. Does he want to keep fighting? Hothian is furious but feels powerless. No more fighting. If I can win, what is the point? Don't he worry. Even if you do not say anything, I will still find that item. He is not rushing at all. No worries. Just taking his time. Kaintran is also getting used to this situation. No wonder this bald guy is still single. Just a moment ago he was acting all tough. And now he is scared and backpedaling. What a quick turnaround. He carefully considers a plan to gain without doing any work. If Lai Thuk Dong knows where that thing is, I will just follow him. Who knows? One day he might slip up and let it slip. Thuk Dong finds it hard to understand. How could he calculate this position? Kaintran does not dare confirm anything while the situation is still complicated. Although my calculating ability is much stronger than the average person, I still can't compute the trajectory for such a large quantity. I can only narrow it down. He kindly reminded Kaintran not to waste time, narrowing it down one to help him find the exact spot. Kaintran presented the results of his investigation, quickly calculating only 4 locations. And coincidentally, where he sits every day is one of those 4 spots. There is no need to consider the other locations anymore. Thuk Dong chuckled brightly. Haha, you dare to wait. Hothian was trying to meditate, but could not find peace with the other inmates surrounding him. As soon as Tai Tiu arrived, he poured more oil on the fire. When gods fight, it is the mortals who suffer. When cows and bulls clash, they both die. But the ones who do not fight get hit from all sides. Looks like he has got guts to say it straight. Hey, Hothian, is not it rumored that you are benevolent and do many good deeds? What about those who got caught up in your mess? Hothian opened his mouth to spout philosophical nonsense. Are you talking about the injured and the innocent in prison? In here, every single one is counted. But no one is truly innocent. Tai Tiu felt nauseous just listening. It was so funny. He looked at him with one eye half open. And I am not a monk, so do not throw around your so-called benevolence at me. Hothian was feeling uncomfortable but still endured the pain. His insides felt like they were on fire. He left when he did not achieve his original goal. Kaintran remembered the purpose of the protective shield. It already helped him earlier. Out of nowhere, Tiu winked at Kaintran. Just speak freely. The sound one T carry outside. Thuk Dong just received the news. This morning, I saw the public prosecutor interrogating those newcomers during the new recruits briefing. This was your doing. Right. Kaintran had nothing to hide. That is right. He looked at Kaintran with suspicion. Why do you need to interrogate them? You need to be careful with every word to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself. Wanting to find out if any forces are trying to snatch that forbidden item from us. We need a reasonable excuse for our recent actions. Thuk Dong really is a smooth talker. I like your straightforwardness. But I see that the public prosecutor did not intend to mistreat them as you instructed. Right. However, I remember when you first came here. You did not help others out. Kaintran did not bother with meddling. Just doing what he could. His thoughts aligned with the current reality. If he could not ensure his own safety, then he could only watch others die without stepping in. This is my principle. Kaintran has never had an easy life, so he learned to be selfish from a young age. The chess pieces on the board, illuminated by light, metaphorically represent Contran's future, given to him by life, not a choice he made. Something outside caught little Tiu's attention. He was startled to see Hothian balancing his entire body on the ground with just a few fingers. Little Tiu immediately guessed the intention behind his suspicious action. This guy sitting over there can hear us talking. So he wants to come closer to eavesdrop. Does he not realize how big he is? His unusual behavior drew quite a bit of attention. Hothian sensed the cold, piercing gazes fixated on him. He would have been discovered. The space fell into a moment of silence. Thukdong feared that information might leak, so he told everyone to disperse. All right. School's over. We can play chess today. It is a bit of a bummer, but I am off to read some books. The other prisoners sighed heavily. What a cramped space. When are we going to move? Please, just let me be. I am still cleaning over here. He spoke to Huthian like throwing cold water in his face, saying if you have lost, just sit there quietly. We do not want to make enemies with the Black Peach. We know living in the wild is not easy for you, but do not cause us any more trouble. Do you really think I can handle you? And opened his mouth to challenge others, saying, try touching a single hair on my head. Ztiu looked at Han's bald head, wanting to roll his eyes in disbelief. Each prisoner's meal came with an egg. Tran did not ask for much and enjoyed his food. Even though prison food in this world is mostly mushy meat, it still tasted fresh compared to the dry bread he usually ate outside. He sensed something odd and thought, wait a minute. Tran choked on his rice, caught in a puzzling thought without any answers. Why is 1 out of 4 cameras focused on me? Could it be that I was noticed because I found a blind spot? He could not help but wonder who was really behind this prison. Zatu announced something, saying that the boss let me talk to the food delivery guy just now. From now on, you will get real meat in your meals. Take as much as you want. Tran felt confused. Well, Zatu's words were laced with a sinister implication. He would find out soon enough. But it might not be a good thing. After eating, Tran went to the restroom to get some water. He took care of his personal hygiene while feeling utterly exhausted. Tran quickly lay down on his bed, feeling that familiar sensation again. He closed his eyes, wishing to fall into a deep sleep. Tran slowly opened his eyes to see a man standing in front of him. The bright sunlight from the desert was blinding him. The heat had him sweating bullets. Tran immediately pulled out a water bottle. A scraggly prisoner approached him, begging, Tran, please, just give me a sip of water. If we do not drink water, we will really die here. We can't even stand your water. Name your price. Tran sprayed some aerosol when he heard that familiar voice, facing a dying companion. How much are you willing to offer? The thought of racing chess pieces in this situation made him uneasy. I would rather let the person next to you watch you die of thirst first, then let him make an offer. Zaitiu had no choice but to give in. Are you even human? So Tran had his reasons for doing this. I know this is your dream trap. Of course. I won't feel any sympathy for you. Zaitiu was not too surprised. It is too much. Now you can maintain clarity in your mind after entering the dream realm. So you must be able to resist the dream trap. Right, Tran confidently affirmed. Yeah. Maybe. Zaitiu looked at him with a confused expression. If you can resist the dream realm, so why did you even step in? If you could just wait 5 minutes without dozing off, you could have avoided the nightmare altogether. Tran was worried about him. So he entered the dream realm. I thought you had something important to say. That is why I am here. What is next? Little Tiu smirked when Tran asked him a question. What are you trying to test this time, in this dreamy space? Little Tiu spilled the whole truth. The boss just wanted me to escort you a bit, then he will let the nightmare twist your humanity a bit, just so you can taste some pain. He had no idea Tran could be so different from a regular person. Now, he is resisting the nightmare way too easily. The escape from the nightmare is useless now. The boss has to guide you himself. Similar events made him think. This time, the setting in the desert was nothing like before. It felt more like a teacher assigning homework to students. Little Tiu immediately interrupted. Don't overthink it. He kindly reminded Tran not to get too cocky. Right now, the boss is just admiring you. Whether or not you can become his student is still a big question. Little Tiu did not expect him to be so straightforward. You are kind of admiring me. He felt disappointed in himself. Yeah, I am. Not everyone has what it takes to become the boss's student. At least, me and Deb do not. Tran questioned life. Wow. Little T was frustrated, having already failed the first round. Because the two of us could not even pass the first hurdle. He believed in Tran's abilities. But the boss felt like he could get through. You still have many doubts. Can you really make it? Little T made it clear. It is the path to survive in death. Every time you want to level up, you have to face the ultimate crisis. Because the boss said you must have the courage to live on, even when pushed to the brink of death. Tran had some doubts. If it is that painful, why do you still admire me? He lamented his fate. It is because of that path of cultivation. Those who walk that path must have unlimited potential. But me and Dipevan are long out of gas, even though that path is full of suffering. But you have to understand, only through a painful life can one rise above others. You are struggling to find the answer to your own question. Alright. By the way, how old is Lai Saitong now? If we exist in two worlds, would not that make us live longer? Can someone with extraordinary abilities like Lai Saitong have their lifespan extended? I know him better than anyone. 52 years old. Tran could not believe his own eyes. Lai Saitong is only around 35 or 36. He laughed slyly for fooling Tran. Look at that knave face of yours. A guy like the boss living to 100 would not surprise me at all. We have been following him since we were kids. Years have gone by. But the boss has not changed a bit. You are curious about Xiao Tia's decision. Why did you two follow him? Xiao Tia admits a harsh truth. It is not really for any reason. Just DP Ven and a whole bunch of others. They are all like shooting stars. The vast sky symbolizes the parents he mentioned. You were born in Kayantha. So you have no idea how tough life is out there. You can't even begin to understand the struggles that exist in this world. Maybe it was when his parents were out on the road and ran into some upperclassman blowing off steam. Then a fight broke out. Or perhaps it was when his parents were working in a chemical factory and got exposed to radiation. Or when they connected to the virtual network and got attacked by hackers. All the hardships from the past. Xiao paints a vivid picture in just a few short moments. Then he stopped paying rent. The insurance company refused to pay up. After that, the bank foreclosed on his house, leaving him homeless. No one cared whether he lived or died. At that point, his life turned into a dark abyss. A gang wanted him to get involved in drug trafficking. What is worse is that they made him film his life to sell it for money. That day changed everything for him. But just then, a person appeared before him and said that Thi Ki Vang was like a savior sent from heaven. Follow me, and I will give you a new life. And Xiao decided to trust him. No matter who that guy was, he would follow him anyway. Tran thought about himself. Compared to them, what were his own sufferings? He wanted to know the reason behind Tho Fi Wang's actions. Why did he take in those guys? Xiao Tiao just gave a vague answer. Because we are useful, and what he wanted to do could not be done alone. Tran was not fully convinced of him yet. Even now, I still do not know. What is the purpose of that so-called night organization, and that hacker group? What do the hackers want to control? The 5 major companies, or something else? The more he interacted with Xiao Tiao, the more doubts he had. Below Tho Fiazang adopted Lam Tiu Tiu and Daipi Fan. Clearly, he wanted to take advantage of them, but Lam Tiu Tiu and the others had no idea about this. Xiao Tiao reminded them, alright, get some rest early. Tran could not sleep despite escaping the nightmare. I have seen that mysterious basement of Lewa Thu Fi Lung. Can Ben Kanung give me a chance to open the door to a new world? I am not even sure if this Bunun Kanung is enough. Plus, I can clearly explain its origins. Yes, I will just wait then. The knocking grew louder and louder. The sudden appearance of Time on Taitan's arm rattled him. Is anyone there? Hurry. Lemia. Why am I locked up here? He screamed so loud it felt like he was about to lose his voice. Lemia. Lemia. The teeny hind wailed desperately, even comparing himself to others. Others here are thriving like fish in water. With their armored bodies. It is like they were made for this. They have got their crew and connections. Why am I the only one stuck like this? Just wait 24 hours. And I will be back in the real world. What am I supposed to tell my classmates? Should I say I got a promotion? Or that I was imprisoned? He sat curled up in a corner, regretting his choices. If he had known, he would not have been so cocky with everyone. The system updated the situation. Countdown initiated. 16 hours. 20 minutes. 00 second. The Thilong continued making his next move. He observed everything with a keen eye. Ever since he let Kwang Nana take the reins during the operation. So in this prison, the crying has definitely lessened. But did you notice? Other forces in this prison are really unhappy with Off Kwang Yine. Tranhan has also caught on to their not-so-friendly intentions. I know. Usually these 3 factions introduce themselves to the newcomers. It is like entertainment for everyone. But now Kwang Yina monopolizes this. Naturally. It is rubbing people the wrong way. I just believe Fi Kwang can handle this situation. Fi Vong glanced at the other prisoners. Have you ever thought that these newcomers might not appreciate you? Let me give you a classic example. He walked down the street and saw a beggar, tossing him some spare change. In reality, that spare change does not amount to much for them. But he bought a little bit of happiness and peace of mind. He could not deny it, having once lent a hand to save someone during tough times. Athin suddenly pushed his chair back. His action caught Tran's attention. He thought to himself, can he win a fight but wants to join in? Athigan is overreaching, wanting to take even more. I am somewhat of a big deal in this little underworld. You guys feast like I am the main course. Is this how you treat your guests? When the time comes. Do you think you are like us? If not, why do not you take on my boss yourself? If you win, maybe I will let you eat. How about that? He quickly changed the subject. Scared of losing. Don't he always be about fighting and killing? It is not cool. Plus, you three are just pigging out. Why does that little punter get to feast too? He is just a regular guy. Athean suddenly jabbed his chopsticks into Kain Tron's plate of meat. He leaned in close and whispered, "Hey kid. Go order another portion. This one's mine." You just took a glance. Not caring at all. Kain Tron stayed silent, watching to see what would happen next. Curious about how he would react. Athean has no shame and is acting all high and mighty. You all saw it. He brought this on himself. He plans to shove all that meat into his mouth in one go. So I want to hold back either. Each drop of sauce is slowly dripping down, as Kain Tron recalls past analysis. This is not what I was looking for. You are trying to piece together the images in your head, and all the sparks converge into one point. Kain Tron calls his people over, revealing the plan. In an instant, the team is there, saying, "Aye, boss. What is it?" "You have found the answer. I am naming 8 people, and you need to bring them here." Everyone freezes in shock. I do not know why Heathen is so furious. A Kain Tron is usually straightforward. Are these 8 people even yours? But just then, he hears a soft reply. Not entirely. If he does not get the answer he wants, he will just recount what he saw when he was brought in here. He scanned for these 5 people, and all 5 pointed their fingers up at once. I have no clue what that gesture means, but I am sure they did it for him to see. The other 3 exchanged glances. Silently communicating, Kain Tron can still vividly recall those 3 from earlier. Lumtiu Tigu is completely taken aback. How could he stay so calm and observe everything in that situation? At that moment, we were all focused on the boss amidst the storm of bombs and bullets, completely ignoring everyone else's reactions. Lotha Vang nods slightly, affirming that this info is solid. It is normal for the people in Cell 18 to be interested in me. Just then, he awkwardly asked, "Boss, do we need to transfer these people to another prison?" At this point, he hesitates. Moving them for no reason will only fuel rumors about me. Deep Fun says, "Take those 8 to the special cell. Then interrogate them to see who sent the other 3. Deep Fun acknowledges the order with a simple, "Yep." Before he can finish, Luffy Kwangina gestures towards the other prisoners, looking 3 parts helpless, 7 parts frustrated. Tatu witnesses this scene and feels a bit anxious. "Boss, this kid has figured out our people." Kain Tron, sitting across, is at a loss for words. "Who told you to just sit there and enjoy the show?" But Thiki Zhang does not care and turns to him, saying, "Even though you are not superhuman, your analytical skills and memory are beyond what any superhuman could match." Hefri Thean, who is sitting next door, is stunned. He is not a knight, but on the surface. He asks, "So how should we address this guy?" Facing that question, you casually respond, "Kain Tron." But Athan looks confused. Kain. Since when did knights team up with the Kain group? Thivong cuts through the confusion, explaining, "Just because they have the surname Kayan does not mean they are all from the Kainan group. Right, even if they are from the Kayan group, it does not mean they will be there for life. There is a well-known person with the Kayan surname in the wilderness. Right." Hearing this, he quickly glances at Kain Tron with a judging look, but with his Hayek, Ford 8 then quickly switched to a different topic, while casually feeding him. Little did his brother Ein Tron know that he was actually curious about how the organization sang. However, Akan Tron's expression darkened as he said it was nothing, yet deep down, he felt differently, considering his identity. "He came to break the taboo with me, so I did not need to hold back at all." That statement made him visibly tense. Meanwhile, countless cameras were watching from above, while below lay a sea of bodies. Diapan Ven quickly used a cloth to cover the mouth of a man. He thought for a moment before offering an analysis, stating that the poison was hidden in the teeth, and as soon as the mouth opened, it would emit a scent of almonds definitely suspicious. Athean glanced back, silently questioning, "These 3 are not from the underworld." When Thektivong saw the confusion, he replied, "Suicide Squad." Definitely surprising. Meanwhile, Kain Tron sat in a corner, intently observing the scene. His whole body trembled as if he had forgotten to turn off the machine. Whether in this world or the one outside, it was the first time he was facing death. Kain Tron bit his trembling lip to reassure himself. Here, it was just the world of wild beasts. Meanwhile, the cameras above continued to track their every move, showing a timestamp. 3:21. 5 p.m. Across from him, Tron and Thekfang exchanged glances at the chaos. Suddenly, he broke the silence, asking, "Is this the first time you have seen someone die for some reason?" After thinking it over for a moment, he confessed. Hearing that, the Thevong's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Aren't you scared?" Even though he was cornered, Achuhan still held his ground, just a bit scared. Now, the teachings of my mentor flashed through my mind. The teacher had once explained what a function was, what a subject-verb structure was. My parents had taught me how to hold chopsticks, how to wash clothes, how to take care of myself. But no one had ever taught me. After everything, the only question left in Tron's mind was, what is death? Though he felt a bit anxious, he tried to calm himself down, realizing that only 9 eyes could see it, understanding how terrifying it was to witness a life vanish right before him. Just then, the Fate Huang held a wooden chess piece in front of Tron and said, "You know, everyone here has 2 lives. The second life begins when..." As he placed the piece down, cold, commanding words followed. And that is when Tron realized there is only 1 life to live. Upon hearing those words, Tron's eyes widened in shock. As the Fiang's voice echoed in his ears from that moment on, he would start telling himself that time is incredibly important and also realize just how much time he had wasted. But then, as if he had just grasped a profound insight, his eyes showed a hint of sadness. The more scared he got, the calmer he had to be. Tron continued to make his next move while drowning in thoughts. Needing to reflect on his past and think about his future, he quickly made another move while still muttering to himself. "It is highly likely those 3 assassins are targeting me. So you help me find them, and consider it a debt I owe you." As soon as he mentioned that, Thiki then suddenly pulled out a big piece of cake, saying he could trade it for something here. Without hesitation, Tron got straight to the point. "I want a list of the corporation's members in Vitalathi." Hearing this answer, he seemed a bit curious. "Interesting. Why not trade for me to become superhuman instead? There are not many people in this world I owe favors to. But you are the only one who does not realize the weight of this opportunity." However, being no fool, he had everything under control. Becoming superhuman could not compare to his secrets. "Honestly, I see no profit in that. Besides, the opportunity will come to me without needing a trade." Flapsing sat quietly to the side, gently picking up a new chess piece. After a moment, he finally spoke up, complimenting, "You are smarter than I thought, and patient too. But you are not wrong. Some things do not require a trade. When the opportunity arrives, you will get it. Although the fact that you have never seen bloodshed disappoints me when I think about it." But then, the sly the Fizing made a surprising declaration. "If you are indifferent about your life, it makes me even less interested." With that, he turned to order Tu, "Go get the list." Hearing that, the kid responded, "Yeah, sir." But it would not be easy for him to hand it over, so he had to investigate thoroughly. "I am really curious. Why do you want this?" Tron seemed indifferent, thinking, "I guess I do not need to explain more. Right?" The Fizing, finding him difficult, was even more intrigued. "All right then, I won't ask anymore. This is me wanting to repay you. Do whatever you want." The scene shifted to another room, cold and empty. Tron walked in with a whirlwind of thoughts. Initially expecting Tayu to arrive for the curse check today, but then the outcome did not come. Perhaps Thuxizang felt there was no need for a check anymore. He could sense that he was getting closer to the path of becoming superhuman. Atunkarn closed his eyes in satisfaction, thinking this time he would not feel so lost as before. Exhausted, he lay on the soft bed to rest, unaware that his mind was slowly unraveling. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not make a sound while time slipped away, not even waking the sleeping girl nearby. After a while, Tron threw on a jacket before leaving, feeling the tension of the past 2 days. Returning to the outside world felt much lighter, but he was still looking forward to the next time travel in 2 days. He placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to leave while contemplating, because there were still many opportunities waiting for him there. Just then, familiar figures caught Tron's eye. Out of courtesy, he turned to greet them. "Good morning. Giant tight. Everything okay this time? I am just taking Tu Van to school. By the way, when you finish studying tonight, come home. I bought some fish and a bit of pork ribs. We will have a celebratory dinner. But he seemed confused. Celebrate what? Only to receive. You will find out tonight. No matter how kind Tran asked, she only replied, you will know when the time comes. Those words kept him pondering all the way to school. Just before entering the school gate, Tran suddenly froze. The information on his phone shattered him. Just a few words meant a life was about to vanish. Someone on the dark web tipped him off that killing a time traveler would mean no more chances to travel again. The image of countless bodies swapping places flashed in Tran's mind once more. Reality was always far more brutal than any written description. Yet, the scene inside the school remained eerily calm as if nothing had happened. As Tran sat down, his classmates surrounded him, leaving him feeling a bit drained. Had Liu Dizhu from the next class come to school today, he had expected him to be like that traumatized prince, ready to drop out. But surprisingly, he seemed completely unfazed. He cast a sidelong glance at the next class and looked at him with a judgmental stare. Not only did he brag about being a time traveler, but he also claimed to have traveled to prison no. 18. Even managing to converse with the legendary Lai Shudong. While everyone was busy fawning over Liu Dizhu, Tran let out a soft sigh. As everyone searched for him, he went against the crowd to escape this situation. Revealing himself as a time traveler was incredibly foolish, especially when he mentioned knowing one of the biggest figures in that world. As he walked, Tran pondered, fearing that mysterious organization would come for him soon. Just then, Tran's gaze caught a familiar figure. He rushed over and shouted, "Wait." Time Guardian. Tran approached him to check in. Time Guardian. What is wrong? Did someone hit you? But he only received a gruff reply. Nothing. Nothing. Just did not sleep well last night. Yet deep down, he thought, without that armored body and those abilities, of course, he would not feel great. They quickly reached the classroom, where they saw some girls rushing by, whispering that Liu Dizhu from the next class had come back from traveling. Let us go check it out. Seeing this, Tran asked, did someone torture him while he was time traveling? The Time Guardian jolted at those words. Time travel? What time travel? Both of them immediately turned their attention to the girls, but their minds were racing. Tran was convinced that the Time Guardian had indeed traveled, but what could he have possibly gone through in that world that left him so frightened? After thinking for a moment, Tran quietly asked, what did you do over there? The Time Guardian's face turned pale as he replied, I did not travel. Whoever says I did, I will fight them. Not wanting to pressure his friend, Tran relented, thinking, fine, I can get anything out of him. Without knowing the time and place of the travel or his identity, there is no way to retreat. As they settled into their seats, the girls outside continued chattering. Seriously? He said he met Lai Shudong. That kid's lucky. Meanwhile, the Time Guardian sat in a corner, trembling with fear. After a while, he finally dared to ask, didn't I tell you before that there is a group of time travelers? Yeah. You did mention that. Tran chuckled a bit, unable to hold back. Finding someone to vent his feelings to, he kept talking. Did I tell you there are people selling everything in that world? But you just replied. And the deity continued, pretending. Don't worry about how I know. You are not the one time traveling here. A cold voice echoed. Did I tell you that someone who time traveled said they could connect us with the rich lady? Yet, you still responded. Only then did the deity feel a bit relieved. This part was true. He panicked and shouted at Tran. I heard this from someone else. I am not the one time traveling. You were too exhausted to respond properly. Just saying. Get it? While thinking. So this time, it is the rich lady who time traveled. Meanwhile, the girls outside kept gossiping excitedly. Wait. Do not. Let me listen. Suddenly, Tran turned and asked, are they paying a lot? That question made the deity's heart skip a beat. I told you, I am not the one time traveling. Just as they were eavesdropping, the school's PA system blared, instantly grabbing their attention. The crowd outside buzzed with excitement upon seeing this big-shot character. Who are those people? The education director is here to greet them. It seems they are going to the next class. Tran, sitting in class, thought to himself. As expected, they really came. You kept stealing glances outside to observe them. The people in black. That sight made you ponder deeply. The appearance of those figures quickly drew a lot of attention from the students. They confidently marched forward. Their unique demeanor and sharp presence stood out in this school. I still clearly remember the first time I encountered them, and the overwhelming feeling they gave off. And just as Tran predicted, it turned out that Uncle Liu had indeed been taken away. To have the education director personally come to welcome them suggests that this organization has connections within the government. In front of everyone, they showed no fear, which eased my mind a bit. However, life is unpredictable. What I did not expect was, he boldly stood outside chatting, and just before the first period ended, Uncle Liu returned. According to him, he had been taken to an office. Then, the person in black told him to leave his address and contact number, and said he could not leave Lucy Thun. Those words made Contran even more nervous. The person in black told him that there are many time travelers in Lufaf Thun, and they are gathering them to prepare a training plan for time travelers. They even showed him some photos for him to identify the people in them. Suspecting that one of them was a time traveler, this person had been seen at the home of another time traveler. And based on the data collected during surveillance, this person operated within a 3 kilometers radius, but because it was close to an old residential area, many places lacked surveillance cameras or had broken ones. So their data was interrupted, which led them to question Uncle Liu. I glanced over and realized that the person they were looking for was me. Contran sighed as he thought. That day, I intentionally wore an outfit I had not put on in 2 years. I checked all the camera angles before leaving. Seems like all my preparations were not in vain, but just then, he heard the god of soup shouting loudly. And it seemed like someone had time traveled right next to that big crowd, even chatting with that person. Who knows? Maybe one day he will become a superhero too. Why is there such a big difference between people? Those words made him spray black glue. Feeling envious. Hearing this, he cried out in despair, asking, "Aren't you envious? I used to say I would make a lot of money and treat you to dinner. But now I can't even invite you to watch." But then Contran gently reassured him. Well, just focus on studying. There are still plenty of ordinary people living their lives. You do not have to be a time traveler. The god of soup fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. But we have not even paid for our books yet. I still have to wait 2 more days. What about you? My mom got mad at my dad, so she has gone to my grandma's house. I can only live with my dad. Didn't your dad say anything? The god of soup frowned and replied. He told me to return the books. He thought warily. Who would have thought that just book money could be such a hassle for 2 time travelers? At this point, Contran realized it was time to think of a way to earn some cash. He stared blankly into the empty space in front of him, realizing those old men were smarter now, refusing to play chess with him anymore. So he had to think of a way to make money in this world. Suddenly, a determined look crossed his face. There is no way he was going into a mountain of gold and coming back empty-handed. Contran walked through the food street, filled with delicious smells and clattering sounds. Roasted sweet potatoes over here, discounted eggs over there, but he did not care about any of it. It seemed he had developed a habit of skipping class recently. A wave of loss washed over him. When he went with his mom to his grandma's house, his dad would sometimes take him out for a bowl of noodles costing just 1 yuan 5. Back then, he had not yet fallen into gambling. His parents were not divorced, and his grandparents did not hate him. Contran quietly stood watching a noodle shop by the road. That 1 yuan 5 had now turned into 10 yuan. And everything felt like it could not go back to how it was. In the end, he turned to leave toward the school gate. Contran shot a wary glance at the thugs in the corner, when suddenly he heard a voice that pulled him back to reality. His little brother. The little girl happily ran up to him and said, "Let us go home. Mom is almost done cooking." He gently ruffled his sister's hair. "What if I have to study tonight? You two can eat without waiting for me." She insisted, but that did not convince her because she knew Contran's study habits. He had not been attending evening classes lately. Without missing a beat, the little sister pulled his hand, leading him home. What greeted him was a freshly renovated room and a warm dinner table. There were hardly any old utensils left. It seemed everything had been replaced with new stuff. Jiang Suet was cooking in the kitchen and heard the noise outside. Contran's back. "Come in. Just waiting on this pot of soup." Contran did not reply but lowered his head to look at the dining table. It actually looked appetizing, compared to the bland food at prison. No. 18. This was a real feast. He turned to Jiang Suet and asked, "Jiang, what are we celebrating today?" Just then, she came out of the kitchen with the pot of soup. "Didn't I mention before that I opened a repair shop in that world?" Jiang Tayet just set the last dish on the table, while talking about the situation at the shop. But this place was stressing her out, because traveling there meant she could not inherit any memories. So when people came knocking to fix things, she had no idea what to do. And those repair folks were all super intimidating. On top of that, the nighttime security in city number 18 was a total disaster. The streets after 8 p.m. were anything but safe. So she was always on edge. Still, she felt like there was a silver lining in this risky business. But she could not quite figure out why she ended up here this time. Suddenly, someone from the Lai group showed up at her little shop, expressing interest in investing. This completely erased a lot of the risks for Jiang Tai's repair shop because, in that world, the tycoon group was like a god. As long as the business was backed by the group, those criminals would steer clear and leave her alone. They did not just give her a hefty sum. They also swapped her sign to display the Lee Group's logo, making her feel a lot safer in that world. After hearing all this, Tran fell deep into thought about the Lee Group. He seemed to be piecing something together in his mind about them. But on the surface, he just congratulated her. And honestly, it was worth celebrating. Jiang Tai was beaming with joy. Now, there is no need to trouble you anymore. Xiao Wan's grandparents won't have to leave their hometown either. She could finally repay Tran for his help, especially since he used to admire those who could time travel. If one day you end up traveling to city number 18, just come find me. I might not be able to do much, but I can definitely keep you safe. He did not respond but thought to himself that he was indeed in city number 18. But his situation was beyond what an average person could help with. The struggle between the shadows of the Kang group and the hair of the Knight's organization, it was already way over the heads of ordinary time travelers. Tran casually mentioned something else while eating. By the way, Jiang Tai, did not someone in a suit come looking for you before? She calmly replied that they had not come looking for her, but she had gone looking for them. Jiang Tai wanted to seek help from their organization. After handing Xiao Wan over to him, she had been wanting to contact them to see if they could assist her in that world. They just said their organization was newly established and did not have a foothold in that world yet, so they could not help her even if they wanted to. After finishing the meal, she headed into the kitchen to clean up. Tran walked into the living room and sat down next to Dong Wan. You are a time traveler too, right? Dong Wan, her mouth full of snacks, surprised by his question. What is it? Tran. He laid out his suspicions openly. Last time I asked about your mom's repair shop, and now the Lee Group is investing in it. Plus, they are really protective of you. You might not want to admit it, but I could mention this clue to your mom. The girl panicked and quickly stopped Tran. Absolutely do not tell my mom. She shrank back under his piercing gaze, thinking, I knew I was not wrong. That is why I took the chance to exchange information yesterday, pulling up the list of members from the Lee Group in Vietnam. Sure enough, there was the name Lai Dongwan. Tran was puzzled. Why not tell your mom? Dongwan lowered her head and spoke softly. In a world where hardly anyone dares to teach me, if my mom finds out, she will definitely give me a lecture in both worlds. The girl turned around, eager to make a deal. Please do not tell my mom. I can pay you. In my world, I have plenty of money. He immediately shrugged it off. Come on. I am not a time traveler. What do I need money for over there? Dongvan shot him a suspicious look. Wait. You are not a time traveler. Luckily, I quickly turned down the money earlier, and suddenly the atmosphere went silent. Tran pondered for a moment before trying to change the subject. How much money do you have out here? Dongvan was taken aback by the question. You dare to scam money from a kid? He said, brushing it off. I just asked out of curiosity. But the girl seriously suggested. I do not have much out here either. How about we change the deal? He looked at her, puzzled. Change the deal to what? Dongvan helplessly buried his head in a plush toy. How would I know? Just do not tell my mom. Tran stood up, reminding her once more. All right. Take care of this for now. Remember to look after your mom in that chaotic world. Dongvan chuckled. Don't worry. Once I get the chance to time travel, I will protect both of you. Seeing her like this made him feel a bit reassured. After that, Tran left Dongvan's place. A little while later, he sat on his bed, mumbling to himself. Well, tonight was fruitful at least. I confirmed that Dongvan is indeed a time traveler. Now I am still in the race for the position of the chosen one. Having a friend is definitely better than being alone. His eyebrows raised as he read the new information on his phone. A mysterious organization overseas is offering a high price for body armor parts and futuristic tech from the inner world. Anti-aging items. E002 gene solution. Note that these drugs have not been researched or tested in the outside world. At the same time, all of them have life-saving effects. Extending lifespan, preserving youth, and enhancing physical capabilities. Our organization has tested these drugs and found that they work on people in the outside world. Instructions for use. Dissolve the pill with a coating or swallow it directly. Tran silently scoffed at these people's methods. To bring items from the inner world, this organization resorts to such extreme tactics. He knew all these tricks were driven by money. If a wealthy man is dying of cancer, his only hope lies in the life-saving drugs from the inner world. He would pay any price because what price is too high for life? That is their goal. He put his phone down, deep in thought. While I am still figuring out how to become extraordinary. Others are already starting their business deals. Delivering the goods would definitely expose my identity. But right now, I can't use that method. I could also use a use to copy the tech over, but can an ordinary time traveler even access the nuclear tech of the inner world? Maybe in the future. But not yet. Considering everything, the best approach for now is to get close to the medicine. As of, it is all happening in prison 18. Getting news from the outside world is nearly impossible. So for now, the priority is to build a good relationship with Lai Thu Fiang. Suddenly, Tron spots something and thinks, wait a second. The more he reads, the more worried his face becomes. This mysterious organization is even buying up body parts. Just days ago, someone was caught and lost their legs. Now, these people are offering high prices again, which is sure to encourage more attacks on time travelers. He can't help but think about those thugs by the wall near the school. He can't resist pulling back the curtain to check that side out, but they are long gone. Those two have left. A bad feeling creeps into Tron's heart, prompting him to call the police. Hello. I am at Building 12. Block 4. On the street, I noticed 2 suspicious men near my place tonight. I feel like they are up to no good. Just then, he hears a chilling scream from inside the house. It is the voice of Lo Ho Ling Vane, his voice urgent. He urges the police. Please send someone here right away. Thank you. His eyes are locked on the ceiling. They are targeting Rang Tight. Tron gets up to find a weapon, grabbing a medium-sized shovel from the shelf. Fear gnaws at him, making his face pale. They are 2 grown men, maybe even more. Tron's hands tremble as he tries to open the room door. Can he handle this? Even holding the shovel makes him shake, but Tron can just ignore them. He is not a good person. And he is selfish too. Even seeing his friends terrified in cell 18 does not move him to act. He decides to rush out the door to find Rang Tight. But he can let someone like El Hao Zong Vian fall into the hands of these villains quickly. Tron reaches the area and walks one of them with the shovel. The large body crashes down the stairs, while Rang Tight stands trembling at the door, watching. He looks up to check on the 2 men. She softly says, Thank you, dear. From a few stairs up, Tron asks, Is there only one? Rang Tight steps down 2 steps to answer. There is another one, but he ran away. He does not forget to ask about the girl. Is Tu Ven okay? Is she scared? With that, he dashes off to find the other guy. I have called the police already. You go check on Tu Vine. She calls after him. Almost breathless, on the ground floor, Tron sees him running to the left. Knowing the area well, he immediately turns right. If he is right, he can cut him off this way. Tron jumps over the barrier, his footsteps slowly approaching the wall. Now, all he has to do is wait for him. His gaze is fixed on the street. The shovel is ready. Tron holds his breath. Counting down in his head, he tightens his grip on his weapon. He spots the guy in his sights. 3. Tron swings the shovel with all his might, hitting him square in the leg. He collapses, howling in pain, and Tron seizes the moment to dash back home. At the door, Jiang Tide and Vine Van are waiting. The girl tearily says to him, Brother, one more guy got away. He smiles gently at Dang Van. Don't worry. I caught him. Jiang Tide anxiously glances at Tron's hand. You are hurt. Just wait. I will get some bandages and disinfectant. She reassures herself. Thank goodness. It is just a cut. He is not seriously hurt. Your attitude towards yourself is nothing but self-loathing. In the end, you are just an ordinary guy. Right now, I have this super brain, but my body does not match it at all. You fell silent, rejecting her kindness. No need to bother her. I have got some of that stuff at home too. The police will be here any minute, so I am heading back. Tron forced a strained smile, reminding her that he did not do anything tonight. Jiang Tite did not quite grasp it, but she respected him, so that was fine. He turned and headed back to his room, realizing it was time to speed up his training in the inner world. The next morning, as Bone Min was preparing, a loud voice called out from outside. Tron, with tears streaming down her cheeks. She cried. Tron, please help my mom. When he arrived, he found Jiang Tite explaining that the mech had run out of energy. Tron calmly sighed. Their combat power is just too weak. How do the people in the inner world maintain high-intensity battles? She completely shut down their energy needs. The inner world has perfected its wireless charging upgrades, and devices at home are always in charging mode. This paid energy system is tightly regulated. Each person has a payment code, just like a citizen ed. As long as you pay monthly, you can enjoy a convenient life. and the corporation in Vietnam charges based on each person's electricity usage. Tron used his smart brain to think. Jiang Tite told him that in the inner world, there are energy towers for production and transit towers to transport energy everywhere. Even in the wilderness, there are some transit towers, but transportation there typically runs on diesel engines. After thinking it over, he realized there were some difficulties. However, due to rampant smuggling, getting out of the city is no easy feat. You have to pass through customs built by the tax authorities and verify your documents. The financial agency in the inner world holds immense power, acting not only as an enforcement agency but even having its own intelligence unit. He pondered for a moment, considering all the factors in the inner world. However, among all the information from today, the most valuable insight was that the strong currency in the inner world is gold. Strong currency is the type that lenders accept for payment, distinct from their local currency. The corporation in Vietnam issues cash based on the amount of gold reserves they hold. At this point, a smile crept onto his lips. Finally, he figured out how to make money in the inner world. Returning to the matter at hand, Tron asked directly, "Why did Tu Ven call you? What does she want help with?" Jiang Tite replied, loosening her arm since it had run out of energy. Mainly, with her hand in this state, she could not cook for Tu Ven today. She quietly asked for his help, saying, "Can you take care of her for me?" The little girl rubbed her growling stomach and looked at him. Tron, can you cook something for me and my mom? I am starving." He thought it was no big deal. Just then, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by a man's voice. "Hello, is anyone home?" Tron noticed a strange vehicle parked next to the building's window. It was a minivan from that mysterious organization. He put on an apron and headed straight into the kitchen. "Tu Van, go open the door for our guest. I will cook for you and your mom." The little girl eagerly ran to open the door, saying, "Okay. Thank you." Tron. There were a few figures outside, and Luan jumped in with a cheerful goodbye in front of Jiang Shu, saying, "Hello, I am Lu. We have met before. I am one of Luan's people." As soon as he sat down, Luan asked, "What happened to your hand?" The answer was still the same as before. "The armor's out of power." And widened his stance and ordered his secretary to take notes on this. Just one sentence, and he seemed to grasp a lot. It appeared they did not even know the armor was running out of power. They might be like what Jiang Shu said, that this organization was newly formed not long ago, so they do not know much about the inner workings. Dong Venbra brought over 2 glasses of water while her mom was chatting, and Luan did not want to beat around the bush. "What do you guys want?" and brought up yesterday's incident, as if to hold someone accountable. "Last night, there were 2 bad guys, and one of them got ambushed and beaten up right after leaving your place." Hearing those words made Tron uneasy. "Do you know who did it?" Luan smiled and reassured Jiang Shu. "No need to worry. We are not here to pin legal responsibility on anyone. We just want to understand a bit more." Luan and his teammate sat across from Jiang Shu and Dong Vin, with his teammate next to him scribbling on paper, the sound of scratching filling the air. Jiang Shu's expression grew a bit troubled as she said, "I do not know who did it. Maybe someone just did a good deed. Why are you so interested in this matter?" But deep down, she had made a vow that no matter what, she would not let anyone investigate Tron, because he was just venting his anger for his daughter. Luan noticed she was lost in thought and opened his mouth to reassure her. "Please do not misunderstand. We are not from any law enforcement agency. There is no intention to do anything to this good-hearted person," he added, while his serious-looking teammate adjusted his glasses. "Exactly. We are just following up on what that guy said. We saw that this person acted very skillfully, and the timing of the ambush is not something just anyone could pull off. That is why we want to locate him, to see if he can travel through time or something. We just want to learn more about the strange happenings lately." Just then, Dong Ven's eyes widened as she spoke in her characteristic clear, childlike voice. "Aha. After what happened yesterday, my mom and I just stayed home. So I do not know who did it." Tron, hiding behind the door with an apron on, heard everything. He hesitated. At that moment, Lil Dong Vinger's explanation would make people believe her more, because everyone thinks kids do not lie. Then he remembered how similar he was to the little girl. They both grew up in homes where parents fought and faced domestic violence. His instincts told him that she and he were cut from the same cloth, both having a calm exterior hiding a fierce inner turmoil. Dong Van's eyes dimmed, revealing deep sadness and disappointment. "Uncle, Did that good person really help me and my mom? Why are you trying to find him? Are you going to catch him? Are you the bad guys? Seeing the girl starting to doubt him, Luya quickly propped himself up on the table, smiling gently as he explained to Dongvan. Little one, do not get the wrong idea. He took his time to clarify his purpose for being there, assuring her that they meant no harm, as the newly formed organization, Kunlun, was simply looking to seek out and gather like-minded talents. He added more information for Jiang Suet, while also warning her that there was indeed another organization lurking in the world, alongside a few wealthy conglomerates. They had discovered the existence of the outside world. According to our statistics, there are currently 21 individuals who have mysteriously died while crossing over, all of whom endured torture before their deaths. Furthermore, over 10 people who crossed over claimed they were captured by the organization in the inner world, hoping that Jiang Suet here could heighten her vigilance and not let them catch on. She listened intently to him, as Dongvan beside her could only stare blankly at her mother. Luai extended his hand towards her, and though it was all done discreetly, it was enough to convey that once their identities were exposed, it would be very dangerous. After hearing this, Jiang Suet furrowed her brows in concern. All right, get it? She xietly sighed to herself, realizing just how perilous it is to have her identity revealed in this world. Suddenly, the assistant next to him raised his phone to inform him. Xiao has appeared again. Luai seemed a bit surprised at this. Out of the blue, Dongvan asked him, Uncle, who is that Xiao guy? I see he knows so much. Louis continued to hold his phone. He asked the girl. Little one, you know about Xiao too. We are actually looking for him right now, but he is really good at hiding. As of, we still do not know who he is. Logically, he should have left some trace behind. But now all evidence related to him has been wiped clean. Halfway through his explanation, Lu Ai and his colleague stood up, bidding farewell. You have talked enough, so we won't bother you two any longer. I will head out first. Jiang Suet said softly from her seat. I can really move around, so I won't walk you out. He waved his hand generously. No need to see us off. As they reached the door, Lu Ai's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed a pair of simple black sneakers at the doorstep. He asked, Wait, whose sneakers are these? Jiang Suet and Don responded in turn. They are my husband's. That is our dad, Louis casually remarked. Sorry for the trouble, and gently closed the door behind him as he left. Once the two were out of sight, the mother and daughter slumped onto the sofa, sighing in relief as if they would narrowly escaped a disaster. Kaintron stepped out. Sorry for causing trouble for you too. Seeing him, Dongvan gave a thumbs up, signaling that everything was all right, while Jiang Suet sitting by the door replied, Don't say that. It is actually you two who got me into trouble. If you two were fine, I would not have gotten dragged into this. After observing the sweet potatoes he had handled perfectly by the sink, she asked, Is there no food left in the fridge? Then let us go buy some. Get some spare ribs. Okay. You and Dongvan are growing. You need to eat more meat. She added, Wait a moment. Let Dongvan get the money for you. A moment later, Akantron stepped to the doorway, bending down to change his shoes. After exiting the apartment, he scanned the area carefully but found no sign of Lu Yi's car lingering around. Weaving through a crowd, Akantron's gaze locked onto Lu Ai, both of them closely observing his every move. That wild car sat there for a while, and he had no intention of splashing water to buy anything. Lu Vin lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and the white smoke curled around the tip. Definitely not him. The colleague sitting next to him asked in confusion. You know someone's in the room, right? They might even be hiding from us. Why not just burst in and check? This mission is taking way too much effort, he replied, his eyes glued to Kyontron's shadow for even a second. The boss already warned us. Miss Loon just got established. We need to build connections with time travelers. We can't just force our way in. Not every time traveler is going to accept us. Miss Loon is not some random place that takes anyone in. He remained calm like that, making anyone who did not know think he was making a huge mistake. But that is the smart play in the long run. If we want to do anything later, we can have people who are not on the same wavelength. We have to wait here. If it does not happen, a new era has opened up, and some people are destined to be extraordinary. Maybe we do not even need to search for them. They will show up on their own. Kaintron is already at the supermarket shopping. He juggled his bags in one hand and scrolled through his phone with the other, deep in thought. While chatting with Jiang Tai, Levian had dropped plenty of intel. Even Miss Loon did not know the true identity of TU. He was not fooled by her. He flipped through the website. In this internet-savvy society, trying to wipe all traces of yourself is basically impossible. TU must have some technology, or maybe even skills beyond this era, that make it hard for outsiders to comprehend. TUTU calls time travelers time practitioners, because when they enter the inner world, time in the outside world stops. When they return, time in the inner world freezes. Currently, time practitioners are concentrated in 19 cities. Va Thun, Kun Thun, Nam Thun, Lefrasi Thun, Xuan Thun, Trung Thun, The Mem Thun, Kamen Thun, Hai Thun, Yi Vei Thun, Wai Yang Yu Thun, Ung Thun, Fifi Si Thun, Quang Thun, Lan Thun, Hum Thun, Ahu Thun, Tienan Thun, and Thvai Thun. Other areas might have a few time practitioners, but the chances are slim, according to TUTU. If you want to become a time practitioner, you should hurry to these 19 cities, because the third group of time practitioners is forming tonight. TUTU even warned not to reveal your identity, and he speculated that he suspected someone had their identity exposed, leading to a tragic end. Hence the warning. He stopped at the meat counter, pointing at the piece he wanted to buy, his mind racing nonstop. But not all time practitioners are that smart. There is a thread in prison number 18. Like that guy Lelzui Kai who can handle the interrogation. The butcher chopped the meat into pieces and bagged it for him. But little did they know, TUTU viewed the inner world as a game. However, it is safe to guess that if he is the most renowned time practitioner, his skills would definitely make a splash. He could even gather others and rally them to quickly converge in those 19 cities mentioned. However, one thing worried him. The inner world had spawned quite a few con artists. Acontron picked up his phone again. Namcamp then bombarded you with messages. In the time-traveling group, someone is selling an immortality elixir that TFSE is researching. And it is not even expensive. Plus, they are doing wholesale. Back then, Tunhanfui Hong sent T-Thoksh with 3,000 kids and still could not make it. But now you can just throw down some cash and get it. Acontron replied. How do you even know if it is legit? Plus, TFHE is from this side. What does he have to do with the other world? Namcamp then answered in the most clueless way. He claims he is Tfex, saying he did not go to the island nation back then, but that 3,000 kids traveled through time too. You are speechless but happy about it. Kindtron stuffed his phone into his pocket, grabbing a bag of meat as he walked, thinking to himself. Sometimes he can't tell if Namcamp then is genuinely clueless or just pretending. Right now, there is only 13 hours, 8 minutes, and 19 seconds left on the countdown. When he got back to the building, he did not see any of La Vin's cars anymore. Finally, Loon's people had left with Kindtron's skilled hands. The dishes became incredibly dazzling and mouth-watering. Just looking at them makes you salivate. Evung Van picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Jiang Tai, who smiled and opened her mouth to eat, looking at the harmonious scene before him. He thought, a gentle person like Jiang Tai can become strong when it comes to protecting her child. And Lo Vang Van believes that in this time-traveling adventure, she will arrange the best armor for her mother. Thinking about this made him a bit emotional, realizing he could only rely on himself. Suddenly, Jiang Tai asked him, Little Tron, do you rarely see your parents? Are they really busy? He replied briefly, Yeah, they must be very busy, knowing his situation. She suggested, I see your washing machine is broken. We are closed, so just bring your clothes over for me to wash. Don't be shy about it. After school, do not bother cooking. Just come to my place to eat. Jiang Tai smiled her gentle motherly smile, saying that even if he did not come, she would still cook for Ong Vine, just adding a pair of chopsticks was all it took. Kanan Tron lowered his head, feeling a bit moved. Sure. Thank you. Jiang Tai, the clock struck 11:59, and the full moon illuminated Kantron's room. He lay silently on his bed, thinking. He is getting more used to this time-traveling thing. He closed his eyes, and the space began to shatter. If someone inside him had to choose just one world to survive in, he might choose the one inside. A strange sequence of numbers appeared. 010101. The desperate wails of prisoners echoed. Is anyone there? Lemia. Akantron lay still in the room, hands behind his head. The sounds of desperation echoed back. Where Lemia. Who are you to keep me here? Do you even know who my dad is? Hearing that, he scoffed. Welcome to prison 18.12 in the inside world. I am sitting here quietly thinking. He stared at his arm. the numbers on it constantly shifting, and this countdown was for 7 days. He furrowed his brows, wondering why this was happening. Was there a rule? It seemed he had to dig deeper into the rules of time travel. Akantron walked outside nonchalantly, and everyone subtly avoided his gaze. He looked over at Li Kuangyina, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up. There is a commotion in the distance. Welcome. New guy. Kantran thought to himself. Although Kwang Nigia's actions would definitely anger the other two factions, it could spark conflict at any moment, he pondered. But that guy entering prison number 18 was paving the way for him. A pawn must have the awareness of being a sacrificial pawn. Once you step forward, there is no turning back. Success means survival. Fail, and you die. Glory comes at the cost of your life. Moreover, Thuk Dong seemed to tacitly accept Kwang Nia's actions. It is like he wanted to know what Kantran's intentions were. Kantran looked around. Today, there were 7 new prisoners. During Kwang Nigia's roundup, 6 of them seemed like they were caught for the second time, choosing to accept fate. Experienced prisoners knew that patience was key. If they resisted, things would only get worse. He watched as Kwang Nigia apprehended the last prisoner, who just would not stop trying to escape. But this prisoner was not wearing any armor. With an average physique, how could he possibly escape from that iron beast? The prisoner yelled, "Don't hit me. What are you arresting me for?" Another one threatened, "Don't mess with me. Just one tap from me could send you all to the afterlife." The others murmured, "What is he talking about? I get it in theory, but not fully." Kantran quietly looked down. That was the local dialect from Shuayin Chao. And this guy was from Shuayin Kong. He was puzzled, why did this guy Shuayin Kong end up in prison number 18? According to the patterns he and his little assistant had concluded, there were only 19 cities in the country with Shuayin Kong people. Moreover, it seemed like a Shuayin Kong person could only teleport to one specific location, which is why Lef then ended up here. He thought back, could there be a flaw in his analysis? Could the teleportation location change? There had to be a special case. Thuk Dong ordered, "Go catch him and interrogate him thoroughly, including that Liu Dizhu and the royal kid too." He muttered, "I have a feeling they all came from the same place." Kantran worried. As long as the other side was not dumb, they could piece together something from these unusual events. The people from the inner world knowing about the outer world was just a matter of time. Especially with so many Shuayin Kong folks around, he speculated that it seemed that this local dialect guy had Thuk Dong's attention amid all the strange happenings lately. Lam Tiu looked anxious. Akantran noticed Diep Fan was also on high alert. This time, he would not just sit back. He let Lam Tiu take action. Lam Tiu pushed Kwang Gia aside. "Step aside. That guy is mine." He refused. "My boss has to agree first." The crowd buzzed. "Isn't Kwang Gia the boss? Why is there another boss?" Turns out, Kantran was not just some lucky kid who happened to know Thuk Dong. He was a real god himself. The Kain family, again, is the boss of the Kwanganga Road, a Khan Corporation's financial group. Levin Utugu admires. "You know who my boss is, yet you dare to step up and block me. That is some guts. I like." Kanantron silently watches as that prisoner gets knocked out. Lum Tutu nonchalantly drags the prisoner away. Akantron is puzzled. How could Thuxi and Les crew let someone roam freely in prison? No. 18. He ponders. If they can walk around freely, then why has not he left this place? A lazy cat stretches out in front of the chessboard. Kantron wonders. Where did Lam Tiu Tayu go? Thuxiang replies. Something surprising happened. Even now, I still do not know what the surprise is. He shares. But it is definitely something beyond my imagination. In the past, if someone with an unclear background appeared beside me, I would feel like someone was plotting to take something from me. But this time, it is different. The opponent does not have any plans at all. Almost like they are brainless. Kantron thinks. Time is running out. Not to mention being crossed by that local. Just dealing with this clueless fellow would not stand up to Lam Tiu Tayo's interrogation. Lum Tiu also has that mysterious supernatural ability. This kind of power can make someone inadvertently reveal the truth during questioning. It is only natural that the existence of the outside world is revealed. And it happened pretty fast too. Just like a wild tiger at a food stall. Depi Ven quickly urged. Do not just eat. Is not that guy someone you know? I heard there are even some strange languages spoken in that desolate place. Quoch H. Thin wiped his mouth. He is not one of mine. That kid does not look like someone from the wasteland. Have you ever seen a wild person with such smooth skin? He replied. Well, that is true. Quoch A. Thin laughed heartily. All of our people have already been found by our brother Kain Tron, so do not worry. Right now I am like a lone wolf, and chimed it. Right. Can my 3 brothers have some meat? Dippy Ven responded. Is there a shortage of meat in the wasteland? Athean lamented. Every 2 to 3 days we get ambushed by the group. When would I have time to raise livestock? Plus, there are 2 more forbidden areas, causing casualties non-stop. The living space is not as vast as you think. Took the opportunity to flatter. Of course. If Brother Tron leaves, all the food and drinks would go to you. Tron glanced at Quach H. Thin. Forbidden area. That is another new term. Seems like it is related to some restricted stuff, and Friendly threw an arm around him. Brother Tron, how about you come with me to that desolate land? I can't guarantee much, but with a talent like you can have whatever you want, eat whatever you crave. The Fee Zing, while petting a kitten, chuckled. You really want to drag him along? Can't you see? He is with Kindtha. Being a shadow for Kyantha. Is not that better than a wasteland with you? Quach H. Thin countered. How can that be the same? Him becoming a shadow is not guaranteed. The selection process is fraught with danger. Why take such risks? Going with me to the wasteland is not that bad. It is not as dangerous as you think. The Fee Lung laughed. What is so special about your wasteland? Why do you think people would want to follow you? Tron spoke up. It is just a pie he is drawing. You look at the time. Lumtiu will be back soon. Tron thought to himself. I am about to face the most dangerous trial of my life, and I do not have any cards up my sleeve. He pondered deeply. I know what I have to face, but I can't escape it. Tron felt grim. There is nowhere to hide. The clock read 3:30 p.m. in interrogation room. The new prisoner still had not woken up. Lumtiu felt helpless. This kid has been cursing me out from dreamland to reality for half an hour straight, and he has not repeated himself. In interrogation room, he looked over the interrogation results. Tatuahu was pleased. This haul is not bad. This guy Elgia Kichaju claims I am a high school student who time traveled from a parallel world. Moreover, he lives in a city where many people also time travel. Loduye Chichiji said he approached the boss because someone mentioned that finding Thaki Zhang in prison number 18 could lead to a career path. We need to find out who leaked this information. Lumtiu recalled. Even though this time travel thing is hard to believe, according to what Lokuichashi said, the logic behind it is actually worth considering. Suddenly, he slammed the table, waking Ouhu up. Now for the final question. He smirked wickedly. Have you ever heard a song called Farewell? And now it is dinner time. Everyone is quietly eating their meals. Tron ate while pondering. Lumtiu was sharp and clever, but not particularly deep. He thought for a moment. He returned to the dining table without mentioning the interrogation results. So the conclusion was clear. There was a secret involving someone sitting here. Tron suspected that someone was probably him. He looked at Thuxi Zong, curious about how he would handle this. A person as powerful as him would not let things spiral out of control, no matter how friendly things had been before. When facing someone in a high position, all that goodwill fades away. Thief Duong set down his chopsticks and commanded. Tu. Take the brothers of Hexio somewhere else. Lumtiu replied.
Yep.
He gestured for Quat Hethane to go, but he firmly refused to get up, saying, I am not going anywhere. A noise caught Hethane's attention, and he was hit hard. He rubbed his wound as he heard Lumtiu say that if he wanted to find the S005 object here, he should not take another step forward. Quat Hethane was annoyed. Fine. If you do not want to listen, then do not. Thigdrong questioned. For the past few days, you have been letting Lavi Kwanga interrogate the newcomers just to find them. Tron confirmed. Exactly, he praised. You are calmer than I expected. When I was your age, I was not as composed. Tron replied calmly. It is not calmness. Worrying is useless. Even though Tu has not told me the results, I know there is a huge secret behind this. Confronting uncontrollable issues has never been merciful. Thigdang asked again. Do you think there is a chance you might not survive till tomorrow? Tron glanced at him, then looked at the prisoners around. The machines still whirring. A massive, terrifying system of machinery. Tron admitted. I have thought about it. He smiled. These past few days have been quite enjoyable. If possible, I hope we can get to know each other again. The Thivang spoke up. The first time we played chess, you won. So I still owe you a favor. Just tell me what you want right now. Tron's words made him pause. Could you play the farewell song one more time? He wondered. Aren't you going to exchange lives? He pondered. My life does not need to be exchanged. Nor can it be. The Thivang accepted. All right. I still really like your spirit. Consider this piece of music a gift from me, and you can ask me for that favor anytime. He gently picked up the instrument. and the melodious music echoed throughout the prison. Akon listened to the music with delight. Thank you. And at midnight, the prison was silent. Footsteps stopped in front of Tron's cell. Someone covered him with a black bag, while 2 others helped him up. He was whisked away to a place unknown. The door to that room slowly closed, and Tron gradually regained consciousness. He sighed in the night, in the dark space, not knowing where he was, unable to speak to anyone, not even aware of the time. The loneliness and fear felt like they were swallowing him whole. He thought to himself that, in reality, he was not afraid of loneliness. Since learning about his parents' divorce, he had started to befriend loneliness. Tron smiled faintly. Right now, losing my country is my biggest enemy. You look at the time on your wrist. Even though the countdown does not really change anything, at least it helps you keep track. Tron sighs and heads into his own movie theater. Tron gazes at the big screen. Since there is nothing else to do, might as well watch a movie. A prison escape theme fits the mood perfectly, so he decides to watch the So Sang Redemption Lee. He watches the countdown tick away. Lying back, having already replayed 8 films in his mind, even dozing off for a bit, but still can't he shake off this gnawing hunger. Yet, it is not quite the limit yet. The countdown flashes. 98 hours. 9 minutes. And 1 second. And Tron thinks to himself, this is dark vibes. The scenes in his mind start to blur. His body feels hot and cold. Skin dry and parched, definitely due to dehydration. Tron can sleep. Hunger gnaws at him. And it feels like his spirit is slowly being eroded. The countdown continues. 74 hours. 9 minutes. And 1 second. Deep into the quiet night, Kwong A is screaming madly. Lothung Fug. Let me out of this room now. Where have you locked my boss? Kwong A yells. I won't let you off the hook. And neither will Ka Corporation. Lamatiutu looks at the screen showing 0000 and speaks up. Boss. It has been 4 days. He whispers. Boss. Tron has been in there for 4 days. Has not said a word. And shows no signs of breaking down. Lothung replies. He's extremely clever. From day 1. He started adjusting his breathing to avoid losing too much water. Surviving 4 days is not that surprising, Lamatiutu argues. But still, going 4 days without a word is quite rare. It does not seem like he is suffering. It feels more like he is waiting. But he has not had a drop of water for 4 days. If he does not drink soon, he will die. Boss, you value talent. Lego. Detfanon interjects. Boss. Maybe the dark room can do anything to him. Just let him out. Lothung responds. Let us change to waterboarding then. Lamantogo gasp. Boss. Right now he is severely dehydrated. If he meets water, he will drink it immediately. If that happens, he warns, Tron will die. Lothung darkly replies. Life or death is his choice. If he has never faced real death, how can he follow my path? Tron is strapped tightly to a chair, his face covered by a white cloth. Lamtutu stands by, deep in thought, watching Datefon pouring water over Tron's face. He clenches his fists tightly, determined not to say a word. Water pours continuously over Tron, yet he endures, remaining silent. Tiuhu watches closely, amazed that Tron can still maintain his composure at this point. Does he even realize what he is facing? Is he aware that he is using his last ounce of willpower for a chance at survival? The water unexpectedly washes over him again, and Tron feels like he is drowning in an endless sea. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling. Tron, he jolts awake, opening his eyes as memories from the past flood into Tron's mind. It is the image of his mother, tenderly holding his hand and saying, Tron, your dad has changed. He does not need us anymore. At that moment, Tran spotted a street vendor selling candied hawthorn and immediately shouted, I want some candied hawthorn. And Fuong clenched her teeth, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at her little boy and replied, Okay. I will go buy some candied hawthorn for you now. Young Tran happily took the candied hawthorn from his mother's hands, completely unaware that her hands were trembling. Then Fuong melted into the crowd, leaving Tran with a message. Little Tran, stay here and eat. Mom will be back in a bit. Time passed, from the blazing sun to the gradual descent of sunset. But his mother still had not returned. The heavy raindrops began to fall, and the candied hawthorn had rolled onto the ground at some point. Tran stood there, shivering in the cold. Tran clutched his face and cried, his tears mixing with the rain. A security guard saw him and pulled him under an umbrella. But Tran shook his head, refusing to leave. Suddenly, a woman rushed over. It was Ain Fuong. She embraced him tightly, and the two of them cried together in the rain. Tran seemed to realize the truth. He had been abandoned, back in the present. His heart ached as if 1,000 thorns were cutting into it, his body trembling uncontrollably. In Contran's subconscious, Unfuong turned her back to him and softly said, "Come with me." But Contran firmly replied, "I do not need to anymore." Unfuong's eyes held a sorrow that was hard to express, and she gently pleaded, "Please, come with me." Contran stubbornly shot back, "I do not need to anymore. I have already said I do not need to." Back in reality, he opened his eyes to see Lam Tutu looking at him with concern. He tried to pat Contran's back vigorously to calm him down. Thukdong approached, coldly asking, "Why do not you beg? I still owe you a favor." Contran gasped for breath, and trying to inhale as much air as possible before responding, "Because you do not need a weakling." Thukdong silently looked at him with a complex expression. At that moment, a Contran radiated strength like a fierce wolf. Lai Thukdong asked, "Can you really forget what I did to you today?" Contran, soaking wet, replied, "I can forget, but I want to hold a grudge." Thukdong smiled with satisfaction, turned to leave, and did not forget to leave behind a parting comment. "Very honest. Good job." Tut watched him and thought to himself, the boss must be in a really good mood right now. In the boss's time, the knight finally had an heir, even if he never mentioned it. But seeing him pick each person one by one, then failing one after another, the boss must be feeling anxious. That path is tough. Tough enough that both I and Dipe Van do not want to walk it anymore. Thinking this, he leaned closer to Contran, cheerfully saying, "I really admire you. I have no idea how you managed to hold out for 4 days in my room. Anyway, in the beginning, we could not hold out for more than 36 hours. Deep lasted a bit longer, managing 47 hours. Dipe Van raised an eyebrow and shot back. A bit. Xiaotio frowned, feeling teased, and replied, "More like a whole generation stronger." "Okay." Contran, breathing heavily, asked, "Were you guys locked in there too?" Lavanutio cheerfully responded, "For an ordinary person, that is torture. But for us, it is just a test we have to pass. When the boss told us to throw you into the dark circle, I knew he wanted you. But if you could not make it, he would not bring your life or death into play. The boss has seen too much life and death already. His heart has grown cold. But you can't blame him for that. That is how the world is. So you can't really hold it against him." Dipe Van handed a towel to Contran and said, "Wipe your face. Not everyone can endure the water trial and still be as tough as you." Later, Lum Taiyu Tiao and Deep Taiyu Van even bet on what I would eat tonight. It seems that making it through the water trial not only made Li Thuffy Zung happy, but also those two. Dipe Van, holding a plate of food, said, "Look, the one who made it through the dark circle and the water trial is not dumb enough to eat ribs first. No matter how much suffering you endure in the outside world, it is nothing compared to what I have been through these past few days. Meanwhile, people my age are still in school, dating, playing games, and here I am, starting a new chapter in life that is completely unknown. Not even I know where I am headed." While the three of us were eating, Lum Tiutio asked, "After coming in here, you did not even know you were with Kind Group, so that is why you are playing chess with the boss to secure a spot for yourself. But in reality, you have no ties to Kion Group and do not even feel like you are home." Acontron casually replied, "Kind of." Lum Tiutio responded cheerfully, "Well, that is not too bad. The boss must have thought about this before deciding to take you in." Dipe Van next to him also reassured Kaintron, "You can relax. It is just me here. Only Tu Tiao and the boss know your identity from the outside world. Even Along Tretch does not know. We will keep your secret safe." Acontron sighed. "Thanks. But who is this Lo Vaving Tretch?" Lum Tiu Tiao kept a bright smile on his face and happily answered, "Luong Tretch from Hungex. Hungex-san is the organization of our knights. The abilities of knights are greater than you think. It seems you do not know much about the outside world. So we will have to catch you up these next couple of days." Dippy Vin added, "Right. That guy Laquanquanai is loyal to you, too. He has been through a lot these past few days. He almost clashed with the boss." Hearing that, Acontron replied casually, "Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. You know Ho and Home Tai. Right. And that guy who loves to curse. I know those too. But I would not really call it being friends. They were just my high school classmates." Lum and Tuwu jumped in excitedly. "Wait a minute. In the outside world, you are just a regular high school student. I thought you were some big deal out there. Your skills and determination are definitely not what you would expect from an average student. You do not have a mech suit, or any organization backing you. So you are pretty safe. In a world like that, even being a regular person is not so bad because it does not endanger your life. Lemon Tuyu said, whispering in admiration. That is pretty cool. Kain Tron then remembered something and looked up to ask. Where's that guy speaking the local dialect? Can I go ask him a few questions? Lemon Tuyu winked mischievously. We are all part of the family here. So why not? You do not have to worry about anything while you are in this prison. That guy is locked up a few rooms away from the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, the man held by DP Van was continuously yelling. Kain Tron covered his face and wrote down a few lines. The man saw the writing and asked, Are you from Earth? Kain Tron did not respond but quickly wrote out a few questions. Are you a traveler? Why did you end up here? Are you from Lefethun? Kain Tron added a few more words about the man's profession. The man answered and curiously asked. Bullfighting. Are you from Lefethun? Kain Tron heard that and did not respond. He simply turned and walked out, ignoring the man who continued to shout inside the room. When Lam Tiu Tiu saw Kain Tron coming out, he was surprised and thought. He just got through the dark room and the water chamber, and still managed to maintain that careful habit. The three of them, Kain Tron and his companions, finished eating and headed outside. Kain Tron walked while deep in thought, concluding that his deductions and Lemon Tiu Tius were spot on. Since Jin's son appeared in Lefethun, he must have time-traveled here. Wherever he lands, that is where the life of the traveler will unfold. DP Van chimed in. You do not need to worry about your identity being exposed. TU has spread the word that you are snooping around S005 of the boss, so that is why you got a light punishment. Kain Tron nodded slightly. You all planned this out better than I did. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud and desperate scream echoed again, and Kain Tron recognized that voice. He frowned and asked, You guys have had him locked up for 4 days. Tiutuo replied nonchalantly. Don't worry. Someone has been bringing him food and drinks for the past 4 days. Kain Tron then asked suspiciously. Have you investigated everything he did before this? Tiuo replied straightforwardly. We have. Before. He was doing odd jobs at the nursing home for the cooperative. Kain Tron asked. Confused. A nursing home. Odd jobs. According to Tiutuo, people in the inner world do not usually take care of the elderly. When people turn 60, they get sent to nursing homes, and their kids spend their retirement money. The so-called odd jobs at the nursing home mean they receive fees to protect the elderly, posing as their children to intimidate others so they do not get bullied by other seniors. Why would the Kain family send just one person to do odd jobs at the nursing home to help Kain Tron? This is too strange, he thought. Hesitating, he asked, Can I visit him? Without hesitation, Tiutuo replied. Of course. I can. Inside the cell, Kwangana lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted and gasping for air. Yet his mouth kept mumbling. Lothofug, let my boss go. At that moment, Taeyu Hu had opened the door. Hearing the sound, Kwangana immediately sprang up, only to see Kain Tron walking in from outside. He was so moved he started to tear up. Kwangana then ran around Kain Tron, checking if he was hurt, while continuously crying, as if he thought Kain Tron was going to vanish. This made Kain Tron a bit annoyed, and he coldly interrupted, saying he heard Kwang was looking for trouble with Li Thuffy Zhang. Kwang nodded in response, saying he was just probing S005. Did it really need to get this extreme? Kain Tron sighed in exasperation, saying there was no need to bring this up again. One must bow down on someone else's turf. But Kwang was still fired up, insisting, No way. Tomorrow I will confront Lethukang head-on. Seeing his attitude, Kain Trahan could not help but call him out. All right. Stop pretending. Kwang shyly lowered his head, mumbling. Pretending? I am not pretending at all. Kain Tron narrowed his eyes at him, his gaze seeming to see right through him. Noticing that look, Kwang slumped down, sighing. Looks like the boss has seen my true colors. In reality, this was just the way people like us, who are lower on the totem pole, survive. Hearing this, Kain Tron understood. Kwang must have known he would be fine, which is why he was trying so hard to show loyalty. After some thought, Kain Tron replied calmly, You do not need to cling to me. I appreciate everything you have done for me these past few days. Rest assured, as long as you do not betray me, I won't abandon you. Of course. Kain Tron told him that if he was going to follow him, he needed to tone it down and stop showing off like before. Kwang happily nodded, saying, Just tell me what I need to change, and I will definitely fix it. Kain Tron straightforwardly ordered, Just take all the gold off your armored arms. Keep it simple. I will hold on to that gold for you. Remember to sign. And do not act all high and mighty. Kwangwang obediently removed the gold thread and handed it to Kyan Tron, who then left with it as Kyan Tron walked. He pondered. That gold thread was quite long, weighing over 30 grams based on its density of 19.23 at room temperature. I wonder what gold is worth in the outside world. As he stepped outside, Titigu noticed Kyan Tron's expression and asked, "Do you have something else to take care of?" Kyan Tron nodded slightly, saying, "Yep. I have a plan to confirm something." The countdown on his clock was still about 40 hours since that day. Whenever they saw Kyan Tron, they always talked about him. From that day on, Kyan Tron no longer ate with Ao Fi Langa but with Kwang Nga. While Kyan Tron was eating, someone placed food next to him and curiously asked, "What did you do to tick off La Thuffy Wang? How did you end up like this?" It turned out to be Havi Thin, who quickly sat down next to Kyan Tron. He looked at him and asked, "Aren't you afraid of crossing Lao Tho Fiang?" Athian casually replied, "Do you really think our Hekaxio would be afraid of Lao Ho Thixiang?" When Kyan Tron heard this, he could not help but ask Nai, "What do you want with me?" Hithin replied nonchalantly, "I am not like others. I truly admire your abilities, and I am serious about inviting someone as smart as you to join Hakigio." Not liking it, Kyan Tron hesitated a bit but declined, then stood up to leave. However, just a few steps in, he noticed something was off. Behind him, 2 prisoners were stealthily following him. They had been tailing him for quite a while. Just not long after, Kyan Tron suddenly turned around, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. The 2 exchanged glances, as if they came up with a plan. Immediately after, a dagger appeared in their steel-like arms. Without hesitation, they lunged at Kyan Tron. He glanced at them, unfazed. As they got closer, he casually made his move, and the 2 of them went tumbling to the ground. Tu, watching from a distance, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Over here, after Kyan Tron took down the 2, Kwang Yinga quickly jumped in. Without hesitation, he went for their throats. He even knocked out a couple of their teeth. Kwang Yinga hurriedly said, "Boss, it is poison." Kyan Tron was not too surprised. These 2 assassins had come in with Jin Sin 5 days ago, along with 3 others who were already dead. Their plan was effective. Their target was not the boss, but you. Who exactly wants to kill Kyan Tron? It seems the power struggle is way more dangerous than he thought. At the Kyan, the conglomerate, those underworld figures will stop at nothing. In this race, it is not about who is stronger, but who is more ruthless and determined. At this moment, Kwangya hesitated and asked, "What should we do now, boss?" Kyan Tron thought for a moment before replying, "Let them speak first." After that, he returned to his room to rest. Until suddenly, the door swung open, and Kyan Tron stepped out to see Tiga waving at him below. Kyan Tron slowly walked down, and Thuki Vong frowned, asking, "Do you have any questions? We can handle other matters first." Kyan Tron glanced at Tagu and spoke up, "Who wants to kill me?" Upon hearing this, Thigtung was taken aback, frowning and asking back, "Someone wants to kill you?" Tiu too chimed in, "Not yet. We can ask them just now." Those 2 are pretty tight-lipped, even in his dreams. He bit his tongue and would not say a word. "Just know this, give me 7 days, and I will give you an answer." Thukdong nodded and said, "Ultimately, those guys are just the juniors of the Kan family. If they want a position, they can't avoid danger. So prepare yourself mentally." Kyan Tron furrowed his brow, thinking for a long moment before finally speaking up. "Why does it have to be about fighting for the position of heir? Even if there is a risk of life and death, are not they scared?" Uncle Dong chuckled lightly at his words, then began to explain that for as long as anyone could remember, the Khan family had a rule. Only the heir can become the head of the family. Kyan Tran was taken aback but asked skeptically, "Only the heir can become the head of the family?" Uncle Dong recounted that since the dawn of human civilization, the Khan family has always had an heir. They are just pawns, used and then tossed aside. Then, a powerful heir from somewhere decided that to become the head of the family, the heir must take charge. Every 10 years, they select the next generation, and one head of the family can last through several heirs. Those applying for the heir position are forced out of power in exchange for a golden ticket of immunity. It is said that the head picked someone useless, leaving only their subordinates to fight among themselves. At first, it just made everyone feel like they were on a mission the strongest wins, but now, it is survival of the fittest. Whoever makes it through is the heir, and that is how it has been for a while now. The Kine family must understand that if they were not ruthless, they would not have the status they do today. Upon hearing this, Kine Tran fell silent and finally spoke up. "I should be worried about my safety. Right. Because the candidates want to eliminate each other. Uncle Dong nodded in agreement, saying this was beyond my calculations. I did not expect someone would want to take out their rivals, right from the start. It was not like this before. Unless someone noticed your presence. Is it because I am close to you? Kind Tran blurted out a reason, but quickly dismissed it. That is not right. When I did not know you yet. The assassins were already here. Uncle Dong declined to comment, saying you will find out soon enough. Kind Tran looked at his back, asking suspiciously, can I withdraw from the hair competition? Is there a conflict between joining the Knights and staying with the Kan family? Uncle Dong shook his head, advising him to keep his membership in the Knights a secret. Just come at midnight. I will come to teach you, just like before for 3 days. Plus, I do not encourage you to withdraw from the hair competition. Then, the two entered the training yard, where Uncle Dong sat cross-legged on the ground. He quietly asked, do you have any more questions? Akan Tran hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have seen how to create weapons in the other world, including guns. Are there even more powerful weapons? Uncle Dong replied coolly. Yep. But not many. There are small EMP grenades specifically designed to counter armored units, as well as other special weapons. However, the military of the conglomerate mainly uses guns, and the bullets are mostly made of copper. Kind Tran questioned further. Why do the weapons resemble those from the outside world? Uncle Dong replied flatly. Because to kill someone, one bullet is usually enough. With that, he grew serious again, saying, all right, enough about weapons. Let us talk business. Kind Tran knew what he was referring to and asked quietly, is it the longest road of all in life? The bullet nodded, and Uncle Dong replied matter-of-factly, that is right. Extend your left hand. Kind Tran obediently extended his left hand in front of him. Thuk Dong seized his hand without a second thought. In a split second, a sharp pain shot through him, and Kind Tran bit his lip. It felt like an incredibly strong will was controlling his breathing, even dictating the flow of his blood. Thuk Dong, sitting across from him, had some unknown way of doing this. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat enveloped his neck. Kind Tran gritted his teeth, enduring as Thuk Dong seized his pulse, as if he were chained by an invisible lock. On the outside, Deep Van saw this and quickly urged him. Hang in there. Xiao Tiu chimed in loudly. Do you remember what I said? Only through suffering can you rise above others. At this point, Kind Tran was in so much pain that he bit his lip, tearing the skin. Xiao Tiu grew more anxious, shouting to keep him conscious. Who said that the pain Kind Tran had long forgotten would come rushing back? It was all agony. In that moment, he would crumble. If he could not get through this, no one could save him. Just as Xiao Tiu said, childhood memories flooded Kind Tran's mind. He vividly recalled the sensation of cutting into his hand, even the feeling of his fingertips severed back then while enduring the torture. It felt like tiny branches were piercing through his lungs. In the dark room, the dryness from lack of water contrasted sharply with the suffering he endured just moments before. There was also the sunlight from the day his mother left, and the shadow when she pulled away. Those memories swept over Kind Tran like a raging river, pulling him back to that agonizing moment. Within those memories, Kind Tran heard his mother's voice. She smiled gently at him, beckoning him to come closer. Kind Tran stared wide-eyed at the illusion for a while, frozen in place. But soon enough, he reached out, ready to grasp his mother's arm. But just as he was about to touch her, images of her happy family life flashed through his mind. Kind Tran could not help but smile faintly. Then he let go, realizing why Thuk Dong said that without overcoming these trials, he could not follow in his footsteps. He had already walked a long path. Now, he would finish the remainder on his own. Kind Tran felt no need to harbor resentment anymore, nor to look back. The rest of his life lay ahead of him. He had experienced this pain, and only those brave enough to face their suffering could cross the chasms of that path, separating themselves from the past and moving forward. Suddenly, Ztio below commented. Perhaps because he had a photographic memory, he never forgot those memories. His extraordinary ability to remember also brought him endless torment. It felt like an eternity, but Kind Tran finally exhaled. Thuk Dong squinted at him, expressing surprise. This trial is going smoother than I expected. Kind Tran looked at his palm, puzzled, and asked what the breathing technique was for. Thuk Dong slowly explained. It is just a supplementary technique. It is about an even breathing frequency. Right now, you still can't use it on your own. Just wait until I teach you a few more times, and you will get the hang of the rhythm. As he said this, he realized he had forgotten Kind Tran has an extraordinary memory and can instantly recall this rhythm. When he was first learning, Thuk Dong had to ask about this breathing rhythm 40 times, and it could not be wrong even a little. According to the summary results, after people go through all 8 trials of life and death, the gene lock will be unlocked in the early days. Only after completing all 8 trials of life and death did one become a proper knight. But after that, knights became fewer and fewer. Primarily because one of the trials had to be performed at sea, which has now turned into a forbidden zone in this world. There are 6 ranks. Completing all 6 trials means you have reached rank. At this point, Contran curiously asked, "So what rank would that make me?" Before Thukdong could respond, Deep Van quickly chimed in, "The master is ranks," leaving him in shock. But what is so miraculous about this breathing technique that it can help unlock genes? Thukdong slowly began to explain. It is similar to dopamine, a substance that brings pleasure to humans. The difference is, the sense of comfort and relief after exercise comes from endorphins. Generally, it is true that dopamine can bring pleasure. But he told Cantran to understand one thing. What it brings is not pleasure, but an addictive craving. After hearing this, Contran frowned and asked, "What about endorphins?" Thukdong continued to explain. Endorphins are a substance that is sweet at first, but bitter afterwards. When combined with morphine, they have pain-relieving effects. But that is just the basic effect. A senior named Tan Sine discovered that after a knight passes the trials of life and death, a large amount of endorphins is released. He believed that endorphins are the key to unlocking genes, which is why the Knight organization added another regulation. At this point, Thukdong paused for a moment, then continued slowly, but this time, Contran echoed him, saying that only through a life of suffering can one rise above others. Contran, surprised, asked, "What does breathing have to do with endorphins? Why do we need to use breathing techniques to unlock the gene?" Thukdong explained patiently. Because its essence is a technique to control the body, using breathing techniques to refine the genes. After 3 months, you could cover a distance that would take others years to traverse. Contran listened intently, asking questions as they came to him. He asked if there were any other effects. Thukdong simply replied, "Once you break through the first trial of life and death, I will tell you the remaining effects." After hearing this, Contran fell silent for a while, then spoke up. "Can't we just inject endorphins into our bodies with the technical level we have here? It should be possible to extract or transfer endorphins into the body without leaving a trace." "Right," Thukdong replied nonchalantly, saying that we live in an era where even love can be generated using pi. But you must understand that all external extraction methods are useless for us. They can grasp the principle of endorphins, but they can't decipher the genetic lock, even to this day. The secret of the genetic lock remains an unreachable mystery for the knights. They can only resort to the most foolish methods, adhering to the rules of the old era. That is why Thukdong said this is the longest road in the world, and the only way to become a deity is through rigorous cultivation. Hearing this, Contran seemed to understand the issue as he gently nodded and replied, "Got it, Master. But what if I use the 8th life and death breathing technique?" "What then?" Thukdong shook his head with a sigh. That question was meaningless. However, Contran insisted, "It does matter. Because in the outside world, there are no forbidden places." Upon hearing this, Thukdong was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he smiled and spoke, "Exactly. If no extraordinary beings have ever been there, how can there be forbidden places? This means you could break through all 8 gates of life and death in another world. I wonder how many knights are stuck at this level, unable to break through. Now, suddenly, a young man like this could complete the feats of the predecessors." At this moment, Contran questioned with curiosity, "So what are the forbidden objects and forbidden places?" Diet Van slowly explained, "Forbidden objects and places both originate from extraordinary beings." Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, also chimed in to clarify, "Since the extraordinary beings died, that strange and powerful blood seeped into the earth, nourishing the living beings there. Ants, snakes, centipedes, any insects residing there, as well as plants, and even microorganisms began to thrive. That is why the beings in those death zones evolved into forbidden places. It is said that initially, the Loch-Do conglomerate created submarines to explore new territories, and they later captured an incredibly large whale skeleton at the ocean's depths. For example, on the wasteland near City 16, there is always a train with 12 black windows running across the wild fields, occasionally stopping. If you throw a 50-gram gold coin into the last car, you will become a passenger there, riding to the end of the world. The last car of the train is filled with gold coins. Many major corporations have exchanged gold for supplies. If you try to mix gold, they will lock you in there until you die from it, which is why the last car is filled with bones. Of course, there are also some forbidden objects unrelated to extraordinary powers. If you can subdue them, they will serve you, but if you can then they will pose a grave danger when facing forbidden objects. Some people are like hunters, gripping their swords tightly. We all know there are fierce beasts in deep forests. And we also recognize that these beasts are not all the same. But as more and more fierce beasts appear, we need dedicated hunters to deal with them. That is why the forbidden judges have emerged. They have become enemies not only of the beasts but also of those who raise them. They not only collect forbidden objects, but also subdue extraordinary beings that can produce these forbidden objects, because they do not want a day to come when there are so many fierce beasts that they could wipe out humanity. At this moment, Thief Javine spoke up again, saying from now on, DP Van will teach you combat techniques, physical training, and the V8 challenge skills. I really admire that you were born in the outside world. But that is not what matters. What matters is, perhaps Kindtron can change an era. With that, the Thivong stood up. He smiled excitedly and said, "Let us get started. I can't wait for that day." Kindtron looked up at the floor, lost in thought. Even though he was in prison, he felt a glimmer of hope and freedom. Compared to the bright world outside, he preferred this place. With that, the training began. During training, DAP Vin even handed Kindtron a box of rice filled with meat, insisting he eat. Probably thinking he would burn through all his energy and would not hold up. But what caught Kindtron's attention the most was that he sensed a strange breath within himself. It seemed to have no effect, but he could control it. He needed to ask the Ksang about this. The next morning, while eating, Taiyu Tiyu could not help but ask how far he had progressed, how long he could last, to which Daipi Vin replied calmly, "From 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Upon hearing this, Taiyu gasped. Daipi Vin, do not wear him out. Daipi Vin wanted to say, if he has the breathing technique, what is to worry about? The boss already instructed me. I know my limit. Taiyu Tiyu, unimpressed, retorted, even with the breathing technique, he will still be tired. Deepian gently shook her head, denying it, saying, I have never met anyone like him. If he were from here, he would become extraordinary soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Kindtron carrying a tray of food, looking incredibly energized. Tiu could not resist glancing at Thi Wang and asked, Boss, what if you let me try tonight? I think I can handle it. But he was met with a refusal. It is too late. You are getting old. He protested. I am only 27. The Siwang replied coldly. The longer life goes on, the more pain you endure. After 20, you will face more worldly suffering. You won't get past the trials of the heart. Back then, he thought youth was tough. But growing up made him realize that the two kinds of suffering are not the same. As he said this, Thief Duhuang sighed again. Although I let you act like you are being ostracized, doing so means no one will mess things up for me. Just then, an announcement sounded that someone was here to visit. Khan Trahan furrowed his brow upon hearing his code. It was the first time someone was visiting him in this world after so long. A moment later, Khan Tran followed the guard to the designated room. Not just him. Many other prisoners were also receiving visits. Khan Tran approached his room, and as he opened the door, he was startled and frowned. The person visiting him was a girl. This girl had a delicate face, large round eyes, clearly from a well-off family. As soon as Khan Tran entered, she observed him, her cheeks gradually turning a bright red. Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly lowered her head to hide it. A moment later, the girl dared to steal a glance at Kyan Tran sitting across from her. Kyan Tran also quietly observed her. Clearly, she was not from here. Could it be that the time-traveling incident was exposed? Doubting this, he finally spoke up softly. But before he could finish, the girl spoke first. I am your Fanky. My name is Brandon Soren. After saying that, her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Contran could not help but feel a chill. Remaining silent. You have no idea why I'm here. Right. This must be your first time meeting her. Just then, the prison announcement echoed, signaling that visiting hours were over. After the introduction, she fell silent too, just observing Can Tran. Finally, unable to hold back, she exclaimed that he looked stunning just sitting there. His current demeanor was breathtaking. Can Tran could not hear what she said clearly, so he asked back, What? She quickly waved her hand, saying, It is nothing. With that, Can Tran stood up and left. As he walked back, he pondered where this engagement had come from and what was happening. Behind him, she watched his retreating back, her eyes revealing a hint of infatuation. Can Tran returned to his cell, and Guangia hurriedly asked, Boss, did Kanangan say anything? He shook his head gently, replying, It was not Kangan who came, Just stick to my plan. Hearing this, Guang Yu leaned in closer to Kan Tran and whispered, "So you really broke off with Lai Thuk Dong?" Kan Tran nodded. He replied calmly, "Yeah, it is. But we did not plan to rely on outside help." "Right." Guang Yu found this reasonable and nodded in agreement. "Exactly. You have got me too, boss." Kan Tran had a little over 5 hours left in this world. Meanwhile, outside the city, for reasons unknown, the sky suddenly erupted in brilliant fireworks. It lit up the entire city skyline. Accompanying this were the sounds of machinery and ringing phones, providing the best three-dimensional communication experience. On the streets, a girl with a large bag wandered aimlessly. She walked along the main road as if lost in thought. But she did not notice that someone was watching her. The girl walked into an alley. Suddenly, two people appeared, blocking her path. One of them spoke formally. "Hello." Jiang Tayat. Hearing her name, Jiang Tayat asked suspiciously, "Hi there. Is something wrong?" The other pointed to a box and said earnestly, "Our company is thrilled to successfully acquire shares to show gratitude. The company sent us to give you the latest version of the armored arm." Jiang Tayat felt a bit moved by this. Outside, people said that those from big corporations were intimidating, but she found them quite friendly. Not only did they gift her money for the shares, but they also gave her this free piece of armor. While she pondered this, the girl continued, 2 years ago, you accidentally saved a middle-aged lady. She was a member of the Li family conglomerate. So these gifts are her way of saying thank you." The two arms that Li gave Jiang Tayat were the highest quality products on the market, capable of storing high-energy weapons, and had great durability, with a 97% synchronization level with the nervous system. But wait, there is more. The girl continued. "There is one more thing. That lady has a message for you. You are a very kind person, and she is very grateful. You will definitely be a great mother in the future." Jiang Tayat found herself at a loss for words, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Over in cell block 18, Kan Trian is still pushing through his training. Just a little more practice for half a month, and he will be ready to start the heavy-duty training now. That is the real game changer. In about half an hour, he will have to return to the outside world, and who knows how many days it will be before he can train again. While Kan Trian is working hard, the Fiang strolls in with a grin, asking if he is heading back to the outside world soon. Kan Trian stops, turning with a puzzled look, asking, "What is it?" "Teacher, is something going on?" He answers nonchalantly, "I want to see the time travel process with my own eyes. Who knows? I might uncover some secrets." Kan Trian hesitates for a moment but agrees. "Sure thing." After that, Depi Ven hands him some meat to eat. Can we just say that the breathing technique helps with training? But it drains way too much energy. Before he knows it, he is so hungry he can't take it anymore. While munching down, Kan Trian notices the Kang still staring at him. He asks, "What is wrong?" "Teacher, is there something else?" After a moment of hesitation, the teacher replies, "Well, could you jot down a few notes for me?" Kan Trian hesitates but nods. "No problem." Then, he dives right into the meat in the box. Kan Trian's body quickly overflows with energy, and he pulls out a strand of golden thread from his bag. Seeing it, Depi Van chimes in. "So that is why we have not seen the golden thread on Love Kunyina Asarm lately." Just then, Kan Trian's countdown begins. With only 10 seconds left, the Thulong watches intently. When the countdown hits 1 second, a surge of energy suddenly envelops Kan Trian, as if the barrier between two parallel worlds is breaking apart, causing him to vanish. In the blink of an eye, Kan Trian is back in the outside world, spitting something out of his mouth, while still clutching the golden thread in his hand. Glancing at the watch on his arm, Kan Trian frowns. It is the same 7-day time frame again. It seems like the time travelers are spending longer in the other world each time. How much longer will it be? Will there come a day when he just stays in that world for good? But this time, bringing the golden thread back gives him an edge over others when he returns to that world. After coming back, Kan Trian keeps grinding through his training, following the training regimen set by the annihilator. He does not skip a single day. When he is drenched in sweat, Kan Trian finally steps outside. He takes a breather and thinks about that girl named Chang'an A. Pulling out his phone, he translates what she said earlier. After understanding it, Kan Trian mumbles in confusion. What does she mean? Plus, the Brandon family speaks Mandarin. Why speak Japanese? Is she a time traveler from the outside world? Or is it because the Brandon family still sticks to the tradition of speaking Japanese? If she is a time traveler, why can Akam speak Mandarin fluently? I bet there are not many Japanese people who can speak Mandarin that well. While Kan Trian is deep in thought, his phone buzzes with a message from Kan Then, asking if he knows how powerful Lady Che Tru from the next class is. Kan Trian, confused, asked back, What do you mean? The god of fortune offered no explanation. Just cryptically said, hurry to school. And so Kyan-tron quickly put on his uniform and rushed to school. The god of fortune spotted him in the crowd, waved his hand excitedly, shouting, over here. Akon-tron glanced over, puzzled, asking, what is going on? The god of fortune, thrilled, pulled out his phone and said, check out the hot surdy. Akon-tron skimmed through the news on the phone, feeling a bit speechless. I gotta say, Jeju and Johnson are really having a rough time. While other time travelers are living colorful lives, these two ended up switching places, and now they are stuck in a jail cell. Might as well just stop time traveling altogether. During the last trip back, Jeju acknowledged that he time traveled to prison No. 18 and even mentioned talking to Thufi Zhang. Now that Jin Sen's incident has been exposed, anyone who sees the hot surdy will think of him. Jeju stood outside the classroom door, sweating bullets. His classmates bombarded him with questions like they were interrogating him, completely ignoring how pale he looked. But it is not just him and Jin Sen in prison No. 18. There is another time traveler in there. And that guy is the real boss. Ziyi is just the scapegoat. He wanted to beg that big boss for mercy. Could not he spare him and Jin Sen? In reality, the person Jin Sen mentioned was not him, but someone else. But what good does that do now? Everyone is still gossiping about that mysterious time traveler, and it is driving Vhu crazy. Khan-tron watched this scene unfold from a distance, letting out a resigned sigh. Another school day passed by, and it was time to go home. But at the school gate, there were not just parents waiting, reporters were on the scene too. Meanwhile, in the classroom hallway, as Kyan-tron was leaving, he pulled Kanthen along. At the back gate, a stranger suddenly climbed over the wall. As soon as he landed, he boldly shouted, "Who is Eldu Beitrar?" Two nearby female students trembled in fear and pointed towards a distant building. The stranger ran into the teaching building, shouting, "Who is Eldu Beitrar?" Some students overheard and questioned, "You mean Ouhsha?" He immediately nodded, confirming, "Yep, that is Eldu Ehia." After that, someone pointed the way for him to enter. It turned out to be Jin Sen, who grabbed Yechicha's shoulder with an air of confidence. "I know you are a big deal in prison No. 18. The extraordinary person who interrogated me that day is following you, so your status must be high," he said. Vichieju was suddenly seized by him, panicking and shaking his head. "Not me. You have got the wrong guy. It is Jin Sen." Just like that, he was dragged outside, still yelling, "Don't worry. I am not here to arrest you, I am here to give you money." Kanthen watched this unfold with a hint of regret, sighing, "If you had not pulled me away so quickly earlier, we might have overheard what they were talking about. That is the fastest way to get intel on that world." Akon-tron heard this and rolled his eyes. Uninterested, Kanthen shot him a look, asking curiously, "Time travel could be fun, right? If we both time traveled to that world and became extraordinary beings, we could start a sidekick alliance. Just imagine how epic that would be." Akon-tron was too lazy to entertain him, but just then, he noticed Kanthen pulling out a notebook and asked, "Why are you suddenly looking at this?" He awkwardly changed the subject. "What do you think about getting close to L2E Chi Jenu?" Akon-tron shook his head dismissively. "Not necessary, I am not even a time traveler." Of course, he knew Icho was a fake name, but others did not. "I am just worried that by now, the number of time travelers across the country has skyrocketed into the thousands. Is there anyone out there who will be drawn to his identity? Something major happened today. So why have not Loon's people shown up yet? Could it be that the inheritance from the bronze statue has not caught their attention? That can be right. Something is off." Time passed, and by 9:20 p.m., Khan-tron finished his self-study session and quickly pedaled his bike home. Meanwhile, Yechicheju was on his way home when he noticed a car tailing him. Inside were two shady-looking guys, and it was clear they were not up to any good. So Vhe hit the gas, but it seemed like they caught on to his intentions. They would not give him a chance. They rammed into him, sending Geigechu crashing to the ground. The two of them quickly jumped out of the car, ready to grab him. They had metal arms, definitely time travelers. Seeing that, Witiechu nearly wet his pants, crying out for help. Just when things looked dire, a blinding darkness appeared in the alley. Another car came barreling in. Without hesitation, it smashed into the two guys' vehicle. The two of them immediately tensed up, watching as this unexpected car raced toward them. At the same time, on the pedestrian bridge, a figure emerged above them. Before the two thugs could even react, they were taken down in an instant. Just like that, they were flat on the ground, Unable to escape, Jeju curled up in a corner, terrified to the point of turning pale. The man quickly dealt with the two thugs. Then, turning to Vichation, he solemnly introduced himself. Hello there, this is our first meeting. I am Trumviv Li Gong, the head of Loon. Li Ho was still in shock, sitting there dazed, staring at Vin Sung. He did not say anything else, silently opening a space. From inside, he pulled out a sword and, without a second thought, brought it down. The car in front of him was sliced in half. Just then, someone stepped out of Vine Fox vehicle. It was Lo Vivin, who slowly reported, Boss, it turns out this is exactly where you predicted. Vin Zing, ever insightful, had just heard news of their disappearance in V Thun and immediately knew they were targeting Vaikachidi Dudra. But these guys had some nerve, pulling stunts like this in the heart of the country. Vin Wang frowned and spoke up. They are getting bold because of the chaos in the world. What we need to do is make them understand that this outside world can't be thrown into disarray. Lu Vin nodded slightly, saying, there are increasingly more people like this lately. Maybe we can recruit even more time travelers. Vu Wang replied thoughtfully, let us not rush. The essence of the organization and the importance of our beliefs are more crucial than raw power. Blindly boosting our strength is not the goal we are pursuing, just like you think. There are definitely others keeping an eye on Duke, because right behind him is the leader of the Knights organization. The one Lo Trek has to call boss. In this world, getting close to those people is like reaching for the stars. Which is why they have set up surveillance around the school. Then they sent someone to rescue Vin Yeki Chu on his way home. And finally, they waited for these thugs to show up. After thinking it over, Evanglo looked back at his team and asked if he was hurt. The other guy quickly replied, his arm and left leg are injured, but it is nothing serious. Satisfied, Vin Wang nodded and reassured Vaichado, saying there is no need to be afraid. We are here to protect you tonight. Plus, we will keep you safe for the next 24 hours. Vichiejo politely said thank you. He shook his head and insisted there was no need for formalities, offering a few more words of advice before stepping into the car. At the same time, the police car arrived at the scene. Vhaj stopped glaring at the departing vehicle, confusion filling his eyes. Is that how it is going to be? They did not ask him anything, nor did they drag him into it. Why not? Over here. After getting in the car and leaving, Vin Meng spoke up quietly, asking if Levin found it strange. Lu Vin questioned back. Strange about what, boss? Vien Ving slowly explained that this student had zero backbone and was completely unguarded. How could someone like that catch Leho Tho Thi Jiang's attention? Lo Vin thought for a moment before replying that maybe he was not really to Leho's liking. Vin Prung shook his head in rebuttal. No way. According to what Jin Sun said, extraordinary people serve that time-traveling guy in secret, so it is certain that this person has Leho's trust. I suspect there is a third time traveler in prison number 18, but is not what the world knows. Akintron is too smart, lurking in the shadows gathering intel from this world, while quietly meddling in everything. Someone like that is really tough to deal with. After hearing Vin Fang, Levivin curiously asked, Boss, are not you planning to take Aldu Vheg into the Loon group? Vin Prung shook his head lightly. He does not meet the criteria. The two continued their conversation on the way back. Meanwhile, after returning home, Akintron started his training. While doing push-ups, he accidentally spotted the golden thread he got from Kwang Yina, realizing he needed to turn it into cash. Otherwise, he would not be able to cover his food expenses. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. It was the little girl Zhang Vine, who came in with a plate of pastries, happily handing them to Kion Tron. These just came out of the fryer. My mom told me to bring them to you. After that, Ying Ven dashed back home. Contron watched her retreating figure. As if realizing something, he spoke quietly. Actually, you are very smart, are not you? You know what I am talking about. Ying Ven's steps suddenly halted. After a long pause, she turned her head to look at Contron, smiling mischievously. You are a time traveler too. Right. Then she replied. Because the day my mom beat Dad, you brought me into the house and hid behind the door to spy on Loon's people. You have met them, and you are hiding from them. Akintron could not help but be surprised. Even such a small detail could reveal his identity, proving he was not as clueless as people thought. But before, he had not realized that Dying Vine came from a family just like his own. The girl had a heart that matured early and was incredibly smart. Who would be so suspicious of a little kid? It is just that Kian Tron already knew her true identity in this world. While she struggled to find him, the next morning, just as Kian Tron stepped out to head to school, he spotted a group of strangers. They were passing things around, and he asked one of them, "What is going on here?" One of them immediately replied, "We are moving stuff for that house." Akantron kept asking, "So where's the homeowner? We are neighbors. Can I ask a question?" The person shook their head and said, "I do not know either. We are just the movers. Not sure where the owner is." Hearing this, Akantron fell silent, realizing that the apartment across from him, room 102, had been empty for a long time. Why were there suddenly new neighbors? It was not just room 102. It seemed like the whole upper floor had newcomers too. What is going on? Two families moving in at the same time. This clearly was not normal. But all he saw were the movers. He could not spot the homeowners anywhere. From the things being moved in, it seemed the new residents were not exactly poor, they had some status. But why would wealthy people choose to move into this old apartment building? Unless, of course, they were here for something else, like matters concerning the inner world. Were they targeting Jiang Tite? Thinking of this, Kantron passed by Jiang Tite and her child and kindly warned, "Jiang Tite, be careful out there." Jiang Tite did not ask much, just nodded slightly to show she understood. After his warning, King Antron headed to school, and as he walked past Tidaishi-de's classroom, he noticed that he did not look too well. He pulled out his phone and saw that the news about Ichi Chidaryu being injured was trending at number 13. Apparently a photo was taken from across the street by a paparazzi. But to Kai Antron, it felt pretty normal. What could be hotter than a time traveler? Even celebrities and internet stars could not compete with that. While observing the photo, he seemed to notice something else. It was a video, and he quickly clicked to watch it. The excited voice rang out, "Today, I am here to introduce everyone to the Forbidden Zones." Akantron focused intently on the video playing on his phone. According to H2GoTU, there were 139 Forbidden Zones in the inner world, and they were extremely dangerous, some even had bosses. It was recommended that everyone team up before tackling them. While Kyan-tron was absorbed in watching, a classmate suddenly called out, "Kyan-tron, check this out." He glanced over and saw two girls standing outside the classroom door. At that moment, the teacher walked in and spoke up. "I have something to say. Our class has 2 new students, and I hope everyone will work together and support each other. Now, please come up and introduce yourselves." 2 girls quickly stepped forward, and the girl in the basketball jersey smiled and said, "Hi everyone. I am Vivit from Hythun." The other girl introduced herself too. "Hello everyone. I am Idui, also from Hythun. I hope everyone will help us out more." The classroom erupted with enthusiastic applause from the boys, especially from the God of Fortune. After a moment, Hai Long pointed at Kyan-tron and said, "You two will sit over there. Kyan-tron is one of the best students in our class, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask him." Then the teacher asked for a few boys to move 2 sets of desks. As soon as he finished speaking, several boys stood up, ready to help. One boy cleared his desk in an instant. He then placed it next to Kyan-tron's desk and said to Ving Van, "You can sit at this desk first." Ving Van hesitated and asked, "What about you?" The boy smiled and replied, "No worries. I will just head to the storage room and grab another set." Ving Van politely thanked him. Then the two quickly sat down at their desks. Ving Van looked over at the God of Fortune and asked, "Hey, do you know Ouichi Chaju from the next class?" Those words shot straight through the heart of the God of Fortune, who was lost in thought while watching the 2 girls. He stayed silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up. "I do not know him, but I can go and get to know him." After a bit of commotion from the boys, the class finally started. During class, Kantron kept an eye on the 2 new students. He was sure of one thing. Ving Vonan and Hai were also time travelers. They transferred schools targeting K Chedo. In just 45 minutes, Ving Van had looked at the watch 6 times, and I Nai had looked at it 5 times. Those were all countdown positions. The thing is, the God of Fortune had looked at it 21 times. A little while later, break time arrived, and Vidring Van and I Na quickly left the classroom. They then went down to the schoolyard to hang out with 2 other boys. The 4 of them gathered there, seriously discussing their matters. Kintron observed the 2 boys, frowning and mumbling. They all know each other. The spirit of the canteen spoke up, saying these 4 students are transferring schools together. I just heard it from the class next door. The 2 boys have already moved to class 4 in grade 11. Kintron furrowed his brows and asked, "Is there anything else?" The spirit nodded slightly and replied, "The one wearing the gold-rimmed glasses is named Hotiu Ungu. Some people said he drove the other 3 to school this morning in a Geo 63. And the remaining boy's name is Truong Thien Tran." Kintran gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "He drives a car all day long." Vong Van and Bakwin Nai said nothing to the class. Every time the bell rang, they stepped outside to talk with Tiu Ungu and Thien Tran, not giving any other students a chance to interact with them. These 2 girls were smarter than Kintran had expected. I and I even tackled the top 4 exam paper from 2021 for practice. Contran had tried that paper. But Vong Van was working on an Olympic biology exam that Contran had never seen before. Moreover, once while passing by the hallway to the restroom, he overheard them speaking English. And the keywords in their conversation were about time travel, crossing dimensions, and how to get from City 7 to City 18. As the afternoon approached study hour, Contran quickly slung his bag over his shoulder. He whispered to Can then, "I am heading out first. If anything happens at school, just text me." Vong Van saw him dash out of the room and asked suspiciously, "Is he skipping class?" Can then replied nonchalantly, "That is the privilege of a good student. Even if the teacher sees him, she won't say anything." Vong Van, hearing this response, did not pry any further and grabbed her bag. Then she waved goodbye to Can then and left the classroom with Oy and I. Can then was left sitting there, feeling like he was a king among the crowd, but deep down, he did not feel that way at all. Meanwhile, at the small apartment where Contran was staying, after returning home, he quickly changed into another outfit, grabbing a small bag. He wanted to sell a golden strand he got from a shady source. But as soon as he stepped outside, Contran saw someone approaching, someone he knew. It was 4 new students who had just transferred, 2 girls Vong Van and 2 boys Tuanju. Kang Tran was surprised it would be them. Vong Van spotted him and exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe you are here too." Tu Yinjiu, puzzled, asked, "Who is this guy?" Vong Van immediately replied, "He is a classmate of ours. The teacher even said he is one of the top students in our grade." Tu Yinju nodded slightly, stepped up to Kang Tran, and politely extended his hand. "Hi there. I am Ho Tujin. I hope you can help us out." Kang Tran, being polite, shook his hand and nodded back, "Sure. Hope you can help me too." Then, well, that was that. Kang Tran was not close to them, so he quickly left the house to focus on his own business. Meanwhile, Tu Yinju was silently watching Kang Tran from upstairs, mumbling to himself, "Why do I feel a strange familiarity?" It was not that he had met Kang Tran before, or that he resembled someone else, but rather it was Kang Tran's distant attitude towards others. After thinking for a while, Tu Yu nodded and said, "Right. It is like when we reject some classmates, acting polite on the outside but feeling superior inside." Saying that, he glanced over at the other 3 and smiled. "Have you guys noticed anything weird?" A little later, at the home of the 2 girls, the 4 of them gathered there. Yugayani slowly spoke up. "Today I asked Nam Kandan who sits next to me. He said this classmate has always been in the top 3. Even if he is a bit cocky, that is pretty normal. All top students are like that." Vong Van scoffed dismissively. "Top students in a small city. Their level is way too low. Let us just forget about it. We do not have to deal with him much. We are just neighbors by coincidence." Then, Vong Van looked at Tiuju and said, "Honestly, we could stay at a hotel too. There is no need to be here. Our goal is to get close to the local elite, and Jiangsu is not that special. Don't think short-term like that." Tiun Yu immediately countered, "If we have decided to move from City 7 to City 18, we should try to make friends here. Have you seen Hatu's skills? We need to build a team." Hearing that, Vong Van groaned and slumped over the table. "I think spending money to buy information is enough." Jian Tran saw this and scolded her. "If you have chosen to come to Lesi Thun, you have to be ready to face the hardships." Seeing them arguing again, Tiunju stepped in. "Right now, we need to figure out how to establish a relationship with the local elite. Money is not everything. There are plenty of people with more money than us. When someone tries to buy resources from the elite, having good relationships will be our best advantage." Feeling that he made a good point, Wang Van sat up straight and asked seriously how things were going on their end. Xiao Yu slowly replied that Lu Dizu was easier to talk to, but if he asked him too many things, he would not say a word. At that moment, Wang Van suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke up. "Oh right. Have you guys heard? Yuan is also planning to transfer schools." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Yuan. Really?" Zhen Zhen asked with curiosity. "Is it possible she will transfer over here too?" Xiao Yu, not paying attention, quickly stood up and replied seriously. "Let us not think about that right now. I have never heard of Yuan being a time traveler. Let us go greet the new neighbors first," he said, grabbing a box from the shelf. A little later, at the home of Jiang Shu and her mother, Wang Van had arrived and knocked on the door. Jiang Shu heard the knock from inside and called out, "Xiao Van, go open the door. It might be Brother Kang Tran." Dong Van immediately ran over joyfully. "Just a Brother Kang Tran. I'm coming." But when she opened the door, she saw 4 unfamiliar faces standing there, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Wang Van greeted her with a friendly smile. "Hello, little sister." However, as soon as he finished speaking, The sound of the door slamming shut echoed, leaving the four of them frozen like deer in headlights. Inside, they could clearly hear the conversation between Jiang Shu and her mother. The soundproofing was terrible, and they caught every word. The four of them heard a familiar name. Kang Tran. Meanwhile, in a small alley south of Lac City, rain was pouring down onto the rooftops. Near a pawn shop tucked away in the alley, Kang Tran, wearing a hoodie with the hood up, walked in and asked, "How much for this?" The shop owner, busy working, looked up and asked, "Do you have a receipt?" Kang Tran shook his head. The owner immediately stood up and replied seriously, "Without a receipt, it is tough. If you want to sell, it is 220 yuan per gram. And I want to ask where you got it." Kang Tran calculated quickly. 8,580 yuan. That is a big deal for me. It should at least solve my immediate problems. Saying that, Wang Van turned to Xiaomu and said, "Deal. 39 grams. But I need cash." The old man nodded slightly, counting out cash for Kang Tran, while expressing his thoughts. "For someone your age, you are quite careful. But in our line of work, being cautious is not strange." Soon, the owner handed him the money, not forgetting to invite, "Next time you have anything to sell, just come to me." At this moment, Kang Tran examined the bills, noting the water stains, faded marks, and blurry print, missing no detail. Right after that, he handed a few bills back to the owner, suggesting, "Can you swap this 50 yuan for a 20 yuan? Upon hearing this, the owner looked a bit puzzled and scratched his head while opening the cash drawer, saying, "In our gold-selling business, we usually just take the money and go. Not many are as careful as you." Kang Tran accepted the new bills from the owner but retorted, "If you want to make a profit, do not use fake money to cheat people." With that, he quickly left the pawn shop, deciding to take a few more turns before heading home. By the time Kang Tran returned, he was carrying a big bag of meat along with some eggs, all high-protein goodies. As soon as he reached the front door, Dong Van poked her head out from the window. She waved at him and asked, and Kang Tran smiled back at her. After thinking for a moment, he waved back, signaling her to come down if she had something to say. The first thing Dong Van said when she walked through the front door was, "Wait. Kang Tran, who is our new neighbor? Have you talked to them yet?" Kang Tran was putting his stuff away and replied, "They were speaking English. I heard them from Haithan. Must be from city number 7 in the other world." Dong Van was surprised and asked, "You can understand English?" Kang Tran shrugged casually. "Just about. They are staying here. It is definitely about your mom. Time travelers from city number 7 have no base, so they probably came to city 18 to look for opportunities." After hearing this, Dong Van asked, "But city 18 is run by the Lei family. Why would they want to come here?" Kang Tran replied nonchalantly, "They speak English. Just listen to what they say, and you will get it." The girl looked up at him, surprised. "Are they talking right in front of you? You are not even trying." Kang Tran ruffled her hair, chuckling, "Because they are not as smart as you." After gathering all the info, Dong Van turned and ran off, clutching a pile of Kang Tran's clothes, cheerfully saying, "Mom told me to take your clothes to wash. Come on. Do not make it hard for me. I am just following orders." Kang Tran did not stop her, just watched her dash away. Then he turned back to his empty house, standing there in silence. After a while, he began to train alone in solitude, telling himself, "Don't stop. Keep pushing forward." He had heard people say that those who live in isolation are either beasts or gods. If I can't be a god, then being a beast is not too bad either. The next morning, Kang Tran arrived early at school to switch desks with Can Then. Can Then walked into class, smirking, and whispered, "I thought you were not going to make a move. Didn't he expect you to be so proactive? Why did not you say something sooner? We could be swapped yesterday." Kang Tran shot him a glance, thinking to himself, "You think I want to be close to Vigo Van?" Annoying, but he was too lazy to explain. Nam Thun, seeing Kang Tran silent, kept rambling about pointless stuff, which irritated Kang Tran. At that moment, Vimong Ven and Nai walked into the classroom. When they saw the seat change between Kang Tran and Can Then, Yunane started speaking in English. "Why did these two switch seats?" Ving Vien replied dismissively. "Who cares?" Then, she shot a glance at Kang Tran, who was busy taking notes. She continued chatting with the Yunai in English, completely ignoring Kang Tran. The two quickly sat down, whispering to each other. They did not realize that Kang Tran understood everything they were saying. They were right. Even he found it hard to focus on his work while analyzing their conversation. Those sounds were all recorded in Tron's mind. His life could not start over, but he could still replay the memories. They gathered outside, talking in English. Taiyunyu was the first to speak, asking, "You guys go first. Anything unusual on your end?" Yunane smiled mischievously and said, "Nothing strange. Just a guy intentionally switched seats to sit behind Vidri Vian." Little Ningyu heard this and immediately questioned. "He is a time traveler. And he switched seats behind you guys to confirm if you are time manipulators." This left Vikung Vine and the others staring at each other in shock. And Vian, confused, asked if he really did not notice. The four of them continued quietly chatting outside. To play it safe, Little Ningyu suggested, "Let us do this in the next class. Keep an eye out and see if he often looks down at his arm." Vavering Ven understood what he meant and nodded, saying she would pay attention. A little while later, the next class began. True to Little Ninyu's words, Ving Vainan spent the entire class secretly observing Tron. She even accidentally dropped her eraser on the floor, seizing the chance to pick it up while watching Tron's arm. Yet, his face remained calm, showing no signs of giving anything away. After a while, break time finally came. Vinghern Van gathered with the others and eagerly exclaimed. He did not look at his arm even once, even when he had nothing to do. Not a single glance. Little Ningyu frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, "Let us temporarily set aside the idea that he is a time traveler. A normal teenager would not think that way otherwise. That would be too creepy." At this point, Tron chuckled playfully, suggesting maybe he likes Vagavian. Vimung Vian, not impressed, quickly changed the subject, asking about their situation. "Any progress?" Taiyunyu calmly shook her head, saying no. He might just be playing dumb. We can't extract any info from him yet. We will have to build a rapport slowly. Everyone agreed, and Tron suddenly glanced at Tron, hesitatingly suggesting maybe they should start with him. Vivering Van nodded in agreement, saying they would begin with Tron and use him to connect with Jiang Tai. Meanwhile, Tron was in class, scrolling through his phone when a voice interrupted his thoughts. Tron. Here's something for you. We just got back from school and brought drinks. Tron looked up to see Vido Van entering with 2 drinks, wearing a sweet smile. Then reached out to take one, asking, "Is this for me?" Ving Ven nodded slightly, replying, "Of course." Then was as happy as if he would found gold, cheerfully saying, "Awesome. Thanks." Vagern Van did not pay much attention to him and handed the drink to Tron. He politely accepted it, saying thanks, but added, "You do not have to be so polite from now on." Viving Ven kept her smile and enthusiastically replied, "We are neighbors. After all, we should help each other out." Hearing this, Tron fell into deep thought, but the classmates were not as quiet. A wave of male gazes fixated on the two, causing Tron to break into a sweat. He closely observed the 2 girls in front of him, who just a while ago were indifferent to everyone, now suddenly acting overly friendly. Clearly something was off. While Tron was lost in thought, Vigveen leaned in closer to ask, "What are you so focused on? I called you, but you did not react." But as soon as she looked, her expression changed, making Client over here suspicious. On the phone, there is news about busting a ring involved in illegal detainment. Criminals have captured 12 time travelers, locking them up in an abandoned factory on the outskirts, using threats and intimidation to extract information about their identities in the inner world. At the crime scene, the authorities seized a massive stash of pharmaceuticals smuggled from the inner world, mostly love potions or cancer treatments. Tran is deep in thought, realizing this shocking news could deter anyone from openly identifying as a time traveler. Everyone now must keep their mouths shut, as if trapped in a dark, sprawling forest, because if one slips up even a little, they could end up like those 12 in the news, snatched away to a strange place, turned into pawns for someone else. The infiltrator Jiang Shu had similar intentions. Time creeps, and the crime report spreads like wildfire across the country, affecting every time traveler. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley in Lachthan, a young man wearing sunglasses strolls in, dressed in a long black coat, taking his time as he walks through the shadows. When he reaches a house, he knocks on the door. Almost immediately, a head pops out, and a cautious voice asks, "Who is there?" The young man takes off his sunglasses, smirking as he replies, "Me, Kimth." As soon as he finishes speaking, the door slams shut, followed by a panicked scream. "Boss, It is Kim Hathu. It is not long before the wooden door swings open again, and Hathu slowly steps inside. The people inside quickly form two lines, eyeing him warily. Hathu smiles and says, "No need to be scared of me. Where's the boss?" At that moment, Luvian appears, greeting him with a smirk. "The boss is not back yet. But you, boss are here. So let us have some tea while we wait for him to return." Hathu nods slightly and walks in to take a seat. He casually remarks, "This traditional style is too stiff. It is not comfortable at all. By the way, do you have any alcohol? I do not drink tea." Seeing this, someone can't help but shout, "How dare you sit in the boss chair?" Luvian quickly tries to intervene. Just then, the door to the room swings open. Along with that, a deep voice calls out, "What is it? We have guests?" "Of course. We need some good meat for them. If there is news, we should have some heat." Hearing this, Hathu lifts his head to look outside, grinning as he says, "I invited the boss to hold a meeting yesterday, but he declined, so I had to fly to the capital myself." Viandong slowly sits down in a chair, casually asking, "What is the rush about?" Hathu smiles at him, raising an eyebrow. "Has boss Trine seen today's news?" Viandong nods slightly. "I heard you saved 12 time travelers. But you are not here just to brag. Are you?" Hathu calmly chuckles. "Bragging? I just want to know what you think about my proposal. The situation in the inner world you are holding is only getting worse, with numbers decreasing instead of increasing. With so few people on your end, how can you ensure safety?" Eastern Vision calmly said. "Differing ideals. You all want to monitor every time traveler, but I find that unnecessary. An organization that mixes all kinds of people is not a good thing." Hathu was silent for a long time before finally speaking up. "You know, if we do not keep them in check, many other time travelers will be at risk. Today's incident is a prime example." However, Eastern Vision did not respond to this issue. He slowly sipped his tea. He then asked back, "So you have Hatutu in your hands?" Hathu paused for 2 seconds before chuckling and said, "Why do not you take a wild guess?" Hearing this, Eastern Vision set his cup down. He asked in a low voice, "What do you want? Is it really about power? Or do you genuinely care about the time travelers?" Hathu did not answer. He calmly stood up and coldly replied, "I already know the answer from the boss. As for what I want, you will find out this afternoon." With that, he swiftly walked out, and Eastern Vision squinted, watching Hathu's retreating figure, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "I hope that when the enemy appears, you and I are still comrades." Hathu's footsteps halted immediately. He smirked and said, "You bet, old class president." Shortly after, the door to Miss Land's office closed. Hathu walked alone through a narrow alley. Later that afternoon, Hatu took to social media to start spreading news. Students at school were glued to their phones, consuming the news. In no time, it spread like wildfire. Even Cantran was keeping an eye on this. He frowned in deep thought. Who is this Hatu, daring to create such a chat group? It seems he has mastered the tech of the inner world. But with everyone's time travel being so short, how did Hatu figure out the tech? Did he bring gear from the inner world out here? Or maybe Hatu is not just one person, but if several people join forces, each bringing a component, that could work. Contran did not dare to join this group unless he could also mask his identity. In the video, Hatu only mentioned that outsiders could not log in, but the kicker is he can easily access information from most people. This group chat system is like a crab trap, with Hatu playing the crab catcher. He just has to sit in his boat, drifting along the northern seas, then toss the steel trap into the deep, waiting for the royal crabs to crawl in. At that moment, Cantran skipped class and brought some snacks to the home of Zhang Tayat and her daughter. Dongvan rushed out to open the door and happily exclaimed, "Cantran is here." She curiously asked, "Cantran, did you ditch class again?" He did not answer. Handing the bag in his hand to her, "Here is some sweet cake for you. And take the fruits and veggies to your mom." Dongvan hugged them, but still puzzled, asked, "Where are your friends?" Cantran shook his head slightly and replied, "I do not know. Do not worry about them." With that, Dongvan stopped asking, pulling his hand and dragging him inside. "Oh right. Come see my mom's new mech suit. It is super cool." Zhang Tayat was currently using her metal arm to cook. Cantran looked over and curiously asked, "Did you just buy this? How sturdy is it?" Zhang Tayat slowly replied, "It is 10 times sturdier than the last one. I once saved a notable figure from the Lishi Corporation in the inner world." After hearing this, Cantran glanced back on Vine, making her panic and quickly pull his hand to run away. "Hurry up with dinner. I am starving." They both rushed to the living room and sat down, with Moing Van narrowing her eyes at Cantran mischievously. She asked, "Hey Cantran, Are you asking my mom about this to figure out who I really am? He slightly shook his head and replied. No way. I just wanted to ask. Evung Van did not believe him, saying, But Mies. Chu said you have not even told me your identity from that other world. Kain Tron smirked and said, Yes. Evung Bun put on her cutest face and cheerfully suggested, How about we trade secrets? I will tell you who I am if you tell me who you are. But Kain Tron bluntly refused. Evung Van potted in anger. You are so stingy. You definitely know who I am. Even a kid could trick you. With a soft chuckle. Akantron replied. But you are not just any kid. Just then, someone knocked on the door. When Ving Venon opened it, she saw 4 people from the Vunning family. Viving Ven waved and smiled. Hey little sis. We are classmates of Kyan Tron and pretty close to him. Ving Ven turned back to ask Kyan Tron. Do you know them? Akantron hesitated, wanting to answer, but before he could speak, Ong Vian looked outside and said. He says he does not know you. The 4 from the Vidong family found themselves shut out again, completely blindsided by his blunt rejection. Ti Feng Yu frowned in silence, wondering why Kyan Tron could fit in with this family. But they could not at that moment. Jiang Tite stepped outside and opened the door, saying, Hello. Sorry about that. Kids can be clueless. You all are the new neighbors. Right. Come on in. Ti Feng Yu glanced at her impressive robotic arm, instantly shocked, thinking, that is some high-tech stuff. Jiang Tite did not notice his gaze and turned to Vang Vien, saying, Little Vien, go pour some drinks for our guests. Outside, the sky was starting to darken as the 4 from the Vigung family returned home. Ti Feng Yu sat on the couch, silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Maybe we were wrong from the start. Everyone quickly glanced at Tiu Nayu, who continued. We moved from Hai Thun to Lek Thun, and we had to ship our sofa through air freight. Just look at the house across the street. They have old, sturdy fabric sofas. Then, Tiu and Yu asked, Did anyone notice Jiang Tite's arm? The details are incredibly rich. While the world outside may be filled with rich folks, in Jiang Tite's world, she is the real deal. It was pride that kept them from befriending Kyan Tron. Jiang Tite, Ying Vian, and even Ye Yish, but Ni stubbornly said. But we are stronger than them. This made Ti Yun Yu's face darken with annoyance. And I had no choice but to helplessly say. All right. So what do we do now? Ti Yu quickly suggested. First thing tomorrow. We need to get our school uniforms. I hope you all understand. We came to Lefthun to seek hope, not to be proud. Upon hearing this, Vivine pouted. But the uniforms in Lefthun are so ugly. Can't we just wear our own clothes? I have so many outfits. No way. Taiwan Wu bluntly refused, leaving the 2 girls at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Akantron had only 4 days left on his countdown. He woke up from his dream and headed to the bathroom. In the mirror, he could clearly see his abs becoming more chiseled. The sides of Cantran's face were framed by fiery patterns. Then, he started getting dressed, whispering to himself. Can you believe the instructor said that just practicing breathing techniques for 3 months could get you to a level that usually takes others 5 years? That is some serious magic, as usual. Cantran arrived at school, but as soon as he stepped into class, he noticed 2 students. Vong Van, in uniform sitting inside, and behind them sat Can Then, his eyes full of infatuation. Throughout the next class, Vong Van kept chatting and laughing joyfully. Kyan Tran took a quick glance and realized that these transfer students had switched up their game plan, starting to approach others. They even pulled out a math test and asked him for help. He would already passed it to Can Then, stirring up a bunch of jokes. Yet it seemed like Can Then was really enjoying it. He slung an arm around Cantran and cheerfully said, Wait. He told me to give it to you. Does that mean he likes me? Cantran did not respond but noticed the book in his hand and asked, Are you dabbling in hacking in that virtual world or something? Can Then bashfully laughed and replied, No way. Just learning for fun. Cantran just shrugged and stayed quiet, thinking it might be time to learn something new. Like chess after all. That was his opening move at prison. No. 18. Suddenly, he had a light bulb moment about Japanese. In that virtual world, he suddenly had a fiancée. And if he wanted to understand what she was saying, he would have to translate everything. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Cantran hit the internet to look up information on Brandon Soren, that mysterious name. After some digging, he finally found it. The appearance was eerily similar to his fiancée in that virtual world. Just then, Vong Van walked over and spotted the info on Cantran's phone, exclaiming, So you like a Japanese girlfriend? You are staring so hard. Contran shook his head and replied. I was just trying to look up Brandon Soren. I did not expect to find her. The girl from the Brandon family did not say a word to me in the interrogation room. Her dad is Chinese and her mom is Japanese. No wonder she knows 2 languages. Plus, she snagged the lead role in that horror film directed by Yuki Iwa. According to the information he gathered, the Brandon family and other families showed no signs of being cut off by the sea. After all, the instructor mentioned that such a vast sea had become a forbidden zone. If the Brandon family were on an island, they could not possibly cross the ocean to the mainland. Thus, time travelers on the island would also end up crossing over to the mainland with the time travelers in the country. During the break, the 4 of them gathered again. Denny asked, any new developments? Vong Van replied, that Nam Kanthan and Contran are acting like fools. Contran could not stop staring at a Japanese celebrity the whole class because of the doubts. Someone asked, didn't the teacher say Contran is a good student? Why does not he act like one? What is with the chasing after someone? How can 2 of you just sit here gossiping? This made Xiao Nu annoyed. What did we talk about yesterday? Can you guys tone it down a bit? If you keep calling them fools, how will they ever become friends? Just then, Tiugu heard someone calling out. It was Kan Tron, the foreign language teacher calling for him. Kan Tron immediately rushed out from the classroom, saying, I am on my way. The boy shook his head and replied, how would I know? They are friends and practicing speaking together. Upon hearing this from the boy, Tiungoyu panicked. Is this enough to prove it? Kan Tron's English listening skills were surprisingly good. Nothing like what he thought. After that, Tiunu returned to his group and quietly said, I am starting to suspect he is also a time traveler. Let me check with you all one more time. Did he overhear you guys talking? You know, I pondered before responding. First off, he was working on math problems. He was not eavesdropping. Tiunu clenched his fist upon hearing this. After a moment, he finally spoke. That does not erase my doubts. I need to find a way to confirm this. Later that evening, at the home of Jiang Tai and her child, she was busy cooking. 2 girls, Viong Ven and Vine, were sitting on the couch chatting. Vivin Ven quietly asked, can I ask you something? Xing Vine playfully replied, well, if I am, do I get candy? Vivring Van immediately pulled out a bunch of chocolates, cheerfully saying, of course you do. How about that? Xing Ven happily nodded. Thanks. I really love chocolate. Seeing this, Ving Ven started her inquiry. So let me ask you, does Kai Tron look like my mom? Is he also a time traveler? Like a super cool one? Ving Vana shook her head slightly and answered, I do not know. Ving Vivian squinted at her, thinking this reaction was normal. If the girl had been certain about it, that would raise suspicion. Besides, how could a 10-year-old even say for sure? Nunguayan Hai, who was next to her, continued, have you ever asked him? And VM replied straightforwardly, I did. But he just said that instead of thinking about whether time travel is real, I should focus on studying hard and getting into a good university. Vivien Ven seemed skeptical and frowned, asking, did he say anything else? Vivien Ven popped a candy into her mouth with a clueless expression. She said, he mentioned that those time travelers are not anything special. Upon hearing this, Vivien Ven fell into deep thought. If Contron were a real time traveler, how could he say that? It sounded more like he was envious while also trying to comfort himself. Nunguayan Hai, sitting beside her, reached out to pat Feng Vine's head, constantly praising her. Little Vian, you are really amazing. After finishing their questions, Ving Bai Ven and her friend quickly headed home. Yingman Hai walked behind, softly asking, do you think she was telling the truth? Ving Vivian confidently replied, if she is that obedient, she is definitely telling the truth. Plus, she would not lie about this stuff. What they did not know was their conversation had been completely overheard by Lung Vian hiding behind the door. The girl recalled the past, when that jerk who was Ingvira's father had once offered her candy to lure her into the room. Then he started beating her, leaving Go Venin traumatized. From the moment V Kauha pulled out the chocolate to tempt her, it was clear she would not get what she wanted. Without hesitation, Vin tossed it into the trash. Her eyes burned with hatred, and moments later, someone suddenly knocked on Konkantron's door. Akian opened the door. He saw Aang Ven standing there, and he raised an eyebrow, asking, what is going on now? As Ling Ven walked in, she spotted the pressure cooker on the table and exclaimed, can you ask my mom to cook meat for you? My mom makes the best meat. Kintron replied nonchalantly. No worries. Fend for yourself. At that moment, Evang Ven poked her head out, handed him a candy, and smiled, saying, "Here. Take this." The girl giggled and said, "Today, those two older sisters asked me if you are a time traveler. I kept it a secret for you. But I am sure there is something that made them suspicious." Tron furrowed his brow, thinking it must be because of the foreign language teacher that he got exposed. He shrugged it off and asked, "Where did you get that chocolate?" Ying Vien, sitting on the chair, smiled and said, "I bought it for you. It is a gift from me." Tron nodded slightly and then continued, "From what I can tell, these folks have messed with the wrong crowd in City 7 Tron 5 do." Isenbun raised an eyebrow and asked, "So that is why they came here to escape Tron the South's control. But I do not need that kind of info." Tron frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, "Then what do you need?" With a playful smile, Avinam replied, "I want to know who you really are." Tron hesitated a bit and shook his head. "No way." Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Then can you help me with my homework?" Tron. He still refused. This made her pout and complain. "That is so disappointing. Those people are right next door. Staring at us like that is driving me crazy. Should we find a way to get rid of them?" Tron shook his head gently. "Not that easy. Being under their suspicion is really annoying. If we keep trying to hide, it won't end well. The best move is to redirect their attention. And of course, we can use AKQ to do just that, not only redirecting attention. But these rich kids have money and influence that Tron wants. With this time travel twist, he needs to have a serious talk with Ri Chia while he was deep in thought. Azing Vine piped up, "Right. Tron. The National Day is coming up. We should hang out." Tron was taken aback, surprised. "Why are you suddenly talking about hanging out?" "I need to think about it, or we can talk about it later," Avinam replied, not pushing, and nodded. "Okay. You think about it." After that, she left Tron's house. Finally left alone, he found an app to scroll through. As time ticked down, just 10 seconds left, Tron popped the US back in his mouth, holding onto a wire. When the time was up, the space seemed to tear apart. Tron, still in prisoner mode, appeared in cell number 18. Seeing him, the king chuckled softly and said, "Back again." "Ah." Tron nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah. Then he pulled out what he had stuffed in his mouth. This experiment was quite effective. At least now he knew how much had actually come through. Tron looked down at his arm. This time, the duration was 2 days. You can't smile. But here we are at the familiar prison number 18. This time, it is a bit different. It is not the cold, lonely cell anymore. There is someone waiting for you to come back. It is like the crew is anxiously waiting for Tron to return home. And even though this place feels a bit dim and deserted, it is enough for now." After some thought, Tron handed over the US to the Thufiuang, saying, "Teacher, here's the music you wanted. Have you noticed any changes since I crossed over? Before, I had to figure out the rules on my own. But now that someone's observing, maybe we can discover something new." The Fiuang nodded slightly and replied, "You mentioned that after crossing into another world, you lost a second. That is not accurate. In my experience, it is more like it is not just 1 second at all." Tron was a bit surprised. It turns out his body really did cross over. But what about the Tron from his original world? Where did he go? Did he die in the original world? Pondering this, he hesitantly spoke up. "Teacher, what about this spark within me?" But before he could finish, the Thufiuang interrupted. "Now's not the time to explain this. It just appeared sooner than I expected." Tron could not help but chuckle, excitedly suggesting, "Then let us get started with the training." "Teacher." But this time, Thufiuang shook his head, saying, "No rush. Just follow me for now." Tron was taken aback, asking curiously, "Where are we going?" Thufiuang replied nonchalantly, "I am taking you to see the world outside." Upon hearing this, Tron questioned, "Why do we need to see the outside world?" With a soft laugh, the Thufiuang answered, "Aren't you curious about the outside world?" Of course. Tron was curious. What is this about a city within a city? What is this about a city that looks like a jungle of steel? What is with the view that looks like a mind-bending 3D image? Just look at how vibrant the city is that people cross over to, while you ended up in a steel box of a prison. But Tron still hesitated, saying, "I still think this is not the right time for sightseeing." Thufiuang said matter-of-factly, "You know how to endure. But as your teacher, I can't let you lag behind others." The more Tron listened, the more confused he became, asking back, What do you mean? Thi Long chuckled softly. Time travelers get to enjoy the scenery. And as my student, you deserve to see it too. Tonight, I will take you to see the best sights of city number 18. Just then, Depi Ven approached from behind, handing Contran a box and saying, "Put this on. You can't reveal your identity just yet." Inside the box was a mask. Shortly after, the four of them headed toward the glowing gate. Contran turned back for one last look. It turns out, the freedom he had always yearned for was right within reach. Moments later, in the first district of city number 18, at a lavish restaurant, the staff were politely refusing to accept guests. This prompted the male guest in front to ask, dissatisfied, "I have never seen you guys reserve an entire restaurant before. Are you kidding me? Who is booking this place? The Law family or the Kine family?" The staff immediately handed him a sign that had a name on it. Lezung Truch. Seeing this name, the male guest pressed a button to vanish along with his date, only daring to ask once they were outside. "Why did you suddenly leave?" he awkwardly said. "All right. Next time let us check the time before coming." Just as they left, another car parked in front of the White Light Pavilion. The staff at the White Light Pavilion stood straight on both sides, welcoming the esteemed guest. The newcomers were Thuk Dong and Cantran. As the staff respectfully handed Thuk Dong a napkin and cheerfully spoke up, "Lai has already prepared the dining table for today, and all the cameras in the Van Vi building have been turned off. Cantran has also been given access." And the staff treated him with utmost respect. But Cantran waved his hand to refuse. Thuk Dong, not wanting to be left out, spoke up. Maybe one day, he would get used to it. In this world, as long as you have wealth and power, everything comes at the right moment. Cantran did not say anything, just glanced down at the scenery below. Then, he questioned, "If we could leave any time, why are we stuck in this number 18 prison?" Thuk Dong calmly explained, "Because I still have unfinished business." After hearing this, Cantran was speechless. The way these big shots operated was truly beyond his comprehension. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "It is already 1:30 in the morning. Is the restaurant still open?" With a soft chuckle, Thuk Dong replied, "Life in the city never really sleeps." The two quickly entered the elevator to go up. As they rode, Cantran asked, "Don't people need to sleep?" Thuk Dong slowly explained, "The technology connecting to nerve cells allows people to function on just 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day." Cantran was astonished, asking in disbelief, "No side effect?" "Right." Thuk Dong straightforwardly responded, "Of course there are. After about a month of use, even if you want to be lazy and sleep, you want to be able to. Science is like a double-edged sword. No one can tell if it brings blessings or disasters. Human reproductive capabilities have not improved, and mental health is deteriorating." Cantran listened intently while observing the extravagant scenery below. There was a hovercraft gliding through the air, flying around the city. Knowing what he was thinking, Thuk Dong spoke up calmly, "No need to keep watching. Every second that hovercraft patrolled, spewing out methane and liquid oxygen, was the sweat and blood of those advancements." Soon after, the two arrived at the dining table, where a delicious dish of braised meat was placed. But there was only one plate, and no utensils for Cantran. He paused, asking, "Where are my chopsticks?" Thuk Dong took a bite of the juicy meat and then smiled, saying, "You are wearing a mask. You can't eat." Cantran was at a loss for words, genuinely unsure of what to say. Thuk Dong took another bite of meat, then innocently asked, "Are you hungry?" Cantran sighed, replying, "A little hungry." Hearing this, Thuk Dong looked at the staff and said, "Get him a bowl of Milan Jiajing noodles." In note, the staff brought Cantran a big bowl of noodles. Thuk Dong waved his hand, and the staff sensibly stepped outside. Then he spoke up, "Take off your mask and eat." Cantran nodded slightly and quickly removed his mask. He thought this building must be one of the tallest structures in City 18. Looking up, he could only see 2 other buildings rising alongside this one. While he was observing, Thuk Dong spoke again, "That is the building of Kanthai and Laithai." Cantran could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Thuk Dong just chuckled softly, so he did not say anything more. Cantran asked again, "Is this the place with the best view in City 18? Thuk Dong nodded in response. The Vinhang building was built on top of 6 other skyscrapers to achieve its height and beauty, if we do not count the street art, dirty water, and crime. Then this place is indeed the most beautiful scenery. If he gets the chance, Thuk Dong would take him to see the dirtiest sights of this city." Saying that, Thuk Dong pointed towards the distance, next to that window with the telescope. "It is for customers who want to enjoy the view. You can check it out." Cantran turned to look behind him and indeed saw the telescope, which made him curious enough to go over and take a look. Just then, He spotted a small naval vessel below, and there were people disembarking from it. It was a regular army unit, and their target was the building where Kind Tran and his companion were dining, of course. Thuk Dong saw it too, but he calmly suggested, "Let us eat first." Kind Tran nodded slightly. Then, the two returned to the dining table, and Thuk Dong suspiciously asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Kind Tran calmly slurped the noodles in his bowl, smirking as he said, "It is the first time I have taken my student out to enjoy the scenery. It is not like I would let my student die on the way. Right. That would just be a waste of my efforts." Hearing this, Thuk Dong could not help but chuckle. But beneath them, the scene was anything but cheerful. As soldiers armed to the teeth rushed into the building, not only that, but 2 helicopters were hovering closely above the building, all military grade, fully equipped with weapons. At this moment, in a distant temporary military base, aboard a large spaceship floating in the air, a serious man spoke up, "Stop. Stay put and check the power status of the equipment, and then report back to me." The team members behind him immediately complied. Soon after, the leading man reminded, "The boss said that if you want to leave here alive tonight, no shooting. Remember, do not involve anyone else." Upon hearing this, someone voiced their confusion. "Captain, I do not get it." The captain replied plainly, "You will understand later. And I repeat, no shooting." Just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was a man in a black hat who raised an eyebrow and greeted, "Good evening, everyone." Seeing this man, the group immediately felt fear wash over them. But before they could even draw their weapons, the man had swiftly charged forward. In just a few seconds, the entire group was down. The man with the furrowed brow chuckled, "Don't disturb others while they are eating." Meanwhile, in the Van Vi building, where Thuk Dong and Kan Tran were dining, an uninvited guest arrived. It was a teenager with white hair, dressed in a sharp suit, clearly someone of high status. He was taken aback by the scene before him. Thuk Dong also noticed the teenager entering. He waved his hand, signaling, "If there is something to discuss, wait until he finishes eating." The teenager dared not argue, standing straight there in silence. Kind Tran, on the other hand, was very composed, savoring his noodles bit by bit. After a while, he finally finished eating. Kind Tran quickly put on his mask and slowly spoke. At this moment, the teenager had approached the table. Thuk Dong chuckled softly. "You must be the eldest grandson of the Tran family." "Tranta. Right. I heard you have been promoted to class A." Daiko shook his head slightly, speaking earnestly. "My promotion is not important. Right now, we have no intention of starting a war with the knights and commoners. We just want to invite you back to prison. No. 18. Let us not make a fuss about this." Thuk Dong chuckled softly at this, saying, "Don't worry. We are just sitting here to chat a bit. We won't make things difficult for you." Daiko let out a sigh of relief. "That is good. I won't bother you any longer. After you leave, we will follow." Soon after, he stood off to the side, waiting. Thuk Dong glanced at the helicopters outside and helplessly chuckled. "As soon as I step outside, it is bound to stir up quite a commotion. You get why I'm not going outside now, right?" Kan Tran asked if they were scared of the teacher. With a slight nod, the Qiang mysteriously smiled and replied, "In this day and age, even stepping into semi-divinity does not guarantee invincibility. It is not that they fear me. They fear the flames." As he said this, he inadvertently glanced at the small fire nearby, pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Let us go home." The two teachers quickly left the building and got into their car. Kind Tran Teki Nai looked down at the city below. But it is all good. He would return here sooner or later. The wild girl in the building watched the car drive away with the two. Then, she asked, "Have you found that task force yet?" The female staff member behind her immediately answered, "Found them. They are all unconscious. Someone must have ambushed them at the escape route and then slipped away." Hearing this, the wild girl could not help but chuckle, sighed, and said, "This just means our net is not tight enough yet. Let us pack it up and head home to sleep." Just one night out for Thaisong, and the entire power structure in this city was shaken. But this was not a concern for the two teachers of Thek King. They casually sat in the car on their way back. The Fligloing then asked, "Do you know why I let you wear a mask?" Kind Tran replied nonchalantly, "Because you do not want outsiders to know the relationship between us." With a nod, he continued to ask, "Do you know why I accepted you as a disciple, but still do not acknowledge it? Do you think that is unfair?" "Not all." Kind Tran shook his head gently and replied, "It is because you know it is hard to break the chains binding you, and worry that they will bind me too." "Thank you." The more Thuxizong listened, The more satisfied he became. He nodded and smiled, saying, "You have always been this smart and full of potential. That is exactly why I feel you should not have to bear anything when stepping into the battlefield as a teacher." He could do that. Just walk alongside Kaintron for a while, then stand back and see how far he could go. While he was pondering, Kaintron hesitated and asked, "Will we have another chance to go outside again?" The Thihong chuckled lightly and asked, "You still want to go out and play?" Kaintron nodded firmly.
Yep.
Hearing his tone, the Thihong could not help but laugh, joyfully saying, "Then let us wait a few days and find a chance to go out and have some fun." Kaintron felt exhilarated and looked down at the countdown timer on his wrist. 3 hours left. That is really something. Peak of chop. Meanwhile, at a quiet bar, Lo Vin and Vin Zhang were there, and Vin Mi sat down, seriously asking, "Have you seen the news?" Lu Vin nodded slightly and answered, "Yeah. I think we should try to approach Altu Vhieju. Even if he looks down on Lao Chayo, we have to consider he is the one closest to La Thuvek dying." ZMMC shook his head, and Vin Ling said seriously, "I trust my instincts. Someone like a Lo Thizang would never pay attention to Eldui Hhu. And imprison number 18. There is definitely still time for the third practitioner." Lu Vin raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "So what do we do now?" Vien Lig squinted thoughtfully into the distance and firmly stated, "We find him." As the countdown clock ticked down, at 3 a.m. in Area 9 of the second city, a pair of shiny black leather shoes stepped into the dampness. A man in a crisp white suit approached a small house, where a woman was glued to the news. The moment he arrived, he knocked on the table, startling the woman. It was Thu, and upon seeing him, she panicked and stammered, "Boss, I am sorry. I did not notice when you came in," he said softly. "Relax. I am here because I have 2 urgent messages for you to relay. First, tell TUTU to cut all contact with them and wait for me to return before we talk further. Second, inform TUTU to quickly gather intel on Lai Thuk Dong." The woman responded immediately, accepting the orders. Hathu pondered for a moment before finally adding, "It seems we need to pull Lu Duk Chu in before she takes action. We need him." With that, he fixed her with an intense gaze, hoping she understood the weight of the mission we were carrying. "Once you return, go find the instructor for enhanced training." "Any objections?" The woman quickly shook her head. "No objections." To which Athu let out a cold hum, stating, "All right. It is settled then." A few hours later, at prison no. 18. After returning, Katran comfortably curled up to sleep. It seemed there had been no new prisoners transferred to prison no. 18 last night. With that thought, he rolled over and quickly drifted back to sleep. The next day, in the cafeteria, Thuk Dong was still surprisingly nonchalant, going about his usual routine. Tu could not help but feel a pang of disbelief. The outside world was in chaos over last night's events, yet the boss remained unfazed. At that moment, Hutin approached with a puzzled look. "What did your boss go out for last night? If it was something fun, you should have brought me along. How do you know about that?" Tu furrowed her brow. Despite the turmoil outside, Hutin had no communication devices. After thinking for a moment, he realized the issue and smirked. "Did the psychic from Hidao come by or something?" A few people showed up. Hutin scoffed. "It was just me." "Come on. What was Lai Thuk Dong up to?" Tu shrugged. "What if I told you he just went out for some braised pork? Would you believe that?" Hutin replied, clearly dissatisfied. "No way. Something that big and he did not have anything important going on." Hearing this, Tu could not help but smirk. "You know the whole world would not buy that, but really, Thuk Dong did not do anything last night. He just wanted to take Katran out for some fun. Those folks only remember him as dangerous. But they forget he can be unpredictable too." Tu thought, chuckling to herself. Then he looked up toward the second floor and could not help but marvel. It is one thing for Thuk Dong to be calm, but why is a 17-year-old like Katran so laid back? How can he sleep so soundly? Just then, the prison announcement suddenly blared. Code 00101. Visitor arriving, jolting Katran from his slumber. Otian, hearing the announcement, exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, is not it supposed to be every 3 months for visits? I thought 2 people just came to see him yesterday." So the next day, Contra N was led to the visiting room by 2 robots. With some experience under his belt, he walked in and was stunned to see the girl sitting there. The one visiting Contra N was none other than Noam. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here again?" Noam cheerfully replied, "I came to bring you some food. I cooked it myself." With that, she presented Contra N with a container of food, her eyes sparkling as she said, "I asked around, and the food in prison is not that great. So I made you some. Contra-N reached out to take it, but could not help but ask. I am really curious. We do not know each other that well. Do we? I mean, you can't be visiting me every day. Noam hesitated before answering. This time I came to City 18 with some seniors. They wanted me to connect with you. Plus I am not familiar with them. Hearing this, Contra-N took a longer look at her. He then took a bite under Noam's eager gaze. Noam was watching Contra-N intently, making him feel a little shy. Seeing his reaction, she chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry. This is a language only people from my tribe understand." Contra-N. See you later. With that, she stood up from the table and left Contra-N feeling a bit flustered. Meanwhile, Tiu Tigu was utterly bored. Ever since he had asked Contra-N to hide his identity, the prison felt like it had lost all its fun. He had to pretend to be aloof just to strike up a conversation with him when he saw Vaviechidu being carried in by a robot. Tiu Tigu panicked even more. He could not let this kid see Contra-N. He leaned in close to Thoxi Dong and whispered, "Boss, we can't let this guy go. He needs to stay locked up. Let us wait until tonight to discuss it." So right after that, Tiu Tigu ran over to talk to that robot. Without a second thought, it turned around, leaving Geichichu screaming, "Wait! Aren't you supposed to take me back to the workshop? What is going on here? Why am I being locked up? What did I do wrong?" No matter how much he cried, he was still locked up. He banged his head and yelled, "Why is it that after the countdown ends, I am forced into this world and stuck in prison for days?" Before long, the door opened again, and someone slowly walked in. It was Gontran, but he was wearing a mask. Dachu trembled and asked, "Who are you?" But it did not take long for him to realize. This was the time traveler number 3 from prison number 18. The thought of that possibility sent chills down Duk Chu's spine, and he stuttered, "What do you want?" Gontran said nothing, just scribbled some words on the screen and handed it to him to read. Seeing those words, Duk Chu immediately panicked and pleaded, "Big bro, I am not trying to steal your identity. I have thought it over, and I won't brag anymore. This time, I will just try to fit in." Gontran wrote a few more words, making Duk Chu confused and asked, "So Big, what do you want?" Gontran remained silent, just wrote on the board for Duk Chu to read. However, when he saw Gontran's proposal, Duk Chu firmly rejected it. "No way. I am too freaked out to agree to that right now." Then, he started pouring out his troubles. But Gontran did not seem to care much. He asked, "Do you know how long your sentence is?" Duk Chu shook his head softly and replied, "I do not know the specifics. I just got thrown into prison as soon as I time traveled." But then Gontran informed him that according to the latest news, Duk Chu was charged with robbery, theft, and attempted murder, committing multiple crimes. Sentenced to 99 years and 7 months. This left Duk Chu terrified. But he quickly thought of something. Duk Chu stared intently at Gontran and urgently said, "Big bro, you are only communicating with me through writing. Is it because I recognize your voice that I know you? Or are you someone close to me?" Gontran replied by kicking his ankle hard. Then, he leaned in closer, his voice cold as ice. "Actually, you were pushed out by the society to take the fall for those guys. The society in this world does stuff like this." Duk Chu could not digest these words because he was busy analyzing Gontran's tone. Gontran did not care what Duk Chu thought. Coldly stating, "Now that you have heard my voice, we can talk." Duk Chu quickly nodded. "Sorry, Big. I misunderstood you." Suddenly serious, Gontran said, "I am here to make a deal with you. Pretend to be me, and I can help you avoid punishment." Duk Chu trembled at Gontran's words, asking suspiciously, "How?" He replied casually, "We will find the real culprits and turn them in." Duk Chu still felt uneasy, trembling as he said, "But even if you leave and do not help me anymore, I am still out of options." "Right," Gontran scoffed, curling his lip as he replied, "Do you have any other choices?" Duk Chu felt there was no denying that. Pondering for a while before speaking up, "I agree to this deal." "What do you need me to do?" Gontran slowly said, "I believe that someone will be attracted to your outer identity. All you need to do is find out their motives. Simply put, I want to use you to connect with them." After hearing that, Uncle Duck could not hold back and chimed in, "Come on, bro. I can just do this for free." Gontran calmly replied, "Every successful deal means a share of the profits or a reward for you. Think about a delicious meal in the inner world, or enjoying a view from a closed room while still catching the news outside, or even bringing some gadgets from that entertainment zone back here for you. Once those words hit, Uncle Duck could not believe what Contran said. He never imagined that this third-time time traveler would hold such power in prison number 18. But Uncle Duck pointed to his arms and legs and said, "But bro, that sounds really dangerous for me out there. You have probably seen the news already. The day after I came back, I was injured." Contran frowned after hearing that, and asked suspiciously, "Give me the details. I found it really hard to understand how you got hurt." Then, Uncle Duck began recounting everything to him. After hearing it all, Contran nodded in understanding. If that is the case, letting Uncle Duck impersonate you is indeed risky. It is not that he cared about Duck, but finding someone suitable like him was not easy, and letting him die would be a real shame. Thinking it over, Contran spoke seriously. "You want the ability to protect yourself?" Uncle Duck quickly replied. "Genetic drugs." Upon hearing this, Contran fell silent, causing Uncle Duck's heart to start racing like crazy. After a long pause, Contran finally said, "I might be able to get you some." At that moment, Duck felt a wave of relief wash over him. But Contran shot him a sharp look and coldly said, "Just hope you can prove you are worthy of that genetic drug, and understand what it means to work with me." Firmly nodding, Uncle Duck boldly declared, "Just watch my performance. I already have 4 people trying to get close to me, but I have not paid them any mind yet. You would not know it, but they have got money to throw around." Hearing this, Contran realized the 4 people he mentioned were those Wang Young guys. At this moment, Uncle Duck confidently continued, "Once I get back, I will figure out what they want and see how to squeeze money from them." Contran shook his head and said, "No need for cash. I just need some plain gold bars." Uncle Duck nodded lightly, then added that there was an idiot wanting him to join a group, but the group was full of losers, and they even introduced a rich lady. Contran was left speechless. It is definitely that god of luck. He did not want to hear more of Duck's rambling and turned to leave. But Uncle Duck called him back. "Bro, how can I contact you out there?" He straightforwardly replied. "Don't you worry. I will get in touch." With that, the door to Uncle Duck's cell closed behind him as Contran stepped outside. He looked back at the person who had just left, feeling a surge of joy. Even though he could not mess around with the real deal, rolling with his hair was not a bad choice either. Uncle Duck is not the main character in this world. The owner of that cat mask is. Meanwhile, Contran stepped outside, took off his mask, and transformed his voice an advanced function of the breathing technique. Just then, Uncle Dong walked over and asked, "Is that your classmate? How's the conversation going?" Contran focused intently on him, slowly opening his mouth to say, "I need a gene serum." Upon hearing this, Uncle Dong immediately raised an eyebrow. Questioning, "A gene serum? For Uncle Lou Duck?" Contran nodded, confirming, "That is right." Xiao Tiao, who was behind, curiously asked, "But why? Isn't that beneficial for him?" Contran slowly explained, "I need to use him to prove that I can provide them with what they need. Moreover, Uncle Duck lacks backbone. If you ask him, he will spill everything. You can't rely on someone like that to be your firewall. Let us consider it from another angle. If he gets caught and reveals everything, then we need to make sure they can't catch him in the first place." A little while later, with only an hour left on the countdown, Contran stepped into Uncle Duck's cell once again, holding a suitcase. Uncle Duck squinted at it and asked, "What is this?" Contran slowly responded, "You need to remember what I am about to tell you." Then, he started outlining the important points for Uncle Duck to keep in mind. Contran opened the suitcase and coldly declared, "Now, it is time for this." He then went through the sequence, starting with 001. If you use 001 directly, it will be fatal. Each injection should be a month apart, upgrading from rank to rank. This gene serum has a powerful effect, with a low shock reaction rate. It works quickly and won't harm your internal organs. Contran continuously advised Uncle Duck on the issues to pay attention to, and he nodded like a woodpecker. Once Contran left, Uncle Duck's eyes lit up at the sight of the gene serum suitcase. After giving the serum, Contran did not linger and slowly walked away. When he reached the spot with the 2 others, he hesitated and asked, "Wait, do you think after he finishes the second dose, will he want to take the next one?" Xiao Tiao shook his head slightly, and Bai Yu wanted to say, "It is hard to explain. The pain from that gene serum shot is excruciating. Like it hits you to the bone. A lot of people quit after just the first shot." Defan agreed, saying, "In this world, to gain anything, you must pay a price. If you want to enhance your abilities, you have to endure the pain, even if it is a fast-acting gene serum." Contran, hearing this, questioned, "What about the Awakeners? Isn't it said that they can become extraordinary overnight? D-Fan slowly explained. Most awakeners undergo significant external stress. As the three were talking, the clock ticked down. Contran could not help but sigh, reluctantly saying, "Looks like I overestimated Uncle Lou Duck's willpower." After getting through the trial dose, he does not have the courage to take the second shot. Many people dream of becoming stronger and even feel ready to face the price they have to pay. But only when they experience real suffering do they realize what they are up against. And then they back down. At that moment, D-Fan handed Contran a gold bar, and he asked in confusion, "Why are you giving me this?" D-Fan slowly explained. "The boss said you could refuse it. But since he is your teacher, you can not accept it. Over here." Tu handed Contran something, smirking as he said, "This is a fake information route touch device. It can program information channels, set up private communication lines, balance, and calculate data streams." Contran took the two devices, surprised, and asked, "How did you know I wanted this?" Tu shook his head slightly, but with a grin said, "Meat is not. It is the boss. This can help you hide your identity in the outside world. With your personality, you are definitely going to need this." Contran, hearing that, shot back with a smirk, "With my personality? Of course. I will need it. What do you think I am like?" Ven chuckled softly and said, "Maybe the boss thinks you are a bit unique." Contran was at a loss for words, glancing at his watch, muttering, "Looks like he is not getting injected anymore. It is time to act." Hearing this, Tu and Van exchanged wicked smiles as they approached. Wikieju in the room was worn out, sprawled on the floor, too tired to move, but the nightmare was just beginning for him. Ven and Tu appeared without a word. Working in perfect sync, one pinned each Eiju down while the other prepped the needle, making him cry out for mercy. "Please, let us talk this out." Unfortunately for him, the needle went straight for his backside. Just as the countdown hit 1 second, it was game over. Back to the outside world. Meanwhile, Contran, upon returning, translated the last words from that day. Once he understood the message, his expression shifted to confusion. Admitting to himself he did not quite grasp what that girl's intentions were. Maybe he needed to learn Japanese for the home party. The whole time, Akongdemi played these little tricks right in front of Contran, leaving him stuck waiting for translations. It was way too passive. Plus, according to the news, only Japanese and Korean travelers were avoiding the city he was in. Still, no one in the outside world knew that Konkamam was a time traveler, which just did not make sense. After all, she is a star in Japan. How could nobody figure that out? It felt like, in the inner world, Kokonoam was not having much fun, which is why she came to visit Contran. But her main goal was not him. It was to escape the chaos outside. Suddenly, Contran realized that sitting with her was the most relaxed he felt. No one was talking, no need for emotions or conflicts, and he did not have to think about surviving in this dangerous world. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the countdown timer on his wrist. This time, it was still 2 days. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was news about Zaidachi Chohyo. He had just returned and was already shouting nonstop in the house. Outside his house, a swarm of reporters had gathered. The moment Daidachi stepped outside, he was bombarded with questions from all sides. There were also mocking remarks that made him flush with embarrassment. Unable to take it anymore, he shouted angrily, "Back off. Will you?" What Daidachi did not expect was that just a flick of his hand sent those reporters tumbling. Not only that, but he sent them flying a good distance away. Vikieju stared at his hand in shock, his eyes filled with confusion. But he quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly pedaled away. Dachu walked while deep in thought. Time travelers all said that the jealousy potion was incredibly hard to find, but he just casually asked around. The other person had already gotten it. Their power and connections in this world could not just be sliced away. Thinking this, Dachu could not help but mumble happily to himself. It was like playing a game if you were not great at it. Who cares? As long as you snagged a big score and knew how to compliment, your points would go up. A little while later, he arrived at school, where everyone around him was glued to their phones. Dukchu suspiciously opened his phone and saw the news about his uncle getting released from cell block 18. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. The news reported that there is a strong possibility that the Kind Company plans to use the banned substance S009 to confront his uncle, who suddenly popped up. Moreover, the news included a photo of Kind Tran wearing a mask, and no one knew who it was, but Dukchu did. He let out a sigh, realizing he still did not know much about this boss. At the same time, Kind Tran was also reading this news. Pondering who was using the Thunder King, he knew a lot of information. Even he did not know that Kind Company had dispatched a massive number of patrols out there. The outside world had the most news. But he was just a strategist. While this Thunder King was like a battlefield reporter, all things considered. The Thunder King was much more current. Jumping into action now. He was not a fool. Either he had a powerful backing like Lun's organization, no need to fear for his life anymore. Or like a Tu, who held the power or skills to hide his whereabouts. It seemed that more and more time travelers were popping up. And these folks were nothing like the past internet idols. They held the skills to resist the outside world, concealing their own whereabouts. Thinking of this, Kind Tran stepped out of class. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Duk Chu chatting happily with Xiao Nu and Thean Tran. And he was wearing a flashy watch on his wrist. Kind Tran immediately felt rage bubble up. He had said no watches. Yet this guy ignored him. He had texted Duk Chu earlier to ask how things were going. And Duk Chu just casually replied that nothing had happened yet. Those words only made Kind Tran angrier. He thought this guy just did not get his hint. Turns out Duk Chu was planning to pocket that watch. This dude wanted to snag something from him. Like the gene potion. In the end, Duk Chu was raking in the cash. While he and Xiao Nu became his money-making tools. If Kang Tran had not been in the next class, he might have fallen for it. Over here, Duk Chu was still blissfully unaware he had been found out. Cheerfully asking questions, the students from High then wanted to know how to quickly make a name for themselves in City 18. Was there any profit to be gained? Kind Tran quickly replied, like a wristwatch. Perhaps, in the blink of an eye. Duk Chu's face went pale. He looked around. Panicking. Questioning whether this boss was a classmate or someone from his school. Immediately, Duk Chu hurriedly admitted his mistake. I was wrong. Please punish me. I promise I will return the watch right away. And I won't say a word. A little while later, he left the restroom looking dejected. Ang Xiao Nu looked at him, puzzled and asked, Why are you taking so long? Let us hit the bar tonight. I have not been to one since I got to Lefike Thun. Wei Chi shook his head, handing the watch back, saying no to the bar. And let us keep working together, but later, we will be rolling out the golden service. I will wish you a happy new year first. May your family be healthy and prosperous. Taiyu Niu was left dumbfounded. Like, what are you even talking about? At the same time, Akan Tron had just stepped out of the restroom. His phone suddenly lit up with a notification. Someone sent a friend request. The sender was Zhang Vine, who had a piece of news for him. She said that Tu Lun sent a warning message to Jiang Tite. And there is a high chance that 99 suspected criminals hiding out are already in Luffy Then. In the last 24 hours, 2 time travelers have gone missing. So you need to be careful. Hearing this, Akan Tron fell into deep thought. These 9 criminals are extremely dangerous. I am afraid many time travelers might be in trouble. He got suspicious and texted. Are you still in touch with your mom? Ying Ven replied immediately. I am with mom right now. And there is no danger yet. She just wanted to ask if they could spend the night at Kind Tron's place. Reading those texts, Akan Tron was lost in thought. As long as Jiang Tite and her mother are not home, the enemy won't be able to find their target. Suspicious? He texted Kind Tron. It is Friday today. I will head home earlier than usual. I will be at the entrance around 5:40. But let me check the alley first. I am sure there is no suspicious person there. So after school, Kind Tron bought some food and headed home. While walking, he also read the message from Zi Chayo, casually replying to see how he would react. Kind Tron made his way home, lost in thought. This time, the 9 suspected criminals are nothing like the 2 lone wolves from before. They have a well-organized plan. It has been a while and they still have not fallen into any traps. A criminal organization like this is the most dangerous. Right now, everyone in this neighborhood is familiar. There are no strangers around. Everything in the house was as it had been. Untouched. Even the wrinkles on the curtain looked the same as this morning. No ambush inside. Kind Tron quickly made it up to his floor, texting Jiang Tite and her mom that the door was unlocked. Just come in. Moments later, the door to Kind Tron's house swung open. It was none other than Jiang Tite and her mother. Once safely inside, Jiang Tite kept thanking him as she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Kind Tron glanced at her, feeling a wave of affection. She is always so considerate. Then, he sat down to chat with Vang Vine. Have you heard about Lao Thixa Zhang from the other world? Can you share what you know? What is the corporation's take on all this? Xing Ven pouted and replied. I heard the girl from that world say Elo Thichi Lung has been missing for years. His emergence this time is sure to cause a stir. Seems like that girl really worships Lao Thi Zhang. Kind Tron listened while heading to the cabinet to grab a pillow and set it on the chair. You casually laughed and said, Tonight, My mom and I will sleep in your room. Okay. The bed's small. But we will manage. You can crash on the couch. Dongvan flashed a cute smile at you. Then chimed in. Right. When Li Tudong went out. Where were you? Kaintran replied nonchalantly. I am on the subway. Only saw the balloon heading towards the Vin Hang building. Then. Playing dumb. You asked. By the way, how did Li Tudong end up in jail? Dongvan shook her little head. Pouted. And said. I do not know. I am still a kid. It is not like I can just get his files. I have already shared a lot of info. You should share some with me too. Kaintran calmly sat on the chair. Casually shared a few tidbits with the girl. Like how he suspected a TU was not a person, but an organization. They were planning to recruit all time travelers. Dongvan frowned. Her cheeks puffed up. Kaintran. You are only sharing info from the outside world. If you talk about inside intel, it is too obvious. And you will blow your cover. Kaintran just chuckled softly. Not responding. Just then, something suddenly stirred upstairs. Kaintran and Dongvan's expressions instantly turned serious. At that moment, Kaintran's house was in chaos. He glanced up, panic flashing in his eyes. He frowned and mumbled. There should not be anyone upstairs right now. Dongvan's face also stiffened. Her mind racing back to the news from earlier that day. The little girl was trembling. And Kaintran signaled her to stay quiet. But the TV was blaring. And as Dongvan reached for the remote to turn it off, Kaintran stopped her. When they arrived, they noticed his house had the lights on. Meaning someone was home. Now pretending like no one was there. That was a huge red flag. Then, he patted Dongvan's shoulder reassuringly. Don't be scared. She nodded softly, wiping away her tears. After calming her down, Kaintran headed to the kitchen, using a piece of paper to send a message to Jiang Chaya. Basically, they had been there for a while now, and from now on, the three of them needed to act like before. Just like usual. She should keep cooking. They would not suspect that the mother and daughter were downstairs. Jiang Chaya showed she understood and continued to cook. But her trembling body was betraying her. A little later, Jiang Chaya finished cooking. She approached Kaintran, worry etched on her face. What should we do now? Before Kaintran could reply, heavy sounds echoed from upstairs, making both of their faces pale. Kaintran looked up, lost in thought. That weight could only come from armored boots. A regular person's footsteps would not sound like that. Kaintran closed his eyes, focusing on the noises from above. At that moment, he realized he heard the sound of a zipper dragging against the floor, meaning someone was lying down. Eavesdropping. Realizing this sent a wave of panic through Kaintran. Meanwhile, outside, lightning kept striking down, signaling an unsettling night ahead. The three of them in the house were trying to keep those intruders from realizing they had been discovered. Kaintran sat on the couch, starting to brainstorm a plan. Soon after, he used the paper to suggest Jiang Chaya contact Miss. That on only texts. Never calls. Because she might be tapped. But when Jiang Chaya pulled out her phone to text, she realized there was no signal. The look on her face instantly soared. And Kaintran felt even more anxious. They must have jammed the signal here. This gang is clearly well prepared, but the communication signal with the HHE is still here. After thinking for a moment, he signaled Jiang Chaya and her mother to wait for a bit before making any moves. The two of them quickly sat down at the dining table. And Kaintran nodded in satisfaction. Good. Let them think we are just having a meal. But then, fate threw a curveball. And Kaintran noticed something troubling. Outside in the hallway, a guy's voice echoed, wondering if Jiang Chaya and her mother were home. I even sent someone to buy fresh beef. Kaintran immediately panicked. This little gang was planning to storm Jiang Chaya's house, and had already knocked on the door. The three of them felt like they were trapped in an ice cave. Ingvian was so scared she was about to cry, curling up in Jiang Chaya's arms. Kaintran's face was getting darker by the second. Just then, Jiang Chaya suddenly asked, what do we do? Should we save them? Kaintran did not answer. He stood there in silence. And soon, sounds of a fight erupted upstairs, followed by silence. It seemed he had underestimated this gang's fighting skills. Even regular folks should not go down that quickly, but since they were not dead yet, and given the questionable methods of these criminals, they would treat time travelers like rich targets, not taking their lives. There was still time. Kaintran closed his eyes. Forcing himself to think clearly, he quickly came up with a plan. And at that moment, WikiHH's signal device suddenly beeped. Kaintran instructed him to take a cab to Building 12 on Experiment Road and wait. Immediately, the Kieju asked back, Boss, what is going on? Why am I waiting there? Kaintran quickly replied. Tell you it is because the first signal is done, so he should let it go. WikiHH quickly received the order and dashed outside. After giving orders to Xiaojing, Kaintran could only wait. Perhaps this time traveler would not be able to reach Kika Loon, but Dhe Jude. Q Loon must have sent someone to ambush him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiat and her mother were still very frightened. Tron was powerless. All he could do was wait silently. Over here, Wikiecho had already made a hasty exit from the house. As soon as he stepped out, Eiko Loon's people spotted him, and one of them immediately reported. Heads up. The Sparrow has flown. The Sparrow has gotten into the little brother's car. As Dhe hopped in, he urgently told the driver, "Take me to the number 4 clinic on Experiment Road. Hurry." The team over here received the news and immediately ordered. Everyone, follow closely. The Sparrow has reported a suspicious location. Bantha. Suwon Chu. You two speed up and find the hiding spot. Just as Tron predicted, Vhchiru was inadvertently luring Kiluna's group to his house. Before long, the car carrying Hijo came to a stop. Dukchu hurriedly got out of the car and ran off, while the driver called after him. "Hey handsome. This place used to be the headquarters. What are you up to?" He casually replied, "Just here to grab the gold strand," and took off. The people inside the car quickly reported back. "Call Loon. The bird says they are here for the gold strand." Levin frowned upon hearing this, muttering in confusion. Gold strand. Could it be they have arranged something with time travelers? At that moment, someone informed him about a recent murder, and that some thugs were after time travelers. Luna's crew sped off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Dukchu stealthily approached the house. He snuck in, unaware of what was waiting for him. Dukchu quickly arrived at the front door of house number 12, and just sat there waiting. The people from Liu Vine's side arrived and saw him sitting there, confusedly mumbling. What is he doing just sitting there in front of house number 12? What is his game? Just then, the door of house number 12 suddenly opened, revealing a foot and a figure with their head covered stepping out. Moreover, this person looked shady. Not exactly the friendly type. Dechuchu's face turned pale at the sight. The guy noticed him too, sneering. "Hey man. Why do I feel like I have seen you somewhere before?" It did not take long for him to recognize who Dukchu was. Dukchu was nervously stuttering, mumbling some incoherent words. The guy quickly radioed his buddies. "We have got a situation." Seeing the guy calling for help, Dukchu grabbed his pants and took off running. The guy, seeing this, decided to chase after him, but after just 2 steps, he spotted Luffy Vine's people. Instantly, he turned around and dashed back into the house, causing a panic among La Venice crew. He also noticed someone in the window of Jiang Tait's house. Immediately, he ordered, "They have been spotted. Surround him. Be careful. He is dangerous." But just then, the window of Jiang Tait's house suddenly exploded. Lo Vin looked up in shock. It did not take him long to realize their plan. They were trying to escape through the back window. Luna's crew quickly spread out to encircle the area. Lo Vin was also rushing in to catch the culprit, but at that moment, he realized something was off and shouted, "Be careful." Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in front of him, sending Loon's people flying out. Lo Vin hurried over to check on everyone's condition. The explosion had been set up by those thugs when they arrived. They had secretly stuffed explosives into the trash bins to buy time, then quietly sneaked into Jiang Tait's house. If they got caught, they would break the back window to divert attention. Then they would blow something up on the way out to create chaos and casualties, giving all of them enough time to escape. After confirming that there were not too many injuries, Levine ordered, "Quick, let us chase them. If we let these guys get away, who knows how many more time travelers will suffer." Just as he took a few steps, Levin suddenly hesitated. He realized something was not right. The thugs were there to capture time travelers, and their gear was not anything special. It is unbearable to face a collision when jumping from the 2nd floor. Either they can jump down, but can't take anyone with them. From the moment the glass shattered, the mysterious figure on the 2nd floor intentionally let him see, then turned and ran, all to force them out the front door. Thinking about this, Luan immediately panicked, biting his lip and ordering, "Follow me back." While running, he contacted his team, casually asking, "Hey, has Little Eagle arrived yet?" Little Eagle was speeding down the road, confidently responding, "Almost there. Almost there." Luan sprinted towards the front door, knowing that if he was wrong, it would be like letting the enemy escape through the back. But he trusted his instincts. Soon, he reached the front door. There was a black car parked there, surrounded by a crowd of unfamiliar faces. Clearly not the good guys. As soon as he spotted Loyuan, one of them raised a gun, ready to fire. Luan charged forward without fear. And at that moment, the car took off, and he deftly dodged the incoming bullets. Then he yelled, "Little Eagle, ram them for me. Little Eagle." It catching up, immediately floored the gas, and the two cars collided. Taking advantage of this, Luan stepped back to gather momentum. The thug's face twisted as he watched Luan soar like a bird, shattering the car's window and kicking the thugs down. Each thug got a taste of his kick. In no time, 4 of them were knocked out cold. Luan then shouted, "Take them down." No sooner had he spoken than Luan's people showed up, and chaos erupted. Moments later, the battlefield was cleared. The thugs were arrested by the police. Meanwhile, Kang Tran, who had been observing everything, was a bit surprised to realize that Luan was also extraordinary. This organization was far more sophisticated than he had imagined. They were not just a ragtag group. Despite their individual strength not being high, they had organization and solid criminal plans. Thinking about it, Kang Tran glanced at Jiangshu and her child, saying, "All right, it is fine now. But we can't go out just yet, so let us relax." Jiangshu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you. If it were not for you, both I and Little Van would be in trouble. Let me go reheat some food." In the living room, only Kang Tran and Little Van were left. After calming down from the scare, Little Van slyly asked, "Kang Tran, did you call Loon? With the signal cut. How could you call her?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Kang Tran replied, "Seems like you have revealed a lot of details today. Sooner or later, Little Van would piece it all together." With that thought, he walked over and ruffled her hair, asking, "Are you scared?" Little Van nodded slightly, then spoke up. "I know you do not want to reveal your identity, but if I am in danger in that world, would you save me?" "Yep." Kang Tran nodded without hesitation, then patted her head, but Little Van pouted, saying, "If you are keeping your identity a secret from others, that is fine. But even me? You want to hide that too? I am just a kid. How could I have bad intentions?" Kang Tran did not say a word, just smirked at the girl. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who told you to change the channel?" Vina nodded slightly and replied, "Thanks." Kang Tran. If Vung Van had turned off the TV suddenly, and if Kyan Tran had not reminded Jiang Tite to keep cooking, something would have definitely gone down. Jiang Tite was still nervously fumbling with her shoes, still not fully present. A little while later, Jiang Tite laid out a stunning spread of food, and they all started eating. She sighed, saying, "Too bad you two are still too young to drink." But Xing Vingnan chimed in, "But Kyan Tran can drink." However, just as they took a bite, an awkward silence fell over the 3 of them. Jiang Tite's face turned pale. She had been so nervous while cooking that she forgot to add salt. Kyan Tran, sensing her embarrassment, quickly spoke up, "It is normal to be scared. I was scared too." Meanwhile, at the hospital, the thugs were being treated while under strict supervision. Tiugu was also there, watching someone shaking uncontrollably. He realized that this must be post-reaction overload after being injected with low-grade gene drugs. It had not been long since he crossed over, yet he had already acquired so many gene drugs. The boss must have some serious clout in this world. Lovey Vin was being supported by his teammates and quickly demanded, "Move me next to Tiu Nayu by the lake." The other person hesitated, saying, "I have already arranged a private room for you." Lu Vin shook his head slightly and replied quietly, "I still need to clarify some things with those 4 new friends. And you should tell the fans to investigate them." The other guy quickly left, and Lo Vin was now next to Tai Yun Yu's bed. Tai Yun Gayun glanced at Lo Vin and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us in time." Lo Vin just smiled and said, "It is what we are supposed to do. Did you see how heroic we were when we rescued you?" He added, "I noticed you were not scared at all, facing those thugs with a gun pointed at you, calm as ever. If the boss saw that, he would definitely give you a raise." He joked. Tiu Nayu looked at Lo Vin, puzzled, and asked, "But how did you know we were in trouble?" Lo Vin replied straightforwardly, "It was not us who found out. It was someone else. We just happened to be in the right place at the right time." Taiyun Wu was surprised and asked, "Someone else? Who?" Lo Vin shook his head slightly and sighed, "I can say." Just then, one of Luna's people walked in and said, "These 4 phones were found in the thug's car. Are they yours? Do you want them back?" Tiugu nodded slightly and then retrieved his phone. Immediately, he saw a message from Vaichi Chaya. "Consider this a deal. Don't he forget to pay back the gold." Upon reading those lines, Tiu Nuyu's eyes widened in shock. He had not fully processed what he was seeing and just stared at the message on his phone. After a moment, He finally understood. Now the pieces of the puzzle fit together. Ehaja had discovered that they were in danger. Which is why he created an opportunity for Loon to catch those thugs and save them. Which is why Veichichaiji said this was the end of their first deal. This so-called deal is to save their lives. It is just that Xiao Nao does not understand how Dichu knew they were in danger, and how to move Luan here. After a moment of thought, Xiao Nao replied, thanking them for a pleasant collaboration this time. Since it is our first time working together, I will pay double. Just as Dichu got home, he saw this message. His eyes instantly lit up like stars. What kind of divine collaboration is this? When he says double, he really means double. Could it be that this is the world of the wealthy? Moreover, this time he could pocket a strand of gold without anyone knowing. Over at the hospital, Luan spoke up, asking, right. How did you guys get caught? At first, he thought they had captured Zhang Shu and Dong Yun. Only to find out when they opened the sack that it was not them. He had not encountered them before. This situation raises a lot of questions. And Luiyuan wanted to extract information from these students. And Xiao Nao quickly explained. We just moved to the 12th floor. We are students from Luching International School. Today, we wanted to greet the neighbors in apartment 201, but unexpectedly ran into those goons and got captured. After listening, Luiyuan frowned and asked, you guys are not time travelers. Right. This can't just be a coincidence. Xiao Neo gently nodded and replied, it is just a coincidence. While the two were talking, someone came in from outside, announcing, we found Zhangzhe. After getting the news, she and her daughter had escaped to a friend's house. That person quickly relayed the information to Luoyuan. He looked it over for a moment before speaking, because we notified her beforehand. Those goons could not catch her. Unexpectedly, those 4 kids, including Xiao Niao, ran into them. Right. The other person nodded slightly. Then whispered. Captain Lu, we need to pay for the medicine, but we do not have enough money. Upon hearing this, Luan grumbled in dissatisfaction. This is just bad luck. The pay is so low, and now we have to put down a deposit too. Xiao Nao, overhearing their conversation, quickly offered, if it helps, I am willing to donate to Luan personally. However, before she could finish, Luan interrupted. Hold on. If you donate when you and ordinary citizens are in danger, who do I save first? At that moment, I can only save the one closest to me. Right. But if it happens that you are the one closest to me, then someone will doubt Luan's integrity. That is not something I can say. It is Viendong who said that. Luan assured Nao to relax. Viendong knows how to make money. Just as he said that, Luan's person leaned in and whispered in his ear. His dad is transferring to Lu Dichu's class. Upon hearing this, Luan suddenly understood, realizing why he kept talking about money. Turns out, they are loaded. Considering this, he turned back to Xiao Niao and asked, Xiao Niao, are you willing to give Lu Dichu a few strands of gold? How many grams? Xiao Niao suddenly paused for a moment, but Luiyuan's gaze was too serious. He could not hide it any longer, so he confessed, 100 grams per strand of gold. I will give 10 strands. When Luiyuan heard this, he nodded. That makes sense. When Dichu was in Xiao Yuan's car, he casually mentioned a strand of gold. So it turns out, Xiao Niao is the one who hired Dichu to buy resources in the inner world. Thinking of this, Luiyuan immediately ordered, register identities for all 4 of them. Each one counts. They are all time travelers. No doubt about it. Right after that, he texted Vin Zhang about what he had gathered today. After reading it, Vin Huang left a few words pretty good. A reasonable analysis that made Love Vine smile with satisfaction. But just as he was enjoying the moment, he received another message from Vin Zhuang, saying he had made a mistake, which left him speechless. He hesitated and asked, Boss, where did I go wrong? Vin Zhuang slowly explained. After Heavy Yu Miyu had an appointment with Ljuehe, he did not just sit at home like a good boy. He ran off to greet the neighbors. During an important deal. Would you really go visiting neighbors? Lu Vine raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, no way. That does not make any sense. What you are saying is that Hechi Yu Miyu had no idea Uehe Zu was coming. And they did not even set a time. Right, Vin dribbling confidently replied. Exactly. If you were Alduhe Chichaji, and someone else needed your help, would you just sit there waiting in front of someone's house for 20 minutes without getting angry? Lo Vivian immediately responded. No way. I would find that annoying. Vin Derwing saw he was onto something and continued. So if I made you wait for half an hour, would you still wait? Levian shyly replied. Boss. Do you think I would not be able to wait? Just then, he realized something. Gasping. Wait. Are you saying Lduhe Chichaji has a boss behind him? Vivung did not answer directly. Instead, he countered, "So you think your earlier conclusion is correct?" Lo Vine then realized he had not considered the signs at the docks. Vin Pring continued, "Someone is deliberately hiding a clue. Which led you to that wrong conclusion. This clue is not the clearest, but it is the most important. After all, who told Zhou Zhou to go to Building 4 on Hen the street? Who made Zhou willing to wait for over 20 minutes tonight? There is another person they do not know about, pulling the strings from behind. Controlling everything." Vin Wang said seriously. "This person must be the third time traveler from Prison 18 that I mentioned before. He said that person manipulated Dai Chi's actions tonight, only nudging them together. But do not worry. At least for now, that person has good intentions." Lu Vivin, after hearing this, hesitated and asked, "Boss, should I try to find a way to ask Lu Vieju? Then we could know who it is." Vung shook his head gently. "That would turn friends into enemies." Lo Vin thought for a moment, then spoke up. "Right. Jiang Tide is hiding at the neighbor's place downstairs. I have always felt that kid next door is a bit odd." Vin could not help but be surprised. Asking back, "Odd in what way?" After pondering for a bit, Levin finally said, "He looks handsome. You remember him right away. But that is not it. We found out that those soldiers were carrying signal jamming devices, and he was so close, he could not contact Lu Diaichao." Meanwhile, at Kain Tron's house, he had rolled out a mat on the floor, getting ready to sleep. But Kain Tron could not help but think about what happened today. Even though Ye Chu was being interrogated, others only knew that he had a mysterious figure behind him, but they did not know who. Tonight's event seemed unrelated to him. However, the past and present were connected through Kain Tron, like a game of chess. He always preferred to be the player, not the pawn, and he had no intention of being a pawn. While Kain Tron was deep in thought, Ving Vian sneaked in from outside. But he still got noticed. The girl sitting next to you whispers, "Hey, Kaizon Tron, can't you sleep?" You look at her in confusion and ask, "Why are not you sleeping? Where's your mom?" Ying Ven replies nonchalantly, "My mom's asleep." "What do you think about what I asked you last time?" Kaizon Tron, playing dumb, asks back, "What are you talking about?" Hearing this, Ying Ruve, pretending, "Come on. You know I am talking about the fact that you are so nice to me. Today is the 29th. Tomorrow's the 30th. And the day after is National Day." After hearing this, Kamtron nods. "That," Ying Ven suddenly exclaims, "Let us go have some fun. So much has happened. We need to get out." Akantron glances at her and says coolly, "If you want to go, just go." "Why are you calling me?" Ying Vian immediately weakly explains. "If you do not go, my mom won't let me either. She said it is dangerous outside." Kantron seems to catch on to her intentions and seriously asks, "You just want to go out to play, right?" Ying Ven hesitates for a moment before replying, "Not exactly. If there's no National Day celebration, I have to go to extra classes." Hearing this, Kantron can't help but smile. Compared to a smart, quick-witted, early maturing Vung Vine, this sounds like a real kid. Children can never escape those extra classes. After thinking it over, he finally speaks up, "If you want to go play, I might not be able to convince your mom." But, as soon as Ying Ven hears this, she excitedly exclaims, "No worries. As long as you agree, I will convince my mom." And just like that, in the darkness of the night, Kantron and Ivan reach an agreement. With that, Ying Ven happily dances back to her room. Just then, Kantron's phone buzzes with a message from Kanthan. "Are you online?" He questions back, "What is up at this hour?" Kanthan quickly replies, "The day after tomorrow is National Day. V Hong Van invited some classmates to Laoquan Mountain to watch the sunrise. Are you going?" Kantron reads the message and raises an eyebrow. What a coincidence. 4 of his classmates are organizing this outing, but is clearly just an excuse to build camaraderie with Zheo. After all, he just saved their lives and proved his worth. But Ving Van invited Kanthan too. While leaving Kantron out now, that is a little suspicious. Thinking about it, Kantron sends a text asking, "Does he know you are a time traveler?" Kanthan denies it without hesitation. No way. Kantron feels a bit helpless. Normally, this guy is on the verge of tattooing time traveler on his forehead. Ving Van must have discovered his secret, which is why they invited this fool. The night drags on, and the countdown has only 17 hours left. When the morning sun shines through the window, Kantron groggily wakes up. He quickly heads outside, still looking half asleep. At that moment, Jiang Tide is busy in the kitchen and comments, "You cook often." All the spices are here. Kathantron casually nods. Yeah. Eating out is really expensive. Jiang tight sighs. Your parents. Seriously. Why did they leave you to fend for yourself like this? Don't worry. I will cook for you from now on. Just focus on studying. She even wants to find extra classes for Tron, leaving him a bit speechless, thinking that Vang Van is starting to run away from the pressure. Later, Jiang Tai had asked you about the trip to Mount Lao Quan, and since she promised Dong Van, Tran could only say a few words. So she agreed right away, which left Tran a bit startled. Everything was already set up. While they were discussing this outing, Dong Van was just waking up from her daze. A little while later, Tran arrived in class and immediately saw Tran and Vong Van standing together. Tran let out a helpless sigh. This scene looked more and more like a date, and it seemed like he had missed out on so much by skipping a class. Upon seeing him, Kan then immediately spoke up. Tran, have you signed up yet? Are you going to Mount La Quan? As soon as those words came out, Vong Van hurriedly interrupted. Xiao Nam. We have enough people already. Hoxiaomi only booked a 47-seat bus. And all the spots for both classes are already filled. At this moment, Tran spoke up to decline. You guys go ahead. I have something to do for National Day. And Kan then did not push it, nodding in agreement. He said. Then I won't go either. Do you have plans for National Day? Can I tag along? Vong Van's expression soared at this, and Tran noticed her reaction. Thinking of something, he walked over and draped an arm around Kan then's shoulder, whispering, if someone invites you, why not? I really do have something. Otherwise, I would be agreed with you already. By the way, when are you all leaving? Vong Van quickly replied. We are meeting at the school gate at 7 am tomorrow. Then she feigned disappointment, saying, Tran, it is such a shame you can't go with us this time. I will definitely invite you next time. Tran just silently looked at her without saying a word. After that, he stepped outside and saw the 4 members of Xiao Ninju surrounding Dukchu. Ever since the violent incident last night, his status seemed to be rising. Dukchu was constantly scanning the area, making Xiaoju confused and asked, Li, who are you looking for? Dukchu quickly shook his head and said, nothing. But you all need to be careful. Do not get into any conflicts with anyone in this school. Hearing this, Sexionju asked in confusion, why is Luji bringing this up? Dukchu again refused to explain, casually replying that he was worried they might mess with someone they should not and ruin their business. Even if working with the boss satisfies his vanity, there is still real gold, real value. And when he returns to the prison, he can improve his living conditions. But feeling like someone is always watching him, that sensation of his heart racing up into his throat is definitely not pleasant. On another note, it was now autumn. Golden leaves covered the ground, and a figure walked along the leaf-strewn path, holding a gold coin in hand. This person was Hathu, the one behind the scenes of the pearl trade, and seemed to be wandering aimlessly down that path. But it felt like he had a purpose. Just then, someone approached from behind, accompanied by a low voice. Aren't you staying in the capital? Why waste your time running all the way here? Upon hearing the voice, Hathu immediately turned around. The newcomer was Vian Dong, who smiled and said, isn't he the boss Zheng here too? Looks like we both wanted to come here. Eastern Horizon squinted at Han, his voice serious. I am really curious. Is there something in the capital that has got your attention? Hathu chuckled softly, replying, I caught the Dodo group through memes. Just came to check it out and congratulate you while I am here. Hearing this, Eastern Horizon's tone grew even more serious. This is land's internal matter. There is no need for congratulations. Besides, there are still 5 more people on the run. No one has time to celebrate. Hathu smirked, potting as she said, internal matter. Boss Zheng just reminded me that Juzo is tearing up that rule. Isn't he Boss Zheng in a hurry? Eastern Horizon asked with a frown. In a hurry for what? Hathu raised an eyebrow, grinning. Once a TUTU sets up the group chat, the time travelers from all over the country will fall right into Juzo's hands. When that happens, Lan will have no one left. How will you prove your worth then? Hearing this, Eastern Horizon's brows furrowed tightly. After a moment, he slowly replied, everyone has their own choices. If you have made a choice, then do not regret it. This statement made Hathu's expression falter slightly. He pondered for a long while before saying, then why does Lan classify all of Li Dezu's materials as top secret? Even though he is close to Lai Shudong, something feels off. He claims he has been observing Dezu, but with Eastern Horizon's sharp eye, he definitely did not pass the test. So why keep his information at the highest level? To protect him? Or is it to protect someone else through Dezu's cover? Or maybe to throw Athu off during their conversation. He kept flipping the coin in his hand. Suddenly, Athu shot a glare at Eastern Horizon, coldly saying, "Come on. The person you want to protect is not Liu Dezu, right?" Eastern Horizon said nothing, just focused intently on the coin in Hathu's hand. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. "I wonder which extraordinary person left behind the forbidden artifact S099, which was then mistaken for legitimate gold capable of revealing truths and lies." As soon as he said this, Hathu stopped flipping the coin, chuckling softly. "Looks like you know everything." "Ah," Eastern Horizon replied nonchalantly. "Its function is not a secret anymore." Shrugging indifferently, Hathu brushed past Eastern Horizon, pouting. "Well then. Looks like I won't be getting anything out of you today." He then lifted his foot to leave, tossing the coin in his hand once more, though it was not without purpose. Shortly after, Hathu jumped into a waiting black car not far away. As soon as he sat down, he reached into his pocket, quickly pulling out a thin gold ingot and placing it on the coin in his hand. In an instant, a surge of golden energy enveloped the golden coin. Hathu manipulated it while mumbling the incantation, Kong Zehuan. The moment he finished speaking, the golden coin spun relentlessly, finally coming to a stop after a while. Hathu gazed out the window, feeling a sense of regret, thinking it was a waste to bring the precise coin when Eastern Horizon did not give him any answers. At that moment, the driver spoke up. "Boss, I have heard there is a new lead from MEMS." Lun sighed. "Should we use some tactics to get the information?" Hathu shook his head, replying, "No need. Let Boss Jing handle it." At 5:20 p.m., in front of Kangtran School, a long black limousine was parked there. Her people were not far away, and upon seeing this scene, they reported that there was something unusual with the side of the Uncle Lu. It seemed they were planning to hire a tourist van. "Is there any directive? Are they mobilizing the reserve team?" But at that moment, someone else answered in place of Lu Vin, saying a suspicious person has appeared in the northern district of Laflife Thun. The team leader has led the crew there, and they will take over for you guys once they finish their vacation tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Luoquan, a large group of tourists had arrived, and of course, among them were the three. Kain Tron, Ying Vian, who eagerly got off the bus, stretching out and feeling refreshed. He was in high spirits. At that moment, Jiang Tite was also about to get off the bus, but was stopped by a hand. She turned back, puzzled, and asked, "Kain Tron, what is wrong? Is there danger?" Kain Tron said nothing but narrowed his eyes towards the 7-seater vehicle in the distance. A group of people wearing sunglasses was getting out of it. That night, a Tron had seen these black shoes. Why were they coming to Mount Lao Quan? There is only one road up the mountain, and if they were spotted by Uncle Lu, it would be hard for them to escape. Criminals do not usually put themselves in danger. Yet here they were. Which surely meant it had something to do with the time traveler. Seeing his expression, Jiang Tai grew more anxious and asked, "What is wrong?" Kain Tron, "Did you see something?" Kain Tron nodded slightly and whispered, "I spotted 5 people. They are likely 5 suspected criminals on the run, but do not worry." He added, "They are not here because of you." Even so, Jiang Tai still worriedly suggested, "Should we head back?" Kain Tron helplessly replied, "Our ride is the last one. For now. You have not been exposed yet, so we are safe." Ving Van also chimed in to comfort Jiang Tai. "Do not worry. Just listen to Brother Kain Tron." Kain Tron nodded subtly. "Let us just keep moving forward. We can take the first bus back to Lefi Thun in the morning." A little later, the 3 of them arrived at the lodge at the foot of the mountain. Kain Tron discreetly messaged Uncle Lai, telling him to stay put at home and not go anywhere. He hoped Uncle ZK would see it in time. As long as he did not come, the gang would not ruin their trip. By nightfall, Kain Tron had drawn the curtains at the window. However, just to be safe, he kept watch there. Time passed slowly, and soon it was already past 11 p.m. When Jiang Tai woke up, she saw Kain Tron standing by the window. She quickly called out to take a look at the window next to him, but he shook his head, refusing. "You do not know what they look like. You just make some noodles for me and Vang Vian." Jiang Tai found this reasonable and hurried to cook noodles. As she left, Yingwang Van dragged a chair over. The little girl, being considerate, started massaging Kain Tron's shoulders and quietly asked, "Aren't you tired? Do you need to take a break?" Kain Tron gently shook his head and replied, "I can manage. Being careful is better than making mistakes." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Tai seemed to want to say something, but before she could, Kain Tron signaled her to be quiet. because he had spotted the military personnel below, who seemed to be patrolling, and he could see a walkie-talkie in their jacket pockets. Moreover, the bulge in his pants pocket made Tron suspicious that it might be a gun. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 11:55, and the countdown had only 5 minutes left. The group of soldiers had entered a state of alert, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Thinking this over, Tron whispered again. The target of these soldiers might be the inn right next to us. Jiang Tide heard this and immediately said, "The inn is still open. There are too many people there. They are in danger." Tron was well aware of this and quickly moved aside. He then took out a device to contact Ray Chia. But the problem was he still had not replied to the message. Meanwhile, at a location near the village of Vi, in the northern district of Lesi Thun, in a small house, despite the late hour, the lights were still on. Lu Vin sat opposite a man, lowering his voice to ask, "Are you the one who reported the case? When did you see them?" The man replied casually, "Around 3 or 4 p.m. As soon as I saw them, I called the police." Lu Vin frowned slightly and continued asking, "What color were they wearing?" The man's eyes darted away, hesitating as he said, "They were wearing those outdoor clothes that city folks like you usually wear." "What were they again?" Lu Vin felt something was off and asked in a low voice, "Were there any women?" The man shook his head slightly and replied, "It seems there were not any." Lu Vin grew increasingly angry, raising his voice, "What color were their outfits? Answer me in 10 seconds." Under his pressure, the man stuttered for a long time and could not say anything. Lu Vin realized the problem and angrily shouted, "How much did you get paid to make a false report? Do you have any idea how many people you could endanger with a fake report like this?" After that, Lu Vin stormed outside, still fuming when he received another report from a teammate. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Didai Lysen. But what does Dailash Lysen even mean? In the city, there are still 8 members of Kugalun on duty there. Even if he was not there, as long as the opponent moved, they could not safely retreat." But he quickly realized it was the mountain of Lua Quan. The countdown had ended, and the space was torn apart once again. The Aja had returned to cell 18 and was currently giving birth. He spat out a few pieces of gold from his mouth, then he shouted, "Hey, you 2 good men. Can you let me out first? I have finished the injection." This time, Atiunju gave me 5 strands of gold. According to our previous agreement, you have to give me 1. Just then, Tron walked in from outside, coldly asking, "Why did not you reply to my message?" Zichicheja looked up at the person who just entered. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "Boss, it is not that I did not want to reply. It is just that I had to stay with my friends the whole time, and I did not have a chance to use the communication device." Actually, he got too caught up in the fun and lost track of time. Tron did not dwell on it and sternly reminded him, "After we go back, stick to the plan for the National Day." "Got it," but Dichechu hesitated and said, "I have already reached La Quan Mountain. Can I hide in a house after I leave?" Tron's eyes instinctively narrowed, and he urgently asked, "You guys are going to Lua Quan Mountain? Which inn are you staying at?" Vitiager replied nonchalantly, "That Van Thong Inn. I heard there are whispers from Mount Lao Quan. Our group is 47 people, and we will be there for 3 days." Tron raised an eyebrow, questioning if this was a plan they had been working on for ages. Why did not he mention it earlier? He sheepishly explained it was not planned ahead. It was actually a spur-of-the-moment idea by a student transferring from Haithan. Moreover, they originally intended to go on October 1st, but the school let out early, so they decided to go ahead. Hearing this, Tron sighed. It seemed that the laughter and cheering earlier had come from those guys. Their target was also them. But how did those thugs know that Duck Chu's group would head to Mount La Quan? They even knew about the group being at Van Thuong Inn, which felt totally off. Tron spoke up. "There is a mole among us. Someone leaked our schedule to those thugs. They not only know where we will be, they even got word a day in advance." Chu gasped, "Boss, what are you talking about?" Tron replied flatly, "I hope you will remember every word I say next, because this concerns your life." After a long pause, Tron continued, "My people are still tracking down the whereabouts of those 5 thugs. They are surrounding Van Thuong Inn, ready to capture everyone inside." Chu's face turned pale. Just moments ago, he was thinking about how to snag that gold. Now he realized he was on the brink of losing his life. He immediately knelt down, pleading, "Boss, your guys are nearby. Right, let them come save me." Lu's people said those guys are ruthless. Tron tried to calm Duck Chu, but he panicked. That one T-work. Being captured and turned into a workhorse is dangerous. "Boss, I have over 40 friends with me, 40 lives at stake." Tron could not help but sigh. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke up. When we get back, I need you to do two things. First, as soon as you return, tell everyone to scatter and do not make a scene. Don't scream for help. Just turn a pig into a piglet so innocent people do not get dragged in. Hearing this, Dukchu nervously asked, Boss, can we even escape? Kind Tran replied flatly. You can only bet that they have not completely surrounded the inn. There is no other option. The second thing is, during these 2 days of chaos, I need you to think back. Did anyone leave in a huff during a meal or text non-stop? Dukchu gasped. Are you saying there is a spy among my friends? Kind Tran replied earnestly. Although I know it sounds far-fetched, it is also the most likely scenario. Just remember this. After saying that, he turned to leave. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly halted. Kind Tran felt like he had forgotten something crucial. He closed his eyes, sifting through the memories of that day. And then it hit him. Among the 4 transfer students, one had been pulled into a room. Thinking back, Kind Tran quietly asked, who suggested changing the plan? Dukchu thought for a moment before answering. I think it was that transfer student, Bakin, from the next class. Receiving the answer, Kind Tran felt a sharp pain in his leg and left. Tu saw him going out and quickly asked, a lot has happened these past 2 days. Kind Tran nodded slightly in response. There are people trying to kidnap a few time travelers to transport goods for them, and they are targeting the group of Viki Chadu. After hearing this, Tepi Ven worriedly asked, are you in danger? Kind Tran shook his head gently and replied, not for now. But I do not care whether Ichachi lives or dies. Right now, Ehaja has gained some fame. Just as he started making money, he lost his way to earn it. But none of that matters. What is important is that the guardian spirit might die. Hearing this, Kind Tran immediately spoke up. Tepi Ven asked in surprise. Go where? He replied nonchalantly. To train. This left Tepi Ven and Taigu exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. Seeing their reaction, Kind Tran continued, even if I do not go train, I will just be worrying. It is better to take advantage of this time to get stronger. So I want to feel helpless facing this in the future. Upon hearing this, Tu could not help but feel moved. It was clear he had never witnessed life and death yet managed to suppress his fear with calmness. He then chose the most correct path amidst all the chaos. On another front, in Thufji Wang's room, he was still playing chess. Not long after, he noticed Kind Tran and the others approaching. Just by looking, he could tell Kind Tran was not happy. He sighed and asked, you look like you are dealing with something tough. Kind Tran did not respond, just stared at the ground. A moment later, he tossed a used drive toward Tu Taiyu, saying, here. Take this. He explained. This contains all the classical music I could find from the outside world. The Fiwang nodded with a smile and said, I appreciate this gift. Consider it as me owing you one. Kind Tran sat down in a chair, curiously asking, do you owe anyone else? The Fihong casually replied, once upon a time. Yeah. Now that person hates me to the core. Even if we meet, it won't be pleasant. Let those debts wait for the next life to settle. Hearing this, Kind Tran knew there was definitely some hidden story behind it. It might just be a matter of love. At that moment, the Fifeng spoke again. I know you are facing difficulties this time, but I want to help you. You can clearly see the situation without relying on me, which means I did not read you wrong. There is a type of hawk in this world called Dan Senzin Trun. When they mature, even spaceships can handle them. But when they are young, they are incredibly timid and do not dare to fly up high. So when the time is right, mature than Centron often take their young to the edge of cliffs, a nest of 7, pushing each one off the cliff in turn. Those that spread their wings live, while those that fold them die below. Normally, out of 2 nests, only 1 chick survives. But that surviving chick, from the moment it learns to fly, becomes the lord of the skies. Kind Tran listened and asked in confusion. There is nothing like that out there. Are they really that terrifying? The Xiong replied slowly. Of course. Even humans do not dare to touch them unless they have a high-level spaceship for protection. When he faced the 3rd life and death trial, he recklessly wandered into their territory and was chased by a blue mountain beast for over 30 miles, almost losing his life there. It is not just superhumans who can create forbidden lands. Even powerful creatures can do it, just like this blue mountain beast. The animals around their corpses also become formidable. Kind Tran frowned slightly and continued to ask, is there a way to control the forbidden land? The Xizang replied with a long breath. There is no method to control it. This could be the principle of purifying the earth. Or perhaps one day the earth will take on a different form. His words made Kind Tran pause. He questioned, then what will happen to humans? The Xizang chuckled softly and replied, perhaps only superhumans will survive then. Humans always think they are the masters here. But the world will take its time to show you that there is no real master. At that moment, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you want to go outside for a bit? I can take you to see the real Forbidden Land." Atron shook his head gently, declining, saying he needed to think carefully about how to handle things upon his return. Hearing this, the Fezine could not help but laugh. He skeptically asked, "Oh really? Have you figured out what to do?" Achunkarn paused for a moment, then coldly replied, "Kill." Hearing this, Thief Dezang was a bit surprised. He questioned, "Do you know how to kill?" Akantron shook his head slightly, but his tone was extremely resolute. "I do not know, but I can learn." He came up with a plan, which was to practice with Dapi Fan for 2 days to memorize all the fighting techniques and the enemy's reactions during combat, using tactical analysis to seize the initiative in battle. But then Tron realized. The method was good, but there was not enough time. The Fezong thought for a moment and then said, "It is like when you play chess." "Right," Dapi Fan chimed in. "There is a breathing technique already. You just need to keep training. Your physique is already on par with a soldier. But if those guys have armor, you still won't have any advantage." The Fezong nodded in agreement. The human skeleton has many bones. About 639 pieces of flesh, made up of 6 billion muscles. The human body changes more than chess pieces do. You do not need to memorize all those changes in just 2 days. In fact, killing someone in just one way is enough. Saying this, he looked at Dipifan and said, "You just need to teach him one method. Then tell him how many types of reactions the enemy has. It is much simpler this way." Dipifan asked suspiciously, "Boss, is one method really enough?" Nivima nodded, and Thuvuzang replied nonchalantly, "It is enough. After all, life is very fragile." Akantron felt a bit confused and quickly spoke up. 2 nights is not enough time." Thief Dezang was very confident, smiling and walking. "Then let us just lock all the prisoners up, only let them out during meal times. Once they are done eating, they should all go back. That way you can promise to train for all 3 days." Tatigo was not surprised at all. "Potting," he said. "The boss is still as whimsical as ever." And DB Fun nodded in agreement. After all, he is the only one left of the night organization, so the boss's actions are not exactly surprising. Akintron still has not fully processed everything when Atiu drops another bombshell on him. "Oh right. The 2 soldiers captured earlier. I took care of them." But he just smirks and says, "Don't worry. Before they kick the bucket, I got the scoop. It is probably something related to the 4th Division of Khan. But why they are gunning for you, that is a mystery we are still trying to crack." As he finishes speaking, he walks away, leaving just the 2 of them. Dapi Fong quickly steps in, saying they can't waste time and need to start training before they dive in. He reiterates, "What the instructor said is spot on. A weak life is incredibly fragile. A broken rib can hinder breathing, tear the lungs, and ultimately lead to death by suffocation. It is like a ticking time bomb. Bleeding from a wound can be even deadlier, leading to swift death. A Contron only needs to apply the right amount of pressure to any spot to incapacitate his opponent." With that, Dipifan grabs Kaikon's arm, explaining the theory while guiding him through practice. He throws a punch aimed at Kyon-tron's waist. Dipifan quietly points out that there is one area most armored fighters overlook: the protection of the internal organs. Akontron feels a bit anxious and quickly chimes in. "Wait. We all know that internal organs are super important for the human body. So there must be a ton of people who have biological armor implanted there." "Right." But Dipifan coolly replies, "It is mainly because nanobiological armor is expensive. I bet they are not using any protective measures for their organs." Akontron is at a loss, realizing that poverty is the real strength limiter. Then, Diepifan points out a few other spots like the spleen, spinal cord, and ribs. Whether it is the back or the front, both can be stabbed. And the crucial thing is that very few know how to protect those areas. Plus, once you target the spleen of your opponent, you won't need to worry about them anymore. They are as good as dead. Dipifan asks if he found anything when he got back, and Kyontron says he only found a fruit peeler. Dipifan shakes his head, saying, "No way. Then you won't be able to puncture the uniforms of those soldiers." Right after that, Dipifan rummages through his tools and hands Kyontron a knife. As he puts it, "This might be something you can actually take back. Use this for real combat." Atronan opens the knife and hesitantly asks, "Do we really need to use real stuff during practice?" Dipifan straightforwardly replies, "You not only need to master all your attack moves, but you also have to get comfortable with all your weapons." Akintron thinks there is some truth to what he says, then hesitantly asks, "So what do we do now?" Dipifan slowly explains, "To attack a vital point, you first need to know where that point is. But since everyone is different in height, their vital spots vary too. You will have to take out a lot of people and practice repeatedly to pinpoint those spots accurately. Dippy Fan hands him a pair of glasses and says, "Put these on. They will help you see in the dark." Then he glances at Kai and Tron, pointing to a spot on the guy's body, saying, "Look, his vital organs are right here. One stab and he is done for." After that, the two look for another victim, this time a thug. The moment he sees Dippy Fan, he gets pinned down. Dippy Fan continuously points out to Kai and Tron where the human body's vital points are. The cycle continues, searching for victims, identifying the weaknesses of humanity. With his memory, Kai Tran almost absorbed everything into his mind. It felt like he was learning anatomy. In just 5 hours, he had examined over 1,000 prisoners' spleens, gaining quite a bit of hands-on experience. After finishing the theory, Diep Fen started to teach Kang Tran how to use a knife. He practiced while speaking, saying that if Kang Tran's skills were not up to par, then ambush tactics were the best way to attack. Of course, no one can always be on the offensive. While ambushes are crucial, relying solely on them is just playing it safe. While talking, Kang Tran's knife lunged toward Diep Fan's spleen, but he quickly caught Kang Tran's arm. The knife in his hand was at Kang Tran's throat, and Diep Fan raised an eyebrow with a smirk, saying, "All right. Now I will teach you the key points of Phase 2. If you reveal your intentions, Kang Tran would find himself at a disadvantage in combat. Naturally, when you are not strong enough to defeat someone, feigned movements are the most effective killing technique." Kang Tran fell into deep thought, recalling an old saying, "If you do not pay attention to your emotions, you will only end up setting traps to win people over. Even killing requires a clever trap." While he was lost in thought, Diep Fan lunged again. Kang Tran hurriedly blocked with his hand, and the two exchanged blows for a while. But after a moment, Diep Fan had his knife under Kang Tran's armpit, and he slowly spoke. "There are over 160 similar traps. Today I will teach you all of them." He said Kang Tran must remember one thing. Combat must be unpredictable. Look at how masters use dagger techniques. In just a second, they can strike multiple times. But only one of those strikes is the real attack. Kang Tran squinted at him, fully focused and listening. Then, he immediately charged into attack. At first, Diep Fan caught all of Kang Tran's moves. But Kang Tran feigned emotion, directing his dagger toward Diep Fan's side. Still, Diep Fan caught him again, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Not bad. Keep going." Because Kang Tran needed to train. The prisoners were locked in the room, unable to go outside. They finally could not hold back and began to revolt. Huthian was no exception. He wanted to run outside to see what was going on. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the hallway. Seeing that figure, Huthian froze in fear. The person was Thuk Dong, who looked at him with a fierce glare. Huthian had to obediently tuck his tail and head back. Thuk Dong paid him no mind, walking straight ahead. Moments later, he reached the training room of Diep Fan and Kang Tran. The two of them were still on the training field. Kang Tran's eyes had turned into panda eyes from a sleepless night. Diep Fan shook his head helplessly, then patted the back of Kang Tran's neck to help him sleep. He sighed and said, "You can take a break now." Kang Tran then fell into a deep slumber. After lunch, he finally woke up. Thuk Dong saw this and asked, "Did you grasp the basics yet?" Kang Tran nodded slightly and replied, "It is all right. The effects of memory and calculation in combat are greater than I imagined." And Xiao Cho cheerfully asked, "So how's your progress? Let us hear your evaluation." Diep Fan replied bluntly, "A regular person would definitely be much worse than him. His superhuman memory is truly terrifying. If he practices more tonight, taking out a bunch of people won't even be an issue." Xiao Tiao then asked, "What about the weaknesses?" Diep Fan coolly answered, "It is not formulaic yet. This issue can only be resolved through enlightenment." Saxiao looked at Kang Tran and said, "Kang Tran, do not let him scare you. The so-called experts he referred to are the ones with a reputation in the inner world." Diep Fan gave him a quick jab and then asked, "Are you done resting?" Kang Tran nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let us continue." However, this time, Xiao Tia volunteered, "Let me train with you." He only used his bare hands to fight Kang Tran. After all, he is a superhuman. Kang Tran did not say a word, immediately lunging toward him, making a feint to ignite the flames. But Xiao Tia figured out his intentions, laughing at how childish it was. No matter what tricks he pulled, he thought Kang Tran's target was just his spleen. Unfortunately, Xiao Tiao underestimated his opponent. Kang Tran suddenly changed direction, attacking his hand, but luckily he managed to clamp it down. Xiao Tiao smirked, saying, "You almost flipped the boat in the ditch there." At the same time, Kang Tran was also deep in thought. Previously, Xiao Tiao said he was not a talent in combat, more of a functional type, but even so, The fact that he could use just 2 fingers to engage is still hard to believe. Indeed, the gap between ordinary people and superhumans feels like a vast river that is impossible to cross. Only superhumans can fight other superhumans. Below, Thukdong quietly asked Ifan, "How's the level of enlightenment?" He calmly replied, "That guy is beyond me." Hearing this, Thukdong could not help but chuckle, then reminded him, "Keep practicing. Do not slack off." Deepfen nodded lightly, saying, "Yep." For now, the training results are quite solid. Soon it will be his turn to ambush. On the fighting floor, Kan Tran and Xiao Tao were still locked in a fierce clash. Late at night, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the prisoner's room, signaling that their nightmare was about to begin again. Deepfen looked at the prisoner kneeling on the ground and coldly commanded, "Lie on the bed." The other person obediently took off his shirt and lay down, after which Deepfen spoke up, "Yesterday I guided you to distinguish the front. Today, it is about recognizing the back. In fact, finding a position from behind is a bit trickier. Moreover, to ensure speed, the left hand is needed to support the knife." While speaking, Deepfen pointed and demonstrated. Time flowed on, and the countdown had only 15 hours left. Just then, there was an announcement that someone was coming to visit Kan Tran. Kan Tran, who was practicing, suddenly froze, and then 2 robots approached him, prompting Deepfen to comment. They sent 2 robot guards again. Kan Tran asked curiously, "What is the difference?" Deepfen nodded slightly, replying, "They can assess the danger level of the prisoner by themselves." Then they sent in the robot guards, now with double the numbers and levels. Before, just 1 was enough, but now it is 2. Kan Tran frowned in contemplation, wondering if the whole prison was run by that robot, which is why he had not seen a single human warden. At this moment, Thukdong chimed in, "Probably that girl from the Brandon clan. Ah, you are drenched in sweat. Man. Go change your clothes before meeting her." But Tran just wiped his sweat with a towel and casually replied, "Not necessary." Thukdong was not surprised, whispering, "Aren't you worried about your image? She is your fiancée. You know. Plus, I have done some digging for you, and this girl is pure. Unlike those fake ones from the Brandon clan." Shrugging, Katran replied nonchalantly, "If I meet her and someone checks the timing, everyone will know that Yuan is teaching me, so I can meet her." With that, he tossed the towel aside and continued training. Thukdong smiled, thinking, "This disciple of mine is no fool." Katran trained for several more hours, and now only 9 hours were left. He noticed something. Yuan had pretty big legs, but whether she was walking or running, there was not a sound to be heard. Seemed like he could see each muscle on Yuan's legs moving in rhythm, from her feet to her heels, then her calves and thighs. It looked like each movement was perfectly calculated. With that thought, Katran decided he had to remember this, not letting a single detail slip. While he was training, Little Tiu kept chatting with Thukdong, suggesting that they give Katran some weapons for combat practice. But Thukdong replied quietly, "The first time you kill someone, you need to remember what it feels like to take a life with your own hands. You have to feel that unique sensation to truly understand death." Katran kept practicing with his dagger until there were only 2 hours left on the countdown. At that moment, Dachu was locked in his room, nervously pacing back and forth. Just then, the door suddenly swung open, and he poked his head out, hesitantly calling, "Is anyone there? Why is the door just wide open?" After a moment of hesitation, Dachu stepped outside, but after taking a few steps, he started sweating bullets. In the dark corner, Dachu felt something approaching him. He sensed breathing without footsteps. Dachu quickly grabbed his pants and ran, hiding in a corner while nervously pacing back and forth. With his cowardly nature, he thought it was a ghost. But when he looked closely, Dachu saw a figure wearing a mask standing right behind him, and he screamed in terror. He then mentally cursed. In the dead of night, I turn around and there is a creepy mask right in front of me. This is terrifying. Just like a horror movie. Little Tiu dragged Dachu back into the room, and Deep Ven chimed in. "You have made rapid progress in training, but since your practice time was short, it is not quite perfect yet." Dachu mumbled in confusion as he walked. "You guys woke me up in the middle of the night just to mess with me. You have really gone overboard with the bullying." Teyuadu scoffed. "Cut the nonsense. You are not that useful anyway." Over here, Ven is passionately teaching Kaiyan Trunkan that the most important thing about stealth skills is to avoid detection. You were way too hasty when approaching El Duwei Chia, so the atmosphere and sounds in the hallway will shift. The Kiejo might not notice, but his body will give him away. Then, when the target moves quickly, Kanintron could not control his breathing and footsteps. He listened intently, realizing that the solution to silence his steps was to control the force of his footfalls. But his shoes were too stiff. The soles of his shoes were just too hard. No matter how much he tried to control it, was off. He decided to take them off. Data Ven was walking and suddenly did not hear Kantron's footsteps anymore. He turned around, raised an eyebrow, and chuckled. That kid is pretty determined. Is not. But remember, do not run. You still can T-move without making noise. Kantron nodded, saying, get it. Dite Van continued. If you have never gone barefoot before, I fear that by the end of tonight, your feet will be all torn up and bleeding. Kantron simply shook his head, saying it did not matter. If he got hurt, he would heal. Unable to suppress a smile, Dite Van advised. Pushing yourself is good, but once this is over, make sure to get shoes that actually fit. Do you have any other questions? Kantron thought for a moment before asking. Actually, in this fight, stealth is the most important part. So why are you teaching me this last? That question made Dite Van pause in his tracks. After a while, he replied. Stealth is not some easy game. The enemy is not just going to stand there like a video game character, waiting for you to strike. Typically, by the time you kill the second person, you will have already been detected. Then, when others find out about you and try everything to take you down, that is when you are in the most danger. With that, Diaven turned to Kintron and asked, do you understand now? When the enemy has not spotted you, taking out the first two targets is the easiest. That is why I taught you how to hide your presence as quickly as possible. Kintron listened and asked, but I am not trying to risk my life to chase down others. If it is too dangerous, I might just back out. Diaven nodded slightly, agreeing with him on that point. In this world, your own life is the most important. If it is just to save someone who is not that important, then it is not worth risking everything. But that bloodthirst, if you can control it, then it is no longer bloodthirst. He said that Thidasi Jiang once mentioned that there has always been a bit of that in you, just like on the first day Kantron arrived here and dared to play chess with him. It is a part of you that you can forget or hide away. It is not that you do not want to go back. It is that you can go back. Kantron listened to Dite Van, growing more silent with each word. Just then, Dite Van suddenly exclaimed, that is it. Then he pulled up a chair, leaving Kintron confused and asking, what is that for? Dite Van smirked and said, you will find out later. Oh no. 2 days from now, you will see. After saying that, he placed his hand on Kantron's shoulder, his tone serious. And by the way, the boss has not told you this, so I will just go ahead and spill it. Kintron shot him a sharp look, furrowing his brows and asking, what is it? Divan smiled sincerely at him, saying, survive and come back. With only 5 minutes left, Kintron had arrived with his mask to find Duck Chu, coldly stating, remind me of the 2 things I assigned you. Duck Chu was nervously pacing, mumbling, after you return, report that all our classmates ran away. Or if they could not escape, find out who was taken by those thugs before. Nodding, Kintron continued. Do you remember anything from the past 2 days? Like if anyone was texting non-stop or went to the restroom during class? Duck Chu panicked, shaking his head. They all went to the restroom. If they were on their phones, they would have checked way more times. Boss, I was just focused on gaming. I swear. Kintron sighed in frustration, thinking if there was a better option, he would not have picked this guy as his sidekick. But with no other choice, he said slowly, remember this well. Those thugs are desperate to learn your secrets. But understand this, once they know your secret, it is game over for you. Kintron hesitated for a moment before threatening. You have made an unforgivable mistake this time. Next time I come back, I will help you understand the harsh realities of this world. But only if you are still alive. Finally, the countdown hit 2 minutes. And as it ticked down to 1, Kintron steeled himself for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Duck Chu was in a panic, knowing he would be facing those vicious thugs upon his return. Before long, the countdown hit 0, and Duck Chu found himself back in the real world, sitting with his classmates. But at that moment, it felt like everything was splitting apart, darkness and light, tension and joy. What was real? In a state of sheer confusion, Duck Chu finally recalled boss's warning he had to run. Instantly, he jumped up and shouted, everyone, run. There is danger. But his classmates thought he was just rambling crazily. They started whispering among themselves, and no one believed him. Duck Chu grew increasingly frantic between being a time traveler and just a regular person caught in the time loop and news. 2 days in that world felt like just a moment to them. How could he convince them? At the same time, Xiao Nu felt suspicious, wondering why Duck Chu was warning them. Had he gone through something special in that world? After pondering, he asked, Luca, what is going on? Duk-Chu looked at the flickering flames in front of him and urgently said, there are thugs surrounding this place. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. But still, no one believed him, thinking he was just high, making him grit his teeth in frustration. Duk-Chu decided to leave them behind. Turning away. Forget it. I can explain this to you. Get out of my way. If you do not believe me. Gam. Xiao Nu saw this and suggested to the others. Wait. He does not look like he is lying. Let us follow him. Qian Chen nodded slightly and hurried after him. Just as he made it to the door, he bumped into two passersby. One of them called out, hey there. Little buddy. Where are you rushing off to? Hearing this, Ichieju immediately turned his head, and his eyes lit up. The two in front of them were wearing police uniforms. And thinking they were saved, he quickly exclaimed, Officer, there is a thug around here. Upon hearing this, the two criminals exchanged looks, their faces showing nothing but indifference. Suddenly, a dark muzzle was aimed right at Ikiche's chest. In an instant, his face went pale. Tiu Mu was also held hostage by the other one, and one of them raised an eyebrow and laughed. A thug? Where? I do not see one. Now. There was no way for them to escape. Ichieju was so scared he almost wet himself. This twist was too sudden. Boss only told him there was a thug around, but did not mention that there were fake cops too. Just then, one of the thugs warned, if you dare scream for help, you will be eating bullets. Turn back now. Tiu Nuniu recognized that the gun they were holding was a G34 pistol, equipped with a suppressor. Coach Ho at the high Than shooting range had said that this would make the quietest sound. Moreover, it is nearly impossible to buy suppressors in the country right now, and all signs pointed to them being professionals, possibly even mercenaries from abroad. This was bad news. After thinking it over, Tiu Nuniu quickly said, let us just go along with them for now. We should head back to the inn. Meanwhile, inside the inn, the group of students was still sitting by the fireplace, unaware of the dangers they were about to face. Suddenly, someone shouted, it looks like they are coming back. But behind Jaichation, there was another person, and they murmured in confusion, wait, why are there cops? They did not step outside. They just stood still, waiting for the three to come in. However, at the same time, there were also thugs inside the house, and they had taken hostages. The students saw the guns and immediately panicked. Not knowing what to do, they could only cry and run, annoyed by the noise. One of the thugs fired a shot. A staff member in a suit fell to the ground, and the thug coldly remarked, shut up already. It is too noisy. Seeing someone fall, the students became even more terrified and did not dare to move. Another thug spoke up. These kids know about us and want to escape, but they ran into us. Our buddy is still watching the outside, so I will take them back. Hearing this, a clever thug realized they might have gotten news from the inner world. Luckily, they had anticipated this situation and conducted thorough investigations beforehand. Thinking this, and immediately aimed his gun at Gi Ki Chao, coldly warning, you all better keep quiet. Otherwise, your friends will die, and so will the innocent folks at home. Continuing, the thug glanced at the staff member lying on the ground and snickered. Look at this. Comrade Luna is pretty sharp, is not? He knows that no one on the mountain can take on our crew, and reinforcements won't arrive for at least 6 hours, so he has been quiet to avoid any casualties. While Enon was talking, Loon's people were quietly signaling with their fingers, seemingly indicating something. Meanwhile, from inside the house, a shadow appeared, clad in a long black coat that reached down to his calves, a face so menacing, you just know it can't be anything good. This guy is probably the leader of this gang. With a smug grin, he says he is thrilled to see everyone here at Mount Laojun, and reassures them not to worry. I am not interested in ordinary people. Once I track down all the time travelers hiding here, I will let you all go. The leader asks everyone to cooperate a bit. If you do, this will all wrap up quickly. Right after that, the students found themselves trapped in this place, and the girls could not stop crying. Only Wang Yun remained calm, telling everyone not to panic and not to do anything reckless that could endanger Huxayamio and the others. Hearing this, they suddenly remembered that the three from Siamaya were still being held at gunpoint. If they started arguing, those thugs might really lose it. Finally, the students settled down and sat quietly by the fire. The leader turned to his lackeys and ordered them to gather everyone in the yard. Also, collect all the communication devices. That last commotion was a bit too loud. Tell Laosai outside to keep an eye out, just in case. With that, he fell silent, signaling to cut their throats. Meanwhile, the priest was still crying out, Was not the boss supposed to have only 5 guys? Why are there 3 more now? Can we handle this? At that moment, someone outside heard the noise and came over. The person hesitated and asked, I heard some noise earlier. What is going on? Did it really attract the police? The thug impersonating a cop casually replied, just some drunks causing a ruckus. Nothing to worry about. Move along. Satisfied that there was no issue, the person turned back. But as they walked away, they could not shake the feeling that something was off. They remembered some past ruckus. But the boss never called the cops then. Moreover, that guy from before looked super sketchy. Something just felt wrong. I will report to the police later to check it out. Just then, the person was suddenly grabbed from behind. A hand covering their mouth, then came a knife slicing across their throat. Just like that, they were sent to the afterlife. And the thug dragged the body into a nearby corner, carefully hiding the man's body. He returned to his post outside the door. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the thugs had begun collecting everyone's phones. In note, nearly all communication devices were confiscated. But as they passed by Xiaonai, the thug hesitated for a moment. The thug stared at Xiaonu, his voice cold as ice. Do you have any left? Xiaonu panicked for a split second. Had he been discovered? Reluctantly, he handed over his second phone to the thug. Just then, another thug spoke up. All right, let them go. The boss wants to ask them some questions. Right after that, one thug shoved Diju, and he fell face first onto the ground. The leader coldly demanded, Tell me, how did you suddenly find out about our operation after returning? And how did you know we had surrounded this place? Diju did not respond, just clenched his fists. Seemingly torn, but clearly, he had no clue that Ka had not shared anything with him. Seeing this, the leader scoffed. Not gonna talk? Let me take a wild guess, he said, looking intently at Duck Chu. With a confident smirk, he spoke up. You still have a time-traveling buddy hanging out at Van Thuong's place. Right. Duck Chu raised an eyebrow. He knew the boss was nearby. But despite the enemy's guess, he felt no fear. Could it be that they had another ace up their sleeve? Or was this group of thugs just the tip of the iceberg? Meanwhile, at Contran's place, he had returned and was quietly observing Van Thuong's house. It had been a few minutes since he stepped outside, and the landlord still had not returned. It seemed the thugs had already made their move. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed his gear and headed out. Seeing this, Jiang Tiat hesitantly asked, Little Tran, what are you up to with that knife? Contran just chuckled. Brandishing the knife that Diep Fan had given him from their world, he shot a glance at Jiang Tiat and her son, saying, Hey Jiang Tiat, stay put with little Van. Lock the door tight and do not go outside. All right. Trust me, I will be fine. Jiang Tiat hesitated but suggested, Maybe I could help you with something. You still have that armor. Right. Contran gently shook his head, refusing. But you do not have combat experience. Just trust me. I will be back. With that, he stepped outside and locked the door behind him. Dong Van hid behind his mother, trying to keep an eye on him as he left. Meanwhile, one of the thugs was patrolling outside. Contran leapt from the shadows, landing softly just a few feet from the thug. He crouched behind a wall, silently observing him. The thug's right hand rested at his waist, clearly hiding a gun, while his left hand just faked a casual pose. 10 minutes ago, he had made the same move, ready to contact his buddies every 10 minutes. Contran had to make his move quickly. Just then, a sudden blaze flared up, startling him. It also caught the thug's attention, who glanced back in confusion. There was clearly something on the other side of the wall. Thinking quickly, the thug hurried towards it. Contran, hiding nearby, saw the shadow getting closer and held his breath in anticipation. This was bad. He was about to be discovered. In this tense moment, a child's voice suddenly rang out. Officer, causing the thug to freeze in his tracks. Turning towards the sound, he spotted Dong Van standing there, innocently asking, Have you seen my mom? The thug felt a bit flustered. He could not let a kid mess things up for him. He feigned concern. Your mom? I do not see her. Come here, kiddo. The officer will help you find her. Meanwhile, Contran had already made his move, and in that split second, the thug realized someone was attacking. But by the time he noticed, it was too late. Contran had closed the distance. The thug gritted his teeth and swung his baton in defense. However, Contran ducked just in time, as the thug's hand reached for his gun. This action did not go unnoticed by Contran. He immediately lunged with his knife, targeting the thug's remaining arm. The thug panicked, realizing too late that it was too close to draw his weapon. After thinking it over, he withdrew his hand and gun, fully focused on attacking Contran, wanting to control his hands first. But just then, Kintran suddenly changed direction. He attacked from the side of the thug. Seeing this, the thug's face immediately turned grim. Kintran focused his mind and regulated his breathing. Dong Dong once said, "The most crucial thing in the fight of those wild beasts is breath control. It is all about holding on to concentration and maintaining a clear mind." Once he understood the importance of breathing, he could control himself. And then, control everything else. It all depended on whether he was a hunter or the hunted. At that moment, a Kintran stabbed deeply into the thug's side. Fresh blood began to pour out like rain. The thug was now filled with terror, wondering what had just happened. It was as if this teenager had predicted everything. Swinging the baton, unable to draw his gun, unable to fight back. Every move he made seemed to be calculated by Kintran. Seeing the situation was dire, the thug wanted to warn his buddies before he died. Unfortunately for him, Kintran was not about to give him that chance. He charged at him again. He pushed the thug's body against the wall, his hand tightly gripping the knife. The thug had his mouth covered by Kintran, unable to shout a single warning. Kintran narrowed his eyes at him, silently waiting, anticipating how the rat would face death. The wound on the thug's side had torn open significantly, blood gushing out continuously. After a long moment, his body went limp, his breath fading away. Kintran stabbed him again, checking to see if he was dead yet. Finally, he pulled the knife out of him. The blood turned cold and congealed. The heartbeat slowed and then stopped. Kintran wiped the sweat off his face, feeling a strange mix of emotion. So this is what it feels like to kill someone. No wonder Dong Dong said what he did back then. The first time you see blood, you have to give it everything you have got, even if it means biting down hard. You must remember what it feels like to take a life. If he had not witnessed and experienced all of this himself, how could Kintran learn to respect life? Even so, his arm could not help but tremble slightly, a hint of fear still lingering on his face. At that moment, Dong Van's voice echoed again. "Brother Kintran, you need to snap out of it." Glancing at her, at this point, Dong Van's face had turned pale, perhaps from fear. Kintran approached her, worriedly asking, "Are you scared?" She nodded slightly. "Just a bit." He sat down in front of Dong Van, puzzled. "How did you get out here? Where's your mom?" Just then, Zhang Tayet walked over, saying, "Mom just went to the bathroom. And when she came back, she could not find you." "Xiao Van, you scared your mom to death," Dong Van quietly replied. "I only remembered brother Kintran." Kintran finally understood. She had not just randomly appeared here, but was actually there to help him. Thinking about it, he wanted to reach out and pat her head, but seeing his bloodied hand, Kintran hesitated. However, Dong Van took hold of his hand, not caring about the mess. This action took Kintran by surprise, as she placed his hand on her head. Then, in her innocent voice mixed with concern, she said, "Brother Kintran, please be safe. Me and Mom will be waiting for you to come back." Hearing this, Kintran could not help but feel moved, then nodded in agreement. He cast a glance at the lifeless body at his feet. He hurriedly pulled the corpse inside to hide it. After that, he walked over to ruffle Dong Van's hair and said with a smile, "You have to listen this time. Wait for me to come back." Just then, the walkie-talkie on the body suddenly crackled to life. Kintran rushed over to check, fearing that he might get caught. He also called out to the group. By the time the last person was called, Kintran's expression soared. Immediately, there were 3 more people in the group. Clearly, in the bounty order issued by Miss Luan, there were only 5 people. He had only seen 5 on the vehicle, yet now there were 8 names being called over the walkie-talkie. No wonder they took down 2 of Miss Luan's members so easily. There was strength in numbers. Remembering what Cao Cao had warned him earlier, he thought to himself, when he returned to the outside world, he absolutely could not trust anyone because people like Luan lean towards their own interests. Guess who invented the communication device he was using? Kintran thought it was a spy, but Xiao Xiao said it was created by 2 employees from the stock market to avoid being found out as inside spies. It is likely that there would be more and more people in the outside world who would follow the dark side for their own gain, because there are too many who need this chance to change their lives. With that thought, Kintran waved goodbye to Jiang Shu. He walked alone, hesitating in the darkness. At that moment, Jiang Shu hugged Dong Van tightly and spoke up. "Were you scared by him just now? Are you okay?" The little girl mumbled softly. "I was scared at first, but when brother Kintran patted my head, I was not scared anymore." But in Dong Van's eyes, a Kintran seemed like a performance artist, showcasing a deadly art form. Meanwhile, Kintran had quietly appeared next to the upper dormitory, hiding behind an ancient tree. There were 6 guys in the yard, and there was probably 1 more guarding the back door. Taking out all 7 of them seemed unrealistic, especially with them clustered together. Thinking this, Kintran looked down at his feet, now marked with fatigue, and let out a helpless sigh. He had no idea how his legs would hold up tonight. Below in the dorm yard, the students were too scared to move. Dachu had a gun pointed at his head, and a member of Miss Loan's team was shot in the leg, lying on the ground trembling. But his hand was continuously signaling something. Kain Tran, watching from above, noted it carefully to prepare for any surprises. Who was he trying to send a message to? Another accomplice. At the same time, one of the thugs had grabbed Wang Van by the hair, pulling her inside the house, causing the female students to tremble in fear. The group with Xiaoenju was no different. But under the threat of guns, and Xiaoenju and Chenzhen could only turn a blind eye. Though some wanted to fight back. On the other side of the dorm, a fire was crackling ominously. One thug nudged the guy next to him and laughed. "It is your turn now." The other guy nodded slightly, and then strode over to the group of students. He scanned the crowd and then focused on one person. The female students were trembling in fear, worried that the thug might target them. Luckily, he ended up dragging a male student away. The unlucky guy was the lookout from a distance. Kantron panicked, starting to strategize. Even though he had not figured out where the thug at the back door was hiding, he could not wait any longer. This was the best opportunity. Outside the dorm, the thug was smoking when a stone, out of nowhere, hit him right in the chest. He immediately raised his gun, scanning the surroundings for any signs of life. But after a long moment, there was still nothing. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled with numbers being counted, and the thug crushed his cigarette underfoot. Meanwhile, Kain Tran was stealthily watching his every move, waiting for the thug to finish his response on the walkie-talkie. In an instant, he lunged forward, stabbing the thug from behind. Blood sprayed onto Kain Tran's face, and before the thug could utter a single word, he was sent straight to hell. Kain Tran gently pushed the body down and snatched the walkie-talkie into his hands. Inside the dorm above, a thug with a walkie-talkie was counting to 8, and once he reached that number, he paused. He smirked, saying all 8 were accounted for, and everyone else seemed fine. So now it was time for me and you. With that, he glanced at the poor guy sprawled out on the ground, muttering to himself, "Oh man, what a mess. Come on. Stay strong. If you make him feel a bit of sorrow now, the pain will be over soon." But no matter what, the poor guy had to redirect the thuggish attention. "Honestly, I think Akyungayu and Trongthian Tron are way more handsome than me. You should go after them instead." But no matter how much he pleaded, the thug kept striding forward. The poor guy felt like time was running out. He was about to get wrecked. But after waiting a long while without anything happening, he finally dared to open his eyes. The thug had untied him, coldly stating, "Calm down. I am going to ask you some questions. And if you cooperate well, you might just live." "Got it. Got it. Got it." The poor guy nodded hesitantly, and the thug asked in a low voice, "What is your status in your world?" Immediately, the poor guy's eyes widened in shock. How did he know he was a time traveler? Seeing he was not responding, the thug urged, "I am asking you." The guy quickly replied, "I am a hack." Upon hearing this, the thug burst into derisive laughter. "You are a time traveler who is a techie. That is just bad luck. Time travelers who enter a world without memories or knowledge are considered the most worthless." The thug then continued, "What city are you from?" "What district?" The poor guy, not daring to hesitate, hurriedly said, "City number 18. District 1. I just moved there." The thug pressed on. "So you are one of the wealthy folks in District 1. Why did you just move there?" The poor guy suddenly felt shy, saying, "I was just being supported," leaving the thug utterly speechless. Just as they were exchanging questions and answers, the door suddenly burst open from the outside. The deity just answered. The thug thought it was one of his own, and did not even bother to look back. "Boss. Confirm it is a time traveler from Sector 1 in City 18. Clean up the scene." Hearing this, the deity's face drained of color. The thug sneered and said, "Just follow me quietly." But as he spoke, a knife suddenly stabbed him from behind, blood gushing out like a waterfall. He wanted to use the walkie-talkie to report, but a hand grabbed him. The deity came from behind, snatched the walkie-talkie, and casually kicked him to the ground. After regaining his composure, the deity observed the masked figure in front of him and quickly realized it was himself. Since he was masked, he should pretend not to know. After a moment of thought, he asked with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" The deity knew the general deity, and the false command said, "No need to act like you do not know me. Follow me to the back door. There is no time to chat now." Hearing this, the deity stopped pretending and broke down in tears. "Fine. Brother Tran, I can't believe you came to save me. If you had not shown up, I might have been captured by them already. But they had not done anything yet when a loud scream rang out from outside. Run. They want to silence us. Not long ago. The group of students were sitting on the ground, trembling with their heads in their hands, because someone had already died. Lan's people could not hold back and retaliated. So she aimed her gun at Anne. The false command exclaimed, "Damn. No wonder they are Ms. Lan's people. Even with a broken leg, they still have the strength to fight back." The other person was shot dead on the spot by that guy. The three from Dukchu watched this scene, their faces turning pale. Someone had died for them. And not only were they scared, but they also felt regret. Elastimas? Lan's crew sitting on the ground suddenly moved, not knowing where he pulled the gun from, rushing in to fight back. The students, hearing the gunfire, hugged their heads and trembled in fear. The last member of Ms. Lan's team sacrificed himself because of this. He did not expect they still had a sniper. The scene in the inn was now a tragic sight. Before closing his eyes for the last time, Lan's staff left a message. Run fast. They want to silence us. The group of students saw someone fall, and finally decided to take a risk, turning around and fleeing in chaos. But they had guns. And before they could reach the door, someone was shot dead. A bullet struck straight to the head. Brutally. One after another, students fell down, screams ringing out incessantly. Pure chaos. The three from Dukchu were still held hostage. Witnessing this scene only added to their panic. At that moment, the walkie-talkie of the dead thugs crackled to life, reporting a change in the plan. They could not silence them. Just take the time traveler and blend into the crowd to escape. Over here. The leader had been talking for a while but still had not received any response from his subordinates. He muttered to himself. I wonder where Lao Wu went. Something must have happened. Lao-san, you and Lao-sai take those two upstairs down. We will regroup at the parking lot. At the same time, Kind Tran upstairs had witnessed the entire scene and discovered their escape plan through the walkie-talkie. He squinted down below, seemingly deep in thought, because Muse, Loon's two employees sacrificed and Deng to buy more time. And there are unfortunate students who lost their lives. Maybe you should do something about it. After thinking it through, Akon Tron immediately grabbed the gun from the dead thug, but shouted, Stay here. The guards had no idea what he was up to. But before he walked out the door, he warned. Remember this. I was never here tonight. If I do not come back, do not tell my parents. The guard listened obediently, quickly hiding inside the room, anxiously watching Contron leave. Meanwhile, Contron raced down the stairs, knowing that this was reckless. He had saved the guard. Maybe he did not need to risk any more, but his instincts told Contron that if he turned around now and walked away, he would regret it for the rest of his life for backing down tonight. At that moment, he realized Daipi Menace words were spot on. Once you have crossed the line and your hands are stained with blood, there is no turning back. It is not about rules, military orders, or what is right or wrong. It is about having the guts, and right now, he had the courage to deal with those thugs. With that thought, Contron, barefoot, dashed down the stairs like a madman. But as he passed a dark corner on the ground floor, he spotted someone who should not be there. It was Vidru Ven, and she did not show any signs of resistance. There were not even any guards, and she could move around freely. Contron seemed to piece it together. When Vigring Ven saw him, she nervously asked, What happened? Did your plan fail? Who are you? Finally, Contron could confirm that she was the mole. No wonder on September 30th, she acted differently around the other four. Something must have gone down at Jiang Tait's place. That is why Vebuvenin became the mole. She could not be allowed to leave unscathed. With that in mind, he aimed the gun at her. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot Vedring Ven in the leg twice, causing her to collapse to the ground in agony. Blood poured from her legs. But Contron did not care much about that. Even though he had no connections to the victims tonight, someone needed to pay the price. And Viva Van was the one responsible for everything that happened tonight. But Contron would not know that, thanks to her family's influence, she would not face any consequences. But that was a problem for later. In the small yard of Ven Hardy's house, students were still fleeing in a panic. The chaos was so loud that some nearby residents were waking up, confused about what was happening. The three thugs, along with four people Taiwan Yu, Vivin Chen, Eiichi Chiju, and Yu Nu Hai were making a run for the parking lot. Tiungu was talking as they ran. If you take us four along, where can you escape to? There is only one road up and down the mountain. Who knows? Lun might have set traps on the way. If they let them go, they could run straight into the mountains. The Niyu Mountains stretch for 800 miles. Not even a deity could catch them. Plus he promised them a sum of money. It must be said, Wu was the smartest of the four. And when the thug heard this, he burst out laughing. Haha. Thanks for thinking of us. But you are overthinking it, just show him the stuff. No sooner had he said it than another thug came over with a bag. Upon seeing what was inside, Nu's face immediately turned pale. Having been around a lot since he was young, he recognized it as a Molotov cocktail. What the hell are these lunatics planning to do? At that moment, the leader lit the fuse and started to set the bomb on fire. Then he ordered, "Old shit. Take some guys and throw these things." In the blink of an eye, explosions began to erupt continuously. Flames erupted everywhere, and fire blazed in every corner of the apartment. Realizing this, the nearby residents began to shout and try to put out the fire. The scene in the apartment quickly descended into chaos. Watching this, the faces of the little schemers turned grim. These wicked bastards. At this moment, the thug spoke up again, saying, "Honestly, I really want to take you with me, but I am scared you will return to the real world. It is terrifying that Li Shudong is actually willing to go through all this trouble to help you." As he said this, he flashed a wicked grin. "So just die here already. If you die, the tourists will panic and run away." As soon as those words left his mouth, Dizu's face instantly dropped. Seeing his reaction, the leader grew even more frantic and yelled, "Old shit. Remove the suppressor. Unload a full magazine. Let those lovely tourists run a bit faster." But just as he finished speaking, there was no gunfire, and no response came. The leader's expression instantly darkened, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, "This is not good. Something's wrong." When he looked more closely, his eyes widened. His men had been shot dead on the spot, and seeing this, Dizu felt elated his boss had come to save him. On the contrary, the leader was furious, shouting, "Damn it. Who did this? If that is the case, I will have to finish you off myself." This made the happy expression on Diju's face stiffen. The leader pointed his gun directly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and a bullet whizzed through the air. In an instant, the bullet was on a collision course with Diju's forehead. At that moment, red dots suddenly appeared all over his body. Immediately, he swiftly dodged to the side. Dizu also pushed down the thug holding his shirt. Seeing this, the leader gritted his teeth. What the hell? This kid actually dared to dodge me. Dizu's speed was incredible. He could really dodge the bullet's path, quickly disappearing from view. Before he ran off, he threw back a line. "What are you kidding? Seriously? Who wants to die here?" This made the leader incredibly furious. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Damn it. Chase after him. If he gets away, we are done for." But his thug had only taken 2 steps before getting hit by a bullet. Someone from the shadows fired a shot, and a bullet pierced the head of the thug. He collapsed right there, dead on the spot. The shooter was Kan Trajanen, who had long since caught up with their pace. The same one who had taken down a previous target. The thug's face twisted in anger, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Out of the original 8, he was the only one left standing, out in the open while the others lurked in the dark. Time was running out. He had to create an opportunity to escape. Without time travelers, they could be captured later. As long as he survived and got off this mountain, everything would be fine. With that thought, the leader immediately fired at the civilians trying to put out the fire. In an instant, civilians were falling down, panic spreading like wildfire, screams echoing everywhere. Just then, a thug from a distance rushed over and asked, "Boss, what is going on over there?" The leader sneered, "Don't worry about that. We are being targeted. We need to move now." Kantrinen could only watch them leave from his hiding spot, unable to take action. He never expected they still had one more thug left. The foot of the mountain was in chaos, with people fearing the fire and others terrified of the armed thug, running in every direction. At that moment, the leader seemed to feel a deadly gaze upon him. He turned around and saw a figure blending in with the crowd. It was Kan Treasurer. The leader was sure of one thing. Kan Trinen was the shooter. If he had not been busy with the 2 hostages, it would have been him on the ground instead. Thinking quickly, the leader gritted his teeth and said, "Dong T, if we do not eliminate this kid today, we won't be able to escape. Just follow my lead once we reach the parking lot." Before Dongta could grasp what was happening, he saw the leader fire his weapon. Tifeng Yu was hit, collapsing to the ground, and even Thin Chan followed suit. Dong T, puzzled, asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" The leader coldly replied, "Who knows? Maybe this kid knows those 2 students. He might care about them. Let us see if they can buy us some time. Right now, we need to split up and get to the parking lot immediately." Dong T nodded in agreement. "Got it. Let us leave them and run. Forget about the two who were shot. Tu and Yu stared blankly ahead, wondering what was happening. Was he still alive? But just before he closed his eyes, Tu and Yu saw a pair of strange bare feet appear. Kan Trinen looked at them and said, "The rescue team is on the way. You guys are not critically injured. You will be fine. I will stay here to protect you." With that, Kan Tren sat down next to them. Tu and Gu immediately snapped back to reality, focusing intently on him. After a moment, he forced himself to sit up and trembled as he said, "We do not need protection. I know you are strong. Please, just take out those two." Contra N raised an eyebrow at this. There were only 2 thugs left, but they had already escaped into the parking lot. A tough place to attack. Seeing him hesitate, Tu and Yu shouted, "You are with Liu Hajio. Right. Please help us out. Once this is over, I will pay back 10 gold pieces like last time for Liu Hicho." Kan Trinen remained silent, and Tu Yu looked at him with hope. Then, he trembled and pleaded, "Please. The 2 of you in Kowloon can't die in vain. Don't worry about us." Kan Tran had no idea what had happened at the inn while he was saving people, causing Tu Yu to be so agitated that she was willing to risk her life just to report to those 2 in Kowloon. Well then, let us just say tonight he was itching to kill. After a moment's thought, he set Tu Yu down and calmly said, "You guys stay here and do not move. Keep those wounds hidden." With that, Kan Tran immediately stood up, pulled his mask back on, and slowly declared, "Don't worry. They definitely won't make it out alive." Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Kan Tran had quickly chased after them. The gang had arrived here before him, and they seemed really familiar with the terrain. They might be setting up an ambush along the way, so taking the higher ground would be safer. Just then, Kan Tran suddenly spotted something. A thug was standing in the middle of the road, seemingly pinned down by some invisible force. When he looked closer, a slender hand reached out from behind. The person behind it was a girl, dressed in a hoodie with her head covered, and her face was concealed, leaving only her eyes visible. Kan Tran's eyes went wide in shock. This girl was a time traveler. And more than that, she was a legendary superhuman. Just as he was grappling with his doubts, the girl spoke up, "This guy got shot. And there is another one. Leave him and run. I will handle it." In that moment, Kan Tran understood. The 2 thugs intended to hide and ambush him. Ultimately, they were being controlled by an unknown time traveler. And seeing the situation turn against him, the thug leader took off. Realizing this, he turned to look at the black car that was trying to escape. The driver was the leader of the gang. The girl spoke up again. "What are you doing standing there? If you do not move, he will get away." Kan Tran heard her and immediately dashed off. She was right. The parking lot connected to the main road outside the tourist area. If the Kowloon people had not arrived yet, he could still catch him. Kan Tran hurriedly sprinted past the girl. His speed was incredible, and in no time, he was out of sight, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. But even more surprising was that she noticed the bloody footprints left by Kan Tran on the ground. She frowned and muttered, "Clearly, his feet were covered in wounds. Wasn't he in pain?" At that moment, the thug suddenly started to tremble. But the girl's grip on him was weakening. Instantly, the girl tightened her fist. The thug seemed to be forced to kneel down by some invisible power, accompanied by his howls of agony. "It hurts so much. My knee is broken." The girl felt no sympathy, snorting as she said, "This is the punishment for those who died tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, large cracks suddenly appeared in the ground. Meanwhile, on the main road, the black car of the gang leader had made it onto the highway, but the road was quite treacherous. He cursed as he drove. "Damn it. This road is full of narrow turns." This was a mountain road, indeed very difficult to navigate. At that moment, something suddenly hit his windshield. It cracked, leaving the gang leader in a state of panic. Through the rearview mirror, he saw someone behind him. It was Kan Tran. He had caught up. The face of the gang leader suddenly showed panic. He never thought the kid would chase him down this fast. The leader gritted his teeth in anger, slamming the gas pedal like a madman. He would never have dreamed that Kan Tran could chase him down and attack with such precision. His aim was unbelievably accurate. Luckily, this time they were using suppressors for a range of under 20 meters. Otherwise, the leader would definitely have been shot by now. Just then, Kan Tran's gunfire stopped. It seemed he was out of ammo. The leader felt a rush of relief, thinking it was time for the kid to give up. But after chasing this far, how could Kan Tran possibly back down? He tossed his gun aside and kept pursuing the car. Seeing this, the leader's expression froze in disbelief. What the hell was going on? Kan Tran was out of bullets and still would not back off. But now he was actually speeding up. The distance between him and the car was closing, and the leader was fuming. Did Kan Tran think he had him beat? But the one with the gun was him, not the kid. With that thought, the leader suddenly hit the gas, the car swerving dramatically. In that moment, he turned around, gun aimed at Contran, smirking with satisfaction. But then, to his surprise, Contran was aiming his gun right back at him. In the same instant, both guns erupted in flames, the leader's men flinching as their ears rang. Meanwhile, Contran took a bullet straight through his shoulder, leaving a massive hole, and he collapsed to the ground. The leader stared at the blood streaming down his body, biting his lip in frustration. He had fallen for the trick. It was not that he was out of bullets. He had deliberately tossed the gun aside to throw him off, and make it easier for Contran to take him down. Realizing this, the leader quickly floored it to escape. Seeing this, Contran forced himself to stand up. He could not let that guy get away. The highway twisted and turned, but the mountain path was straight. As he thought this, he grabbed a hefty stone from the ground. Without hesitation, he jumped over the guardrail. The straight path was the shortest route. If Contran ran fast enough, he still had a chance to catch up. With that mindset, he ignored his torn-up legs and took off running, pushing himself harder and harder without stopping. If he was determined to make those thugs pay, there was no reason for him to stop now. At this moment, Contran was crouched behind a bush near the main road, right where he had to pass. He lay in wait, anticipating the perfect moment. Sure enough, it was not long before he spotted the black car inching closer to him. Contran closed his eyes, focusing on regulating his breath. He narrowed his vision, locking onto the target, the black car. In that instant, he stomped the ground, gripping the large stone tightly in his hand. On the battlefield, it was not just pawns crossing the river. There were also cannons ready to ambush. And right now, Contran was that cannon. Without a second thought, he hurled the stone. At that very moment, the leader was feeling pretty smug, unable to contain his laughter. He was definitely not slowing down now. This time, Contran would not catch up. But just like that, the car's window shattered again. A stone, seemingly out of nowhere, smashed through the glass and hit him right in the head. His driving went haywire as he lost control, skidding across the road. Before long, the car crashed into the guardrail, and then the front exploded. The leader saw the dire situation and quickly jumped out of the car, gritting his teeth in frustration. Where the hell did that rock come from? Great. Now I am out of a gun and my car's wrecked. Remembering what Nayu had said, he could not help but sigh. That kid had hit the nail on the head. Now, if he wanted to survive, he had no choice but to run into the woods. But just as he thought that, he spotted Contran slowly approaching from a distance. His face instantly froze. Where the hell did he pop up from? His legs were all torn up, yet he still chased after him relentlessly. With that thought, the leader quickly turned to flee. But after just 2 steps, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Contran was right there in front of him now. Not wanting to lose his advantage, the leader scrambled to his feet. He shouted out, "Come on. Are not you the one who wanted to kill me?" But just as he finished, a cold blade was suddenly pressed to his throat. Contran lunged forward, a knife aimed at the leader. Caught off guard, he quickly swung his arm to counterattack. But he could not predict Contran's next move. The boy suddenly dodged, stabbing right through his hand. The leader panicked, but quickly regained his composure. Who cares what Contran wants anyway? As long as he can shatter this demon's wrist first, he will still come out on top in this fight. Unfortunately, life is not as rosy as he thought. His attacking arm was already anticipated by Contran. The boy stepped back, then sidestepped, plunging a knife into the leader's gut. Contran moved too fast. The leader had no chance to evade. The boy struck like lightning, leaving no room to react but still managing to kill. Contran killed like he was executing a meticulously planned strategy. Each step led his opponent to reveal their weaknesses. By the time the leader realized what had happened, it was too late. His belly was punctured, blood pouring out like a torrential rain. Before he died, he felt like Contran was performing a twisted piece of art. Seeing him fall, Contran finally let out a sigh of relief. It was all over. Now, he just needed to head back to the inn to tend to his wounds. But just as Contran took a few steps, the leader called out, "Wait! Why are you bearing this pain and still trying to chase me?" Contran shot him a cold glance and replied, "I made a promise to someone else. Tonight, you must die." Just then, he heard a phone ringing. It was coming from the leader's jacket. Contran frowned and thought, it was getting late. And who was calling the gang leader at this hour? After a moment's hesitation, he walked over to grab the phone. He answered it, but did not say a word. The other side was silent, letting time slip by. Contran narrowed his eyes. The caller was being cautious, waiting for him. But after a long pause, the voice on the other end finally spoke. "They are all dead, are not they? If they are, why do not we chat?" Contran simply hung up, Seriously. This was just dealing with a bunch of thugs who could not even afford decent body armor, and they almost lost their lives. With that thought, he glanced at the body lying on the ground. The guy had bled out and was now lifeless. After a while, Lund's people finally arrived. After a thorough examination, the coroner spoke up. He was stabbed in the spleen while trying to escape. We found footprints on the mountain. But the strange thing is, it seems the killer was not wearing shoes. There was also blood on the trail. The blood has been collected for DNA comparison, and they found a phone on the mastermind, which we will investigate as evidence. Lou Van heard his subordinate report and fell silent for a long time before responding. Got it. Let me know as soon as you have results. With that, he hung up. Things were not looking good on his end either. The captain raised his brow and spoke up, continuing to discuss the crime scene. His subordinate immediately reported. At the scene, we found 8 deceased suspects. 7 are dead and 1 is injured. The survivor had his kneecap shattered in the parking lot, as if the assailants intentionally left him for questioning. As for the other 7, 3 were burned to a crisp, leaving only 4 alive. 1 was shot dead, while the other 3 were stabbed in the spleen, leading to their deaths. The precision of the attack suggests a professional assassin was involved. At this point, the other person suddenly paused. Then, trembling, he continued. Captain Liu. One witness claims that before he died, the suspect and another individual killed several of those involved, and even helped them open the front door. Otherwise, over 40 students would not have escaped. Those 2 really saved face for him. Liu. Hearing this, Captain Liu could not help but smile bitterly. Then, he spoke up calmly. But now is not the time for sentimentality. Let us go check out where the bodies were found. Hearing this, the subordinate suppressed his sorrow and continued reporting. The first body was discovered near the guesthouse wall. However, that was not the murder scene. We found bloodstains and signs of dragging as well. It seems that the killer attacked him at night, and then dragged him to the courtyard nearby. The fire destroyed the building but did not reach this courtyard. Captain Liu examined the scene, frowning deeply. Each wound was a fatal blow like the 2 bodies, with the knife precisely piercing the spleen from both the front and back. But why only the spleen? Is it some kind of preference or habit? After thinking, Captain Liu glanced at his team and asked, what about the fleeing students? He quickly received an update. 3 are seriously injured, but the others are fine. Among the seriously injured, 2 are named Tu Yu and Thian Chan. They were shot in the abdomen by the suspects, with their intestines ruptured. They have been taken into surgery and are expected to survive. At this point, the other person suddenly added, there is 1 more girl named Vong Van, and her injury is rather strange. Captain Liu raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you mean strange? Elaborate. The person slowly explained. She said she was shot in the legs by a masked suspect, but a student named Nam Can then pulled her out of the guesthouse, or she would have been burned alive. However, he suspects this masked individual is the one who killed the suspects. Captain Liu nodded slightly. Definitely him. Make sure to find out more about this Vong Van. Also, why was Nam Can then in the guesthouse? The other person looked at the notes for a while before responding. According to Can then, he was dragged into the guesthouse by the masked suspect. But just before the attacker struck, the killer saved him. Can then even feigned describing the suspect's features to throw them off the trail. Captain Liu then ordered, for now, stay within this search area. Nam Can then is the first eyewitness, and his account is the most reliable. Just then, someone rushed over to report. Captain Liu, we found numerous bloody footprints in the parking lot, as well as in the surrounding area. They likely belong to the killer. Captain Liu responded, lead me to the scene. Moments later, on the road near the parking lot, Captain Liu examined the blood on the ground, his brows furrowing tightly. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally spoke up. Just think about it. What kind of willpower does a person need to have to carry the weight of killing 1 thug after another, drenched in blood? Right after, he made his way to the crime scene. Gazing over the bodies on the ground, he could not help but feel a pang of sadness. 8 lives lost, 4 of them taken down by a single stab to the spleen. This meant their assailant struck at close range 4 times, and each time was a deadly success. This kind of person is incredibly dangerous. Logically, they should be tracked down immediately. But just the thought of that person chasing after those criminals made him uneasy. Instead of seeking revenge for his fallen comrades, he did not want to continue investigating. With that thought, he glanced back at the bodies again. At that moment, something clicked in his mind. Wait, something's missing from that body. He scrutinized it for a while and quickly realized it was missing a walkie-talkie. With that realization, he turned to his subordinate and asked where the person responsible for clearing the scene was. Had they found any fallen walkie-talkies or broken pieces of equipment? Soon, Everyone began searching, and as he waited, he mulled over the fact that the first thug killed must have lost their walkie-talkie, likely in the possession of the killer. With that in mind, he approached one of the thugs' bodies to retrieve the walkie-talkie. He pressed the communication button and quietly said, "Hello, this is Lu Vin." But after waiting for a while, no one replied. Lu Vin frowned slightly. Was this person refusing to respond? Sure enough, finding this person would not be easy. Now all he could do was wait for the results of the crime scene investigation and the DNA tests. But he was mistaken. Kaintron was not ignoring him, he was nursing his injuries. With his condition, how could he possibly respond? Sweat poured down Kaintron's forehead, clearly holding back the pain. He glanced at the person at the foot of his bed and said in a flat tone, "It seems like there is nothing more to worry about, right? Just continue." Jiang Tite was nervously removing the shards stuck in Kaintron's foot and replied, "Okay, just hang in there a little longer. We are almost done." Kaintron's foot was a gruesome sight, covered in wounds and soaked in blood. Unable to hold back her tears, Jiang Tite exclaimed, "Look at you. You went out and came back with both your foot and shoulder injured. Especially this knife wound on your shoulder. I can't believe you endured so much pain last night. It is hard to believe you can take it." Kaintron did not respond. Truthfully, his injuries looked serious, but in reality, they were just superficial wounds and would heal quickly once treated. Plus, it seemed like the pain from last night was not too bad. He guessed it was because after fighting, the endorphins released by his pituitary gland made him temporarily forget the pain. In fact, throughout the fight last night, Kaintron had been using breathing techniques, and he wondered if that was why he felt something was shifting within his body. Every bone in his body was crackling, and he wondered if the energy within him had grown a little stronger. A while later, Jiang Tite wrapped up both of Kaintron's legs, letting out a sigh. "I will help you clean your foot wounds now. You rest for a bit. I will go borrow the kitchen to whip up something delicious for you to help you recover." Kaintron nodded slightly, feeling grateful as he thanked Jiang Tite. At that moment, Dongvan looked at him with concern, saying, "Kaintron, when you came home near dawn, you scared me and Mom half to death. We thought you were done for." After that, Jiang Tite checked all of Kaintron's wounds and found that the ones on his shoulder and leg were the worst. Only then did the two of them feel a bit more at ease. "If you are gone, I can't handle that." Kaintron smiled at the girl and sincerely said, "Don't worry. I am not going anywhere." Jiang Tite quickly left the room. Dongvan stole a glance before whispering softly, "Kaintron, I think I figured out who you are. But it is not what I heard before. I just want to confirm a bit more." Kaintron was taken aback. It seemed like during his unconsciousness, this girl had discovered something. After a moment of thought, he curiously asked, "Why are you so determined to find me in that world?" Dongvan lowered her head. Feeling wronged as she said, "I can't tell Mom I am a time traveler. And you were not there with me. I had to sleep alone in that huge house all night, and I was scared." The girl said she would not be scared anymore once she found Kaintron. But then, a trace of sadness crossed Dongvan's face, and her voice turned melancholic as she continued, "Kaintron, do you know how lonely I was in that world?" Just as she was about to finish, Kaintron cut her off dismissively, starting to tease her, which made Dongvan pout in frustration and retort, "That is so lame." Kaintron raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, "Do you have new friends in that world yet?" Dongvan nodded slightly, saying, "I have a great older brother and sister there. Grandpa treats me well too. But the Lee family is quite complicated, and that kind grandpa is in poor health. A lot of people are secretly discussing what will happen after he is gone." Kaintron frowned in deep thought. That brother, sister, and grandpa must be part of the main line within the Lee family. Before, Thuk Dong had mentioned that the current head of the Lee family was very old and not in good health anymore. And the head, Brandon, is even older. The way he clings to life is not pretty. But what is the point of dwelling on this now? What is done is done. I should just rest for now. But just as he thought of that, he suddenly remembered something important he had to do. Realizing, Kaintron quickly called Dongvan to grab him some paper and a pen. He started piecing together everything that happened last night. Understand why someone as wealthy as Hu Tiyu was willing to risk it all to seek revenge for those two at Kowloon. Perhaps the answer lay in the code Kaintron had seen before. After a while, he finally deciphered that code. It was a dying message, saying, "No regrets in this life. Take care." And it repeated 3 times. Kaintron could not help but furrow his brow. Was this the message sent by the injured Kowloon member to their comrades on the ground? Dongvan, beside him, noticed his sudden change in expression and asked curiously, Kind Tran. What is wrong? He shook his head gently and replied. Little Dongvan. Please put this paper in my wallet. After that, Kind Tran gazed off into the distance. Now you understand. When he got shot, that person was already mentally prepared to sacrifice himself for his ideals. A little later, at the final scene of the brawl, Lu Vin was reporting the situation to Vin Zhuang, proving that a battle had indeed taken place here between this assassin and that thug on the highway and at the accident scene. They discovered 3 Glock 34s that the thug had used. 2 of them had their fingerprints wiped clean, likely by the masked guy who managed to grab them from the thugs. Additionally, they collected 2 bloody bullets. The blood on the projectile indicates that it does not belong to the same person. This means the masked guy who took down those thugs was also injured. Vin Wang nodded in understanding. This could explain a lot. You guessed Kind Tran's plan pretty accurately. From not chasing directly, to running through the mountains, and even tossing a rock to block the path spot on. Lo Vivin exclaimed in surprise. Then asked. So that rock hit the thug's car from over 10 meters away. And you still made that call? Zlam nodded. While Vin coolly replied. Compared to accurately striking the spleen, this is the most cunning tactic calculation. He felt that Kind Tran planned everything with an unbelievable precision. The more Lo Vin listened, the more astonished he became. Then sighed. It is frustrating that such a talented person would not join us. The guns and phones at the scene were wiped clean of fingerprints. The opponent was extremely careful to erase all traces of themselves. If it were not for the numerous bloodstains that are hard to clean, I am sure the opponent would have wiped those too. Vung agreed, asking with concern. Have we gotten any results from the DA comparison of the blood yet? Levivin nodded slightly and replied. Yep. But it does not match any sample in the database at all. Vin Wang frowned upon hearing this. So there is no record. After pondering for a while, he ordered. Let us investigate similar samples. Who knows? We might find his relatives. Levine nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. This might take a little longer, at most 3 days for results. Vengua looked down for a long moment before finally speaking. If we find him, let us keep it low-key. Right now, Tuk Loon is looking for people who can handle this alone. On another front, at the place where Kind Tran was recuperating, Jiang Tai was changing his bandages. She sighed and said regretfully, if I had known you would get hurt, I would have bought some top-notch treatment from the other world. Jiang Tai mentioned that the medicine there is far superior to what is available here. She could have brought back some in a small vial to keep in her mouth. Atron shook his head gently, saying, I am not in pain anymore. At that moment, Jiang Tai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, oh right. You left a lot of bloody footprints at the scene. They will use DA comparison to track you down. And your dad in custody will have a sample taken too. Seeing her worried, Akan Trung quickly reassured her. I've got the Dina situation covered. There are only 2 factors that could expose my identity. One is the informant. Although that guy is not very reliable. But for this, I am sure he won't mess it up. He will probably say something to mislead Kulun. The other factor is the blood sample Kian Tron left on the road. But because of some past issues, it is clear that Loon won't be able to find a comparable jealous model. Otherwise, you would not dare to go barefoot killing. Thinking this way, Contron felt much more at ease. Then he spoke up again. Aunt Jiang Tai, I want to be alone. I have something to handle. Jiang Tai flinched slightly, but did not pry. It seems his background has some hidden complexities. But if Kind Tran does not want to share, she won't push it. With that, Jiang Tai took Leng Ven outside, saying, all right, I will take to you Ven for a walk. If anything comes up, just call me. I won't be far. Before long, Kind Tran's door was shut, leaving him all alone. He opened his communication device to check, only to find a flood of messages from VHH, talking so much it was hard to believe. Kind Tran skimmed through them, then sighed. It had only been 9 hours since he returned at 9 am, and the masked person had just left the scene not long ago. Meanwhile, WikiHO was still waiting for a message from the boss, but there was no reply. He even thought the boss might be the masked killer, now busy nursing his wounds. But the boss was the kind of cunning person who excelled at plotting schemes. He surely would not get his hands dirty running around chasing people. While Li Chicho was lost in thought, his communication device suddenly buzzed, giving him a fright. It was a message from Kian Tran, casually saying a subordinate was reporting about last night to him, so he should wait. At that moment, Zichieju breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it was a subordinate. Seems like the boss has been expanding his influence out there. No wonder he is called the boss. Just as he had not received the next message from the boss, WiHH's phone started buzzing with new message notifications. He went to check, furrowing his brow as he muttered. The group just stopped chatting. Why are there more messages now? Is it time to head out? When Hju opened it, everyone was still talking about what he did last night. He sighed helplessly. It had been a whole night already. Why were they still going on about it? Plus, he had no clue where the boss and that mysterious subordinate were, so he could not even comment. Someone in the group was even praising Hju for avenging the 2 members of Kaintron's crew, as if he was the one who deserved the credit. Seeing those messages made Kaintron chuckle. Looks like after this incident, the Chia's reputation has skyrocketed. Maybe in the future, he could leverage him to recruit some more trustworthy time travelers. Whether for business or mutual support, who knows? It might come in handy at some point. Kaintron thought other media outlets would also report on Mount Lao Quan to avoid any mishaps. He still needed to check if anyone on the road had seen him. After that, Kaintron started skimming through the videos from last night, and after watching, he felt that most people were just describing the scene after the fire. Without mentioning what actually happened, he added that the rented room had been completely burned in the fire, and aside from lying Vine, Jying tight, and Kanthengia, no one could confirm Kaintron's identity anymore. At this point, he just needed to visit Ichushi once, and this matter would be wrapped up. Just then, Kaintron's eyes suddenly lit up right. The little scheme. He remembered that night. It seemed he mentioned something quite special. It turned out to be 10 strands of gold. Remembering this, Kaintron could not help but smirk. From afar, Dukchu felt a chill run down his spine for some unknown reason. That is right, because Kaintron was absolutely furious. How dare he cut in on his golden thread? For Kaintron, that golden thread is a super special key. Even from a distance, Dukchu could sense the fear. Frantically scanning around for someone, but he could not find anyone. Furrowing his brow, he thought to himself, this is strange. Why do I feel so uneasy? A little while later, Dukchu and the others arrived at the hospital to visit the little genius. But before they could even step through the door, someone blocked their way. A man eyed them suspiciously and asked, "Who are you guys?" One of the boys awkwardly replied, "Hello, sir. We are classmates of the little genius and Chan Chen, here to visit them." Upon hearing this, the man furrowed his brows and asked, "May I ask who is Dukchu?" Dukchu, clutching a bouquet of lotus flowers in the crowd, hesitantly raised his hand. That is, instantly, the man rushed over and grabbed his shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving the little genius. When he woke up, he told me it was you and your underlings who rescued him. Otherwise, he would have either been caught by those thugs or worse." Dukchu felt a bit awkward and shyly explained, "Sir, actually, I did not do anything." The little genius father chuckled softly. It is good for the young to be humble, but being too humble is not great either. I think Dukchu is someone worth nurturing. After a moment, the little genius father continued. This morning, I discussed with the little genius. I want to transfer him to Haithan High School, but he refused. I think he wants to be closer to you, so he decided to request Dukchu's transfer to Haithan as well. Dukchu panicked upon hearing this. Wealthy folks think they can just whisk him away. But why would he want to be near their son? Realizing this, Dukchu immediately waved his hands in refusal. "Sir, I am not planning to go to Haithan just yet. This is where I was born and raised. And besides, my parents and friends are still here." The little genius's father even mentioned preparing a house for Dukchu and giving his parents some money. But he still declined. "No need, sir. I appreciate your kindness. A house in Haithan plus living expenses sounds tempting. But the problem is, boss is in Lakthan. Plus, all of Dukchu's funds are tied up with boss. And he needs enough for the full FID treatment and then to become a B-level master as well. Boss would not even know that half of his double payment has already been swallowed up by Dukchu. If only this time the little genius could offer a bit more for the payment." Just then, Dukchu's communicator suddenly beeped. He hurriedly handed the flowers to the little genius's father and dashed off. "Excuse me. I need to use the restroom." The little genius's father shot him a look, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Dukchu slipped into the restroom. Feeling invigorated, boss had just finished a meeting with the underlings and finally made time to find him. When he pulled out his communicator, he saw a cold message from Kaintron. "I heard from the underlings that Ho Tiu Yingyu told him last time you brought 10 gold threads. Is it the same this time?" There were no interrogations, no accusations, but it still made Dukchu freeze up with anxiety. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. How could he have known that something like this would happen that night? That little brat, Liu Enjiu, had said something. Ludi had already swallowed his money twice, first the watch, and now the gold chain. When he goes back to this world, how will the boss deal with him? Will he just lose it and kill him in a fit of rage? Thinking about this made Ludi even more panicked. He hurriedly replied, "Boss, this time I will bring you the gold. Just go ahead and punish me. He stayed in the bathroom for what felt like an eternity. And soon enough, people started to worry when Ludi finally came out. He looked completely drained. Utterly defeated. He did not even hear what Liu Yingju's dad was saying. His face was pale. And he kept muttering, "Uncle, you probably do not know this, but my favorite activity is to go around wishing people a happy new year when I have nothing to do. I wish you a prosperous year ahead. May your wealth flow like water." Meanwhile, two students were discussing Ludi's situation. The blonde guy raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you think he has a system?" The other guy looked confused and asked, "What is a system?" The blonde one chuckled and replied, "I mean, like in those web novels, where the system gives the protagonist a bunch of tasks, making them stronger." The other student nodded in realization and asked, "So why do you think Ludi has a system?" The blonde guy whispered, "Because that would explain why he sometimes seems like a genius and other times like a total idiot." Upon hearing this, Ludi thought they had a point from a certain perspective. Kang Trang could be considered his system, but unlike a typical system that rewards, this one only brought punishment for his greed. And the punishment was not over yet. After that, Ludi led the group to say goodbye to Liu Yingju's dad and left. Liu Yingju's dad watched Ludi's retreating figure, feeling a bit lost. A moment later, he walked into the hospital room and saw that Liu Yingju was awake. The boy frowned and asked, "Dad, what do you think of Ludi?" His dad shook his head slightly and replied, "It is too early to say." Li Yingzhen, "I feel that way too. I have never been in danger before, so I could not see what kind of person he really is. But after this, I just feel like something's off. They say Ludi is useless, but he managed to get that precious jealousy-inducing drug, which is a priceless treasure in this world. But if you say Ludi has abilities, he sure does not act like someone with any real skill." Then Liu Yingju voiced his doubts again. "Do you think someone like him would be valued by a rational leader?" Liu Yingju's dad slowly replied, "I see two possibilities. He could be the type to flatter the right people and get promoted. Or maybe his loyalty has been recognized by those in power." Liu Yingju raised an eyebrow and pressed further. "But even a leader like mine might not be some top-tier general. Right? There are all kinds of people out there." Liu Yingju's dad chuckled softly and said, "Of course. There is another possibility. Ludi could just be a puppet pushed forward by someone else, like a pawn in a chess game." Liu Yingju found that reasonable and skeptically asked, "What do you think the chances of that are?" His dad shook his head and said, "No need to jump to conclusions, regardless of Ludi's potential. This is your opportunity. Just rest assured. Our family will fully support you. No need to worry about anything else." After hearing his father's words, Xiao could not help but feel moved. He never expected his father would think of this too. Then, he glanced at the bucket of gold threads on the table and questioned, why should not he give more gold threads at once? He saved him twice already, so logically speaking, even giving 100 threads would not be too much. Xiaonu's father just chuckled softly and replied, "Right now, we are assuming that Liu Dizhu is just a puppet being controlled by someone else. If that is the case, then the other party is really short on cash. Otherwise, they would not be thinking about money at all. If he gives 100 threads of gold at once, what will he offer them later when he is out of money?" Xiaonu thought for a moment before asking, "But what if they offer a higher price?" His father raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Well, you need to become friends with them before they raise the price." Xiaonu was taken aback. It seemed he understood his father's point now. But suddenly, he clenched his fists tightly. Then, through gritted teeth, he asked, "Speaking of friends, where's Wang Yun? What happened to that traitor who sold out her friends?" Let us rewind to the night of the incident on Mount Laojun. After everything was dealt with, the ambulance arrived to take the injured away. Wang Yun was one of them. A nurse was lifting her onto a stretcher to put her in the ambulance. At that moment, Wang Yun was still conscious and grabbed the nurse's sleeve. Then she started pleading, begging the nurse to contact her mom for her, saying she was so scared and wanted to go home. She promised to pay the nurse. Begging, "Please, I am begging you." Wang Yun was in a panic, terrified to the point of tears. Not because of the armed men but because she saw Xiaonu and Tian Zhen injured. Wang Yun knew she had to leave before the two of them woke up, before her uncle Lun found out. Otherwise, she was as good as dead. After hearing this, Xiaonu was furious. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Did not she get her legs broken by that masked guy? She is so suspicious. Why did not Uncle Lun's people keep an eye on her?" Xiaonu's father shook his head helplessly and said they could not blame Uncle Lun's people. She had not woken up yet. Even though everyone thought she was suspicious, no one expected she was actually the mole. Of course, it is also possible that Uncle Lun wanted to set a trap. Xiaonu still was not convinced and muttered, "How could there be no witnesses? Surely Bayou and I suspected something too. But why did not she say anything? His dad sighed again, saying maybe she could not bear to see her friend behind bars. At that moment, his eyes suddenly turned serious, and he warned Ngayu. Remember, when the other side becomes your enemy, showing mercy is not kindness, it is weakness. Clenching his lips, Ngayu gritted his teeth. I know. Nodding, his dad continued. Now, who knows where Wang Fan has run off to? Dad, can't he find her either? Ngayu scoffed. I am about to time travel, and I will find her in that world. This made his dad jump, and he asked in surprise. You want to find Wang Fan for revenge? Yep. Is that okay, Dad? Ngayu nodded without hesitation. His dad asked this because he was worried Ngayu was too hyped up, would his determination disappoint him. But surprisingly, Ngayu's dad was actually quite excited. Even though he had made a decision, he still had some doubts. Worrying too much about what others thought. Guess he is still just a kid after all. After thinking for a moment, he spoke calmly. Of course you can. But I want to know why you are so hell-bent on revenge this time. I know you well. You are straightforward, but still figuring out what kind of person you want to be. Right. Ngayu hesitated for a moment before responding. Do you remember? When I was little, Grandpa used to tell me stories about his battles. He would talk about how he heroically sacrificed himself to help his teammates retreat. Back then, I thought he was just bragging who in the world could be so selfless. But just yesterday, when I saw 2 members of the Longjin team risking their lives to clear the way for the students, even dying with such calm smiles, I realized there really are people like that in this world. I know I might not be able to join them, but I hope I can do anything for them. Hearing this, his dad could not help but smile. Going through this ordeal had made Ngayu grow up a lot. If that is the case, how could he let them down? After thinking, he spoke again. Don't worry. Dad and the Zhang family have been investigating. This morning, someone used a high price to buy a way out. Right now, they are recruiting time travelers, confirming that the fugitive is still safe. Saying this, Ngayu's dad ruffled his hair, his tone cool as he added, soon, I will have someone send you the info on the time traveler recruitment. Then, he reminded Ngayu to remember that, as much as possible, the family would fully support any decisions he made. The incident at Laoquan Mountain, where the masked murderer was disguised as Kai Tron, had already been reported through the news. But all anyone knows is that you have taken out nearly all of those soldiers. They know you chased them down in the dead of night, but they have no idea who you really are. Time passes slowly, and before anyone realizes, it is the moment for time travel. And at the same time, in Osaka, Japan, the silent star is sitting in her room. She has been advised, but she is still awake, because she is watching news from Mount Laojun. After reading the news, a haze of uncertainty fills her eyes. She buries her head in her pillow, letting out a helpless sigh. Clearly, all she wanted was to be an artist. So why is she suddenly pulled into all of this? Out in the real world, she worries about her identity as a time traveler being discovered, fearing she might get tangled up in a series of abductions or murder cases. Meanwhile, within herself, she must carefully deal with the Brandon family at every moment, to prevent them from discovering her. Ending up like the 7 time travelers who were caught before. The Brandon family in her world has long joined the alliance, even adopting Mandarin. But only the main lineage members are allowed to keep the tradition of speaking Japanese. Those time traveling from Japan have come to 3 cities in the northern Brandon family: Tokyo, Osaka, and Kobe. But outside of her, no one speaks Chinese, and being discovered is just a matter of time. Besides, she feels there is still a bit of luck on her side. Due to the alliance marriage, she has been sent to City 18 to meet a boy named Kai Tron. The Brandon family is very invested in this marriage and the benefits that come with it. So they hurriedly pushed her to interact with him, which is why the scrutiny is not too intense. Thinking about this, she could not help but try to search for Kai Tron's name, but found nothing. She rubbed her aching feet. Getting out of bed and walking over to the window, she gazed out towards Sasam, deep in thought, still finding no information like she had before. First, she needs to confirm if that boy is really a time traveler. Last time she went there, she did not get to meet him. She wonders if this time will be different. As she thinks about this, her gaze unintentionally lingers. Her cheeks flush with color, and she hurriedly rubs them, murmuring to herself, if I meet Kai Tron often, will he think I like him? Should I play it cool and space out our meetings a bit? With that thought, she falls into deep contemplation. A moment later, she decides to just go for it and figure things out when she gets there. Just as the countdown reaches 0 and the time travel moment arrives,